Prologue. Jazz. You're going to make it big, Dean Reese. I press my dark hand against his chest. Admire the way the earthen brown of my fingers shines against his pale skin. A contented rumble meets my statement. That's random. It's true. The bed creaks while he turns and presses a kiss to my sweaty neck. His muscular arm tightens around me. What makes you so sure? My killer instincts? He laughs softly. His shaggy black hair falls into his eyes, a tousled bad boy look that would have made a perfect album cover. You've got the sound, the look, and the talent. You can charm an entire room of people with one glance. And when you sing, I burrow my head further on top of his pillow. I get butterflies. You sound like a manager. Maybe I'll become one, I tease cheekily. From law school to managing celebs? It's not a big jump. Not for someone as smart as you, Dean agrees. Sunlight bursts through the windows of our cheap motel room. It was all we could afford this close to the beach, but it's not like it matters. We haven't left this room since we've been here. You'll be my first celebrity client. That's assuming I get a call back from the agency. He frowns. You will. My voice doesn't waver. Neither does my hand on his chest. You're the total package. You're biased. He flashes me a handsome grin, and I'm glad to see the wrinkle between his eyebrows fall away. Dean's been stressed about his rocky singing career since before we got married, but I haven't doubted his eventual success for a second. I might not understand music the way he does, but I fell in love with his voice way before I fell in love with him. I'm not biased. I'm objective. I tilt my chin. You're optimistic. I'm hopeful. You're my wife. He pulls me closer to his chest, his hard body sending my pulse rocketing and warmth flooding my stomach. He growls in my ear. My wife. I'll never get tired of saying that. Please don't ever stop saying that, I whisper. His mouth slowly descends on mine, stroking in a slow, unhurried exploration that makes my bones melt and my thighs ease a little further open. Dean pulls back to stare into my eyes. But you're wrong. You really want to start an argument? I glance down at him and then back up. Right now, on our honeymoon. He touches my cheek, his face flushed and his eyes on me. We're going to make it big. You and me. I laugh. Yes. Say it. His hand inches lower. Lower. There. Pleasure laps at my heels. I can barely get enough breath into my lungs to keep from suffocating. Dean. We're going to make it big. We're going to make it. Words fail me then. Light explodes behind my eyelids. I'm flying. I'm falling. I'm coming apart. Slowly, Dean pulls his hands away from my lower body and traces my lips. The only thing I'm more certain of than our future is us. He stops and stares at me. You're the only one I need, Jazz. I'm not going to let you down. I'll fulfill every one of your dreams. My heart is still fluttering. My body is on fire. Tears are still pouring from my eyes, but I'm so full and so happy that all I can croak is, I love you. I love you more, he smiles. You can't imagine how much I love you. I'm struck again by how amazing it is that this man, this fine specimen of a man, is all mine. He shakes his head as he slowly kisses me and says again, I swear I'm going to make you proud. You already have. You're easy to please. The wicked husk in his voice makes me tremble. My fingers slide over his body, and I try to pull him back down to me, wordlessly begging for more. As he rolls me over, I tear my eyes away from him and drop my gaze to my ring. One simple gold band, one small diamond, a symbol of forever. Dean tilts my chin up so I'm looking at him. You're my everything, Jazz. No matter what, I'm never letting you go. And I believe him. I open myself up to him, give him everything, my heart, my mind, my trust. A few months later, he gets the call from the record label. A day after that, I get a call that my mother needs surgery and it'll cost 50 grand. I drop out of law school to work full-time and pay my family's bills. Dean ends up pursuing his music. While he chases his dreams, I'm stuck watching from a distance as he gets further and further away from me until he's gone from sight, and I'm left behind, alone. His success, the wedge between us that pushes and pushes until our fairy tale finally breaks. Chapter 1. Dean. You sure about this, Reese? Lee shakes his head when I bob mine to say yes. You're wasted. His brown eyes collapse into judgmental slits. Go home and sleep this off. I'm not going home. The words come out bitter and thick, like sludge, like black mud. Dean. I'm not going there. There. You're talking about your $1 million luxury mansion? Anywhere but home, I mumble. I can go anywhere but home. Why? Lee folds his arms over his chest. Because she's not there, I groan. Lying isn't my strength. The flaw was born from a childhood filled with church services, my butt glued to hard pews, and my hands clasped in prayer. Plus, liquor makes me too honest. Who's not there? Your wife? Lee's brows pull into a knot. She's still my wife? I laugh happily and pump my fists. Yes. Lee scoffs. You realize how pathetic you look, right? Probably. I shrug, sway a little. The lights around us blur together until they're one big spotlight. I raise my hands like I'm on stage, waving to the crowd with thousands and thousands of screaming fans all around. Girls who adore me. Women who can quote me word for word. Grandmas who throw their bras on the stage thinking that's still a thing. They all worship at my feet. They all think I'm the paragon of love. But they have no idea that the only woman I want isn't in the crowd. She isn't backstage. She isn't waiting for me in the dressing room where all the organizers store my flowers and gift baskets. She's gone. It's been 5 months since I've seen my wife. 5 months since I've held her and kissed her. 5 months since I've told her that I love her, that I need her, that she makes my life complete. 5 months since she told me she was leaving me. Earlier tonight, I woke up on an empty tour bus, guitar to my left, mini fridge to my right. The glamorous life of a celebrity folded into one stretched-out room. I'd opened my eyes in the middle of that same dream. Brown skin, black hair, a scent so earthy and sweet I want to capture it in a bottle and carry it everywhere. Body so perfect, I want her wrapped around me until dawn. The dream lingers even now. It taunts me, screams at me. Lee shakes his head. You miss your wife, Reese? You pick up the phone and call her. It's not that hard. You know what you need, Lee? I clasp my agent's shoulder and squeeze. He's starting to go in and out of focus. I clamp down on him harder until he stops moving around. You need a girlfriend. When was the last time you had a girlfriend? I have plenty of girlfriends. He shakes me off. Right. You need a wife. Maybe if you had one, you wouldn't drag me away from home 10 months out of the year. Dean, you're smashed and people are looking. Let's have this meltdown somewhere you won't get photographed. He tries to drag me off. I throw my hands up. Do what you want. I'm going inside and having a good time. In there, he points to the bar. Why not? It looks fun. Might I remind you, he hisses, that one photograph of you acting a fool would feed someone's family for a month. It depends. How big is the family? Do they have a dog? You have no idea how much I hate you. Yet you hurried over when I called. Damage control. You're a great agent and a bad liar. That's why I let you stick around. I gesture to the bar. Now come on. Lee sighs and trots after me like I'm the bane of his existence. And I probably am. Screw the fact that I've already won several Grammys. It's nights like this that has him raising his fees. I don't care. Tonight, I need to get out of my head. I need space from that dream, from memories of her, my wife. I scrub my bristly jaw with the heel of my hand. You got cash? That's why you called me? Lee rolls his eyes. Yeah. Good. I lead him into the bar. The smoke hits me immediately. I have no idea where it's coming from because the wisps don't necessarily smell of cigar. Either way, I'm not complaining. It's dark enough in here that I can keep a low profile without wearing sunshades and a hoodie. Lee coughs and waves away the smoke. One drink and then we're gone. What? I yell. The music is a rock country crossover that's heavy on the guitar and bass. It rattles the walls and makes the bar seem even more wild and unhinged. 1. Lee lifts a long finger. He used to be a professional pianist before a wrist injury thrust him into the thankless job of managing drunk singers who sleep in their tour buses rather than in their mansions. Sure, 1 drink. I step forward with my eyes on the bar. 100 bottles catch the light spiraling from a strobe in the ceiling. The liquor calls to me, whispers to me, Dean, you want to forget about what a steaming pile of manure your marriage has turned into, don't you? You want to pretend you didn't make such a mess, huh? Yeah, I'd love that. I'm on the way there when I stop and swing around so swiftly the room spins like a top. I scrub the heel of my hand against my eyes, wondering if I'm going crazy. Standing with her back to me, dark fingers rolling her purse straps around, is the last woman I would expect to see in here. Jazz? I whisper. I stare a little harder wondering if she's real or if it's the alcohol playing tricks. My wife is petite and classy, with curves in all the right places. She's wearing a formal blazer over a white blouse and a pencil skirt that stops at her knees. Her hair falls down her shoulders like silk, stopping at the middle of her back. It's her. It's Jazz. I watch as she checks her phone, and a little furrow appears between her brows. Someone's late. She's a stickler for being on time, and my habit of always running behind used to drive her mad. But it was easy to get her to smile, easy to touch her just so, and make her forget where we were supposed to be and what we were supposed to be doing. My eyes glide down the length of her, slender arms, narrow waist, down to her legs and those sexy black heels. Just as I'm about to call out to her, Jazz glances up and smiles at some guy moving through the tables. He's got shaggy black hair and glasses. He's wearing a motorcycle jacket and ripped jeans. Jazz rises on the tips of her toes and gives the guy a hug. He wraps his arms around her, holding on a little too tightly for a beat too long. Anger tears through my insides until every organ in my body bursts to flames, until I'm a human bonfire. Who is this guy? My fingers curl into fists. I spent every night on that tour bus alone. Every night. And I had options. Plenty. I had girls begging to open their mouths and their hands and their legs. I had them lined up so far that it stretched around the building. I could have a groupie in my bed every night. But I didn't. Couldn't. Because I'm not that kind of man. Because even after Jazz, even after she told me she wanted out, I couldn't imagine putting my mouth on anyone else. And now this? Is this why she suddenly decided to leave rather than work things out? I growl and march toward them. A hand sneaks out, long fingers wrap around my arm and haul me back. Lee. He stares at me, his eyes disappearing into slits again, and his thin lips forming a line. No, Dean, don't. Let go of me. I wrench my arm, brush him off. My heart's pounding so hard, it's about to race right out of my chest and hit the ground running. I quicken my step and grab the guy by the shoulder. Without hesitation, I spin him around and slam a fist into his jaw. The collision cracks my knuckles and it hurts more than I expected. My wedding ring digs into my skin and burns. Jazz spins and her eyes find me. They widen with surprise, then irritation, then anger. There's no guilt. She's out in a sloppy bar with some other man, and she doesn't look ashamed at all. Before I can ask her what the hell she's doing here, a fist shoots out of nowhere and collides with my jaw. I stumble sideways, stars exploding around my head. My body tightens with adrenaline, and I swing my fist out, but the liquor sloshes through my stomach and makes me unsteady. Motorcycle jacket grabs my arms and hefts his leg. His knee spikes into my nose. I hear a crack. Blood gushes everywhere. Chairs scramble back. Cameras flash. Bright lights. A scream. Jazz. Stop! She yells. I straighten despite the pain gorging my skull and smirk. I could do this all night, buddy. Motorcycle jacket drops his hands and looks at me, eyes dripping with disdain. Pathetic, he mumbles under his breath. You don't deserve her. I roar and charge him, throwing him back into the table and punching him in the side over and over. The wood makes a loud crack as it splits in half and tumbles in, but I barely feel anything except my rage. He locks his elbows around my head and squeezes, cutting off my breathing. My sneakers rasp against the floor. The fight drains out of my body. For a moment, I see stars. And then everything goes black. Chapter 2. Jazz. The heart monitor beeps a steady rhythm, piercing the silence. My clothes rustle as I lean forward, sigh, press a damp cloth over Dean's forehead, over his thick brows, down to his square jaw, back up to his ears. He's irritatingly handsome even when he's drunk, even when he's unconscious, even when he's wrong. So wrong. Heartbreaker. My heart patters a little out of time. My hand trembles from being so close to him. I dig my fingers into the cloth. This stupid face, the face that stole 1,000,000 hearts. That stole mine. "Why did you drink tonight?" I whisper. "You know you always get sick when you overdo it." Just then, the door slides open and Lee hurries in. I haul my arm back and turn to face him. Lee's a tall, imposing man with thick black hair, almond-shaped eyes, and pink lips that always seem to press into one thin, firm line whenever he's around Dean. Which is funny, given Dean's his most successful client. And his best friend. "You'd think he'd run out of ways to be stupid after all these years," Lee mumbles, closing the door tightly behind him. "There are reporters outside." They move fast. "I hate the internet," Lee grumbles. "The internet loves you, though," I tease. "Haven't you seen your hashtag? With all those disgusting comments? So many people want you to choke them." Lee rolls his eyes, but his lips inch up in a proud smile. I fold my arms over my chest. "What were you guys doing out there tonight?" "Nothing." Lee glances away. Liar. "I can beat the truth out of you, Lee." "But you won't." Lee folds himself into a chair in the corner and kicks up one leg over the other. "This is bad, Jazz." "I don't care about the reporters." "You think that matters?" He glares. "It doesn't help that the guy who knocked out Dean Reese is outside in the waiting room." I sigh. "Jasper is just a friend. Not that I have to explain anything to you." "And to Dean?" Lee tilts his head. "You think you owe him an explanation?" "I don't owe Dean anything," I growl. "Not after what he put me through. Not after everything." Anger flashes in my chest, but I push it down. That part of my life's over. I'm moving on. There's no need to waste energy. Lee opens his mouth to scold me again, I'm pretty sure. But I cut him off with a wave of my hand. "What did the doctor say?" He slants me a dark look. "He'll wake up." "Good." "Is it? I thought you'd be disappointed." "You think I want him dead?" "You think he can live without you?" I jump to my feet and grab my purse. "If you're going to be like that, I'm just going to leave." "No one's chasing you, Jazz." My heels click against the fancy tiles as I walk to the door. "Take care of him." "Jazz." Lee's voice is a whisper behind me. Misery bubbles in my chest, like a pot boiling over, like a volcano about to erupt. My life became a mess because of him, because of my husband. Following my heart is what got me here. It's what broke me. I need to walk away. Lee, stay out of it, I warn, letting the anger lash out at him because I'm too much of a coward to aim that bomb where it really belongs. You don't know anything. I know those cheating allegations were false. Which ones? I whirl around. The blonde with the screenshots of my husband's inappropriate texts? Or was it the brunette with photographs of her arms wrapped around Dean while his hands were on her chest? Those screenshots were fake, and that picture was out of context. He was just signing her t-shirt, and things got a little out of hand. You know how the fans are with Dean. They can't get enough of him. And the paparazzi don't make it better. He huffs. They twist everything to get clicks. Wow. I tip my chin to the ceiling. Is that the excuse you're going with? The fans and the paps? Dean is just a poor victim? I'll admit, some of them take it a little too far. A little? Well, one climbed into his bed. And she was charged for that. It's not like Dean invited her into his hotel room. He shrugs. What can you do? Girls love him. Is an occupational hazard. Yeah, I know. My voice snaps and snarls like a whip. The fans own him, right? He signed up for that. He's a celebrity. He owes it to the people who made him famous. And what exactly does he owe to his wife? I snap. He does all this for you, Jazz. The guy is obsessed. Don't give me that bull, Lee. The only person Dean is obsessed with is himself. Jazz. Forget it. I'm tired. I should go. He sighs, scrubs his hairless chin. Fine. I'll see you tomorrow morning. No. The word has claws. It tears my heart and my throat, rips open my chest, and leaves a pulsing, gushing silence in its wake. No? Lee blinks. You're not coming back tomorrow? I'm done. Done? Don't make me spell it out, Lee. You're really going to do this, Jazz? Lee scoots to the edge of his seat. You'd really... It's none of your business. He's an idiot, but he loves you. Please don't defend him. My nostrils flare. I don't want to hate you too. Lee's sharp eyes burrow into me. He'd never look twice at them, at anyone. Stop. I worked so hard to convince the world that this dolt was charming and smooth enough to be the next big thing. You know he's so simple-minded, he can only focus on one person at a time. I shake my head. We are not having this conversation. I jut a finger at Dean's slumbering form. I'm going home. Don't tell him I was here. He'll know. He'll know even if I don't say a word. My chest rises and falls as I stare at Lee. He always looks for you, Lee says. He looks for any signs of you. Goodbye, Lee. Trying to stay strong, I stride out of the fancy hospital room. There are 2 security guards on either side of the door. Lee called them in before he even called the hospital. He didn't want to take the chance that Dean's fans would catch wind of the brawl and try to rush the emergency room. The one on the left dips his head when I walk past. Mrs. Reese. I bristle at the name. It feels foreign to me now, feels fake. Most people don't know I'm Dean's wife. Most people don't care even if they do find out. Good night, guys. I dip my head as I stride past them. Jasper's in the waiting room. He's sitting with his head down, hands plastered together, dried blood on his knuckles. His crooked nose and the scar on his eyebrow tells me he's been in a lot of fights before tonight. The motorcycle jacket looks like it's been beaten with a pipe, and his jeans are frayed, but there's a certain appeal to his shabby clothes, to his indifference. Cameras rarely follow me, but when they do, it's always at the worst times. Me in shorts and slippers, my hair carelessly tossed. Me with no makeup. Me, normal, natural, a step down. That's what the article in the tabloid magazine said. Why didn't Dean marry someone on his level? An unflattering picture of me was placed next to a picture of a gorilla. I saw the comparison, the insult. A picture's worth 1,000 words. My heart broke when I saw those words. The moment he found out, Dean got the website taken down, and Lee sued the company for their racist remarks. But the comments stuck with me. The hate, the vitriol. I'm too dark, too curvy, too normal to be married to a celebrity. The world knows, and they never let me forget. In a way, Dean doesn't either. But that part isn't totally his fault. The spotlight exposed what was already broken inside me. It's too harsh, too intense, too unforgiving on people with insecurities. It requires makeup and lies and fake smiles that look like growls. The magazine article left its mark. I learned to wear makeup even when going for a short run to the grocery store. I learned to fit in. And still, I feel like I stand out. Hey, Jasper steps toward me, dipping his head close to mine. Is he going to live? Yeah. I glance down, step back, shake my head. Jasper holds my shoulders to keep me in place. Hey, don't do that. What? Blame yourself. None of this is your fault. Isn't it, though? It feels like some of the blame for that fight belongs to me. I know what Dean thought when he saw me hugging Jasper. I know what I always think when I see him hugging other women. It's why I left. It's why, even after all Dean's excuses and him swearing up and down that he never slept with those girls, I had to get away. You want to leave? Jasper whispers. I nod. He tries to put his arm on my shoulder, but I step back. I'll make it home on my own. You sure? There are reporters outside. I'm sure. I give him a tight-lipped smile. Tonight was eventful. I'm sorry your homecoming party turned out that way. We should catch up another time. Jazz. I pretend not to hear him and walk away. Chapter 3. Dean. It's the same dream again. White curtains fluttering, wind chimes tinkering outside the window. Jazz lying on her side, an elbow staked in the mattress as she props her head up on her fist, a smile on her plump lips, sunshine in her eyes. I love you. I open my mouth to say the same, but the dream begins to crack. The walls splinter. Jazz's smile falls apart. Darkness creeps into the edges of my vision. I reach out to my wife, trying desperately to hold on to that moment. My hand flies through air. Jazz is gone. So are the curtains, the music, the sunshine. I open my eyes with a start and stare up at a white ceiling. Dark wooden walls absorb the light, and an air conditioner buzzes quietly in the background. The blinds are drawn, plastic lines choking out the sunshine. My head pounds, and I place my fingers on my temple. A pulse hammers into my thumb, warning that I'm probably going to puke if I try to move too much. He lives. Lee plops into the chair at my bedside. How long was I out? All night. I groan as I push myself up. Did you curse at me the entire time? In 3 different languages. Pain swims through my head like a tsunami. I abandon all attempts at sitting up and fall back on the bed, groaning. What happened? At the bar? I nod. Depends on who you ask. Your fans have one opinion. The guys who make fun of celebrities have another. Which version do you want to hear? Fine, I won't ask. My eyes travel past the gift baskets, get well soon teddy bears, and flower arrangements that spread out like a sea in front of my bed. It looks like a garden threw up in here. Where's Jazz? She left, Lee says, as if he can read my mind. When? Yesterday. He shakes his head. Look, that's not the problem here. Did she leave with that guy? I scramble up, ignoring the way the room spins. Look. Did she? I bark. Lee leans over, pushes me back on the bed. You have bigger things to worry about right now. Bigger things? Bigger than the fact that my wife was with some jerk last night? That she's not here this morning? That I have everything I could possibly want, but not what I need? Lee lets out a deep breath. The photos of you getting your butt handed to you hit the internet last night. Everyone is talking about it. This is a PR nightmare. That's why I have the best agent in this town. Handle it. Lee scowls and slaps a document next to me. And there's this. What is it? I don't bother looking. Your terms of community service. I almost levitate off the bed. What? Seems like the county judge doesn't like celebrities. He wasted no time trying to make an example out of you. An example? Why me? I wasn't the only one fighting. That guy. What guy? Lee snaps. I could drown in the sarcasm coating his voice. You mean the guy you punched in the face without warning or provocation? He deserved it. No, Dean. You were pissed drunk and you acted like a maniac. You're lucky he didn't press charges, or it could have been a lot worse. He should be lucky I don't press charges, I fume. That's not how it works. In the eyes of the law, he was acting in self-defense. Everyone saw you throw the first punch. It wasn't like he had to travel far for witnesses. I toss my arms up. This is bull. This is life. Your crap storm of a life. And I'm not asking. You are doing community service, or your butt is going to cool down in jail. Lee. They sent guys all the way down here to arrest you, Dean. I talked them down, made a few calls, might have slicked a few palms with incentive to be nice. There you go. I handled it. But this is non-negotiable. You're going to walk off your hangover and you're going to start your hours. Today. My mouth fills with curses. They swarm in my head, pulse through my throat. Like hell. I don't have time for this. I need to find Jazz, talk to her, figure out what she's up to with that guy. Lee stands and stares at me, his jaw hard and his eyes back in those disappointed slits. Get yourself together, Dean. You think you can get Jazz back this way? Shut up. He scoffs. Get dressed. I've arranged a way for you to leave undetected, but we need to move quickly. I'm not doing community service, Lee. It's not that big a deal. Lee steps toward me. I swear you're leaving this place in a body bag one way or the other, Dean. Don't test me. I find out what Lee means when the door opens and a nurse strides in. She's got graying hair and an expression of pure annoyance on her face. Wheels creak against tiles, and when I look closer, I realize she's pulling a gurney. What's that? I ask, an eyebrow arched. Your ride. Lee gestures to the cot. Don't worry, it's a comfortable body bag. Screw you. At least let me have this moment. Cursing under my breath, I climb on top of the gurney and grunt when the woman puts the sheet over my head. White linen fills my vision, but I can hear Lee chuckling. You're enjoying this too much, I grumble. My body jolts as the cot starts to move. I squirm. Is this really necessary? Quiet. You're supposed to be playing dead. I scowl at him, which really isn't worth much since he can't appreciate my glare. Doors open and bang shut. Footsteps patter next to my head. We break out through another exit, and I hear the sounds of girls chanting in the distance. Get well soon, Dean. We love you, Dean. I cringe. When we make the final transfer to my SUV and I spring free from the gurney, I glance at Lee. How many of my fans are out there? There was a rumor that you were dead. He shrugs. They came out in droves. A groan works its way up my throat. Just great. Can this day get any worse? He gives me a knowing little smile. Unease winds through my chest. No. Sorry. He puts the car into gear. It's either community service or jail. Lee. Pick Dean. I flip him off. He just pulls on his shades and starts to drive. As silence settles in the cab, I fish my phone from my pocket and unlock it. A photo of Jazz fills the screen. It's from a photo shoot we took a few years ago. Jazz has always been shy in front of the camera. She thinks she doesn't have the right angles for it, whatever that means. Somehow I convinced her to do that shoot with me, and the photographer loved her so much he asked her to take some solo shots. That day, she was wearing big curly hair and glamorous makeup, but it wasn't the fancy styling that made me choose this picture. My thumb slides over her photo. There's wind blowing her hair back. Her head is tilted, chin up, back arched. There's a smile on her face and a vibrant, consuming light in her eyes. Her skin glimmers like dark brown silk, begging for my touch, for my adoration. She's stunning, and it always takes my breath away. That picture looks so weird, she said the first time she saw it on my phone. Choose this one. She'd pointed to a more conventional shot where she wore heavier makeup, straight hair, and a pretty but stilted smile. Nope, this is the one. This is who you really are. And who's that? Powerful. Lee glances at me in the rearview mirror and sees me with my phone. Don't bother checking what's trending. I turned your Wi-Fi off. It's for your own good. Trust me. Yeah, I answer absently as I navigate to my recent calls. Nothing from Jazz. Should I call her? Would she even pick up? The woman's left almost every one of my messages unread. No, it's better to talk to her in person. I stuff my phone back in my pocket and close my eyes. What feels like minutes later, Lee calls out to me, "Dean, we're here." "Where's here?" I ask, wiping my mouth with the back of my hand and stretching my limbs. Lee juts his chin. "I'll leave the car. Don't screw this up. I hear inmates aren't nice to celebrities." I glare at him and climb out of the truck. As I walk through the large doors, I notice a line of cars with their hoods open in various states of disrepair. The scent of gas and oil lingers heavy in the air. A mechanic shop? That's a strange place to do community service. Metal clanks loudly behind me. I turn, spy a man bent over an open hood. "Hello?" He straightens and looks at me. Dirty overalls, dark brown skin, groomed goatee with a hint of grey, large, knowing brown eyes. "Hello," he says, his voice as deep as an oil drum and his gaze slicing through me. "Are you the owner?" "That's right." He dips his chin, a curve to his lips. "I'm Doc." Chapter 4. Dean. I stare at the quiet mechanic, unable to speak. Last year, my friend Stone would not shut up about this guy Doc, who ran a shop just outside the city. Stone's marriage was falling apart, and apparently Doc saved the day. My friend kept ragging on me to jump on the bandwagon. "It really works, man. It's unconventional and it's tough, but it changed me." Desperation made me willing to take him at his word, to cling to something, anything, that would fix what was broken. I came as far as dialing the shop's number, but I never did it. Because of fear, maybe? Because of pride? Stubbornness? Whatever it was, I didn't make the call. I forgot about it. And now Doc is in front of me. Doc tilts his head. The sunshine blasting through the large doors of the workshop illuminates every strand of grey in his hair, every wrinkle around his deep eyes, every oil stain beneath his fingernails. He looks like a man's man, like a stern man, like my father. I go on the defensive immediately. "Can I help you?" Doc asks. "No," I scoff. "No, you can't." His chin dips, and his surveying scan gets a little more intense. "Then what are you doing here?" "I was sent here." I fold my arms over my chest, glance aside, try to look like the top 10 on the Billboard charts Grammy-winning artist that I am. Silence falls around us. It's thick, crawling, uncomfortable. I wince, try to galvanize a response from the mechanic. "Did you hear me?" "I heard you, but that's the wrong answer." He grabs a dirty rag, wipes his even dirtier hands on it. "What do you want from me?" I shrug. "Nothing." Doc nods to the door as he walks past. "You can leave." "Really?" My heart drops and then bounces back up. "Just like that?" "I have no place for people who don't know what they want, or at least know why they're here." He pours himself a drink from the large mug. Looks like water with lemon slices and honey. It sloshes around in his glass and disappears as he drinks it all in one gulp. Annoyance spills through me. I hate being dismissed, and I hate that condescending look in Doc's eyes even more. I don't know why I want to stick it to this strange old man, but suddenly, that's the most important task on my to-do list. I got assigned by the court, I spit out. I have to do my community service here. Why do you have community service? I'm sure you already know, I say through gritted teeth. Doc gives me a blank stare. I sigh. Can't you just give me a wrench or something? I want to get this over with. No. No? I bark out a stunned laugh. Aren't I here to fix cars? Doc rubs his short goatee. For you, I think we'll take the mop. You can start over there. The mop? My jaw drops. Are you serious? As a heart attack. Do you know who I am? I sputter. I don't know who you are, but I know where you are. Beside the mop. He juts his chin at the corner of the room where a bunch of cleaning supplies are leaning lazily like thugs on street corners. Take it or leave. I hear inmates aren't nice to celebrities. Lee's warnings burst through my head. It's either this or jail. Cursing under my breath, I storm off and grab the mop. This is the last thing I need today. I have to find Jazz, talk to her, figure out what's going on between her and that motorcycle jacket guy. I slap the mop on the ground and ram it into the floor. Did she really move on? I dunk the mop in the bucket. Why would she choose him? I slap it on the floor and push. Memories of last night flood my mind. The smarmy smile on Motorcycle Jacket's face. The way his arms wrapped around my wife. The way he pulled her in, like she was his. Like he was claiming her. Like he was enjoying the way her soft body pressed against his. Squelch! I slammed the mop down again. Water floods every direction. I scrub the floor like I'm stabbing that guy in his face. In the background, Doc's trying and failing to start a car. I listen to the way the vehicle shudders to life and then shuts down. The cough of the engine whispers to me, and I stop, lean my elbow on the top of the mop, mumble, "Sounds like the timing jump is off." "It can't be the timing, Doc pauses. "Huh, you're right. I wasn't thinking about that." I return to my violent mopping. "How did you know that?" Doc calls. I shrug. "Just did." Doc continues working on the car. A few minutes later, the engine cranks up like a grumpy old man with a cough. This time, it doesn't shut down. As the vehicle's motor roars, Doc hollers for me. "Come give me a hand to set this thing back up." "Kind of busy," I point to the mop. "If you prefer that kind of work, I have a bathroom that needs cleaning." Doc smirks. "Your choice." I toss the mop immediately. Doc slaps me on the back when I approach him. "You're a mechanic?" "My dad runs a shop." Doc's eyes flash on me as if he can see through to my soul, to what makes me tick, what makes me bleed. I turn away. I don't want to talk about my father. I don't want to bleed. This isn't a freaking therapy session. I won't let him do his sorcery on me. "Should we get to work?" I gesture to the hood, ignoring Doc's pointed look and reaching for the tool pan. We work in silence for a bit. After a beat, Doc leans back and stretches. How'd you wind up doing community service? I punched someone. No offense. Doc looks me over, but it looks more like he punched you. I catch a glimpse of my reflection in the car's windshield and realize that he's right. Both my eyes are bruised, and my jaw looks like someone took a purple marker and drew a big, fat circle on it. I want to tell him, you should see the other guy, but I doubt Doc will buy it. I get the feeling no one's ever pulled the wool over his eyes. There's something too intense about him, about that gaze, something that tells me he can see right through lies like a beam of sharp white light in darkness. I could have taken him, I grumble, but I was drunk. I toss the wrench back into the tool pan. Doc nods at me. The guy didn't like your music? Is that why you punched him? He took what was mine. A song. I say nothing. Doc's edging too close to territory I don't want him anywhere close to. Ah, he figures it out on his own. A woman. His eyes dip to my wedding band and he shakes his head. You and your wife aren't on good terms? I never said that. You didn't deny it either. I grip the car with my dirty fingers. It's none of your business. Never said it was. He turns fully to me. You know, it's hard to steal a car that's treasured and protected by its owner. Doc nods to the rusting hulk of metal in front of us. A vehicle that's ignored and in disrepair is much easier to carry away. Are you saying it's my fault my wife left? I growl, flames burning through my veins and lighting up my chest. Sure, I may have been gone for most of the year, but I left with Jazz's blessing. She wanted me to live my dreams, and in exchange, I never cheated on her, not once, no matter how it appeared. Doc doesn't know what he's talking about. You want to say that again? There's a warning in my tone. I would, but I think you get the point. His cheeky response annoys me even more. Crazy old man. Doc snickers. I scowl harder. Is something funny? Why did you tell me that the timing was incorrect for the car? He asks, smiling like he just struck gold. I glare at him. Well? The way the engine sounded, I grumble. I knew because I heard it. And I laughed. He nudges me aside and dives into the hood again. Because what you just told me explains why you're here. I heard it. He taps his temple. I heard it loud and clear. And why exactly am I here? Doc nods. You'll soon find out. You call that an answer? I call that a polite way to end the conversation. We have work to do. Doc points to the tool pan. Hand me that wrench. Gritting my teeth, I do as he asks. Chapter 5. Jazz. My nails clink nervously against the steaming mug of tea cupped in both palms. Through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the city sprawls out in all its glory. Towering buildings, fluffy green treetops, pedestrians so small they look like ants. From up here, it must be so easy to look down on people, to assume that their lives are as small as they appear from this vantage. How foolish. Every single person on the street has a world that's filled with love and family, trauma and struggle, joys and victories. Every person has their own story, a story that can fill up the world. I clank my fingers against the mug again. People forget, I think, or maybe they willfully ignore the fact that celebrities are just normal people too, and the people who love them are even more normal, ordinary, nothing special. Or maybe that's just the way I feel. The lawyer sits across from me. He's wearing shiny Oxfords and grey and black striped socks, a tailored pants with a crease so crisp it could snap in half, a shirt buttoned all the way to the top, a clean-shaven jaw, eyes that have seen too much greed and hypocrisy. If I had the patience to deal with the drama, I'd be a divorce lawyer. How ironic that two people who were grabbing fistfuls of each other when dating, declaring their undying love for each other in bed, running after each other in airports, chasing buses down, fighting rivals, resolving petty jealousies with kisses and giggles and vows to never hurt each other again. How funny that they'd sit across from each other in these plush chairs, that they'd cross their arms, no part of them touching, a wall of hurt and pain and disgust between them, nothing but bitterness left. The flames of lust and love burned out, gone, leaving nothing but money and ashes. I'd like that. Or maybe the truth is, I'd like to be the person on the other side of the desk, not the one in the couch, not the one holding handfuls of ashes, not the woman I am now. You said you had bad news. I set the tea on the desk, turn it just so, turn it so the handle is pointing left. Yes. He stares me down. His eyes are cold. They have to be, being in this position, charging what he's charging, but it still makes me feel unsteady, unwelcome, like I'm a patient with a doctor who can't recognize my humanity, only my ailment, only a problem that needs solving. This is an issue. He slaps a magazine on the counter, turns to a page near the front. There's a grainy picture of Dean and Jasper mid-fight, bloody knuckles, fists high. The lawyer taps the title of the article. Dean Reese fights with his wife's lover? I gasp and snatch the magazine up. My phone starts buzzing in the silence. A quick glance at the screen reveals my mother's name. Great. Mom must have just found out about the articles. I ignore the call and fold one leg over the other. Hooking my fingers over my knees, I try to appear as put together and unaffected as possible. People only respect those they can't rattle. I learned to be cold and heartless the hard way. I learned that it was the only way to cope. So, what does this have to do with me? I ask primly. That, Mrs. Reese, has everything to do with you. He shakes his head. There's no way you'll win against your husband with this scandal hanging over your head. Jasper is just a friend, I explain. He's not. It doesn't matter what the truth is, only that the appearance of the truth can be used against you. The appearance of the truth? Mrs. Reese. He rounds his desk and sits on the couch facing me. It's none of my business whether you have dalliances outside of your marriage. I didn't. Jasper and I were just talking. He appeared in my life the moment I made the decision to leave Dean. Although I didn't tell him anything about my troubled marriage at first, he kept showing up when I needed someone to be there. His kindness and attention created a perfect distraction, and I eventually admitted what was going on. We're old friends who've recently reconnected. No more, no less. Be that as it may, it will reflect negatively when placed before the judge. Now, if you just want out and you don't care that the defense might drag your name through the mud, we can continue with the divorce suit. But in that case, you won't get a dime. What? I scrambled to my feet. After everything he put me through? After the harassment from his stalker fans? And the ugly comments online? And the shame? I shake my head as fury clouds me. Do you even understand how humiliating it is to have every magazine publicly blaring your husband's scandals in your face? It feels like I'm living in hell, Rob. Hell. After all that, you're saying I'll walk away with nothing? Calm down, Mrs. Reese. It's Jazz, I screech, feeling like my world is pulling apart at the seams. My name is Jazz. Mrs. Reese. He gives me a dark look. I suggest you sit back down so you can listen to the rest of my plan. Nostrils flaring, I stare at him as I slowly reclaim my seat. Given the circumstances, it is not the right time to file for a divorce against your husband. His gaze burrows into my face. It is also not the right time to be living apart from him. I'm not moving back in, I snap. Right now, the world thinks you cheated on Dean Reese. I open my mouth to correct him. He lifts a hand. True or not, you are in damage control mode. You must do everything in your power to prove that this is false, and that means playing the part of the doting wife, at least for a while. I can't believe this. I bark out a laugh. Are you serious? Yes. I'm not an actress. Exactly how far am I supposed to take this ruse? Am I supposed to pretend that everything's all right between me and my husband? I'm not saying you have to move back into his bed. We just need the appearance of a good relationship. We need to be able to say to the judge, look, Mrs. Reese tried to be supportive and did everything in her power to keep her marriage together. That is your case. That is the only way you get what you deserve from the settlement. I rub my forehead briskly. There's no other way? You can leave penniless and be labeled an adulterer. You could have just said no, I growl. He shrugs. It's your call. What do you want to do? How long would I have to put up with him? Right now, Mr. Reese is doing community service. Rob flips through a notepad. Is that correct? I guess. My head bobs numbly. It's not a good look to file a divorce suit on your husband when he's trying to pay his dues and get back on his feet. You'll be vilified. He purses his lips and draws his pen thoughtfully down the page. We'll file the suit when Mr. Reese completes his community service. Fine. I grab my purse and launch to my feet. Mrs. Reese, the lawyer calls. I turn, my fingers digging into my purse. This may be painful and uncomfortable for you. I acknowledge that this isn't the outcome you hoped for or the way you wanted to go about it. He peers at me. But while we make your case concrete, You cannot let your husband know you are filing for divorce. In other words, you want me to play along. Do whatever you have to. He gives me a knowing look. My heart burns like someone lit it on fire. Without a word, I storm out of the office and return to my car. My phone buzzes. It's Mom again. I press ignore and lean my head back. My stomach roils at the thought of going back home, but what other choice do I have? Ramming my foot on the gas, I point my vehicle in the direction of the sprawling acreage where Dean chose to build our home. He wanted a quiet spot close enough to the city that traveling wasn't a chore, but far enough away that he could disengage from the fast-paced lifestyle. I park in front of the castle-like structure with the breathtaking arched windows, sweeping outdoor staircase, and the giant, mega-sized swimming pool. It's something out of a modern fairy tale, a dream. But not everything that glitters is gold. I force myself to climb out of the car. My heels tap against the outdoor marble tile. My heart beats in tandem. I unlock the door, and a memory sweeps me away. "Babe," I shriek with laughter, "put me down." "Never. This is a special moment." "Right, but I can walk." "You don't have to. That's the beauty of being Dean Reese's wife. If I had my way, your feet would never touch the floor." I giggle. "Even so, we've been married for 2 years. I'm not a bride anymore. You don't have to carry me over the threshold." "You'll always be my bride," Dean says, sealing the vow with a kiss. I blink and shake the memories away. Those days are over. We're not those naive young kids anymore. We're hardened, different, distant, and nothing can change that. I head up the stairs and enter the bedroom, throwing my purse on the bed. When is Dean getting here? I have no idea how I'll explain my homecoming. No idea how he'll react. Anxiety makes me sweat. Might as well take a shower before he gets home. I want to be in the right headspace before I talk to him, and nothing helps me get my thoughts together like a warm bath. Stripping off my jacket, I toss it on the bed. My shirt is next, my skirt, my pantyhose. A strange sound reaches my ears. I pause with my hands on the clasp of my bra, tilting my head to make it out. Did Dean come home? Before I can check, the door to the adjoining bathroom bursts open. Hot air billows from the room, and Dean steps out, buck naked. Chapter 6. Dean. No matter how much I scrub, I can't get the grease from under my nails. It's not like I'm obsessed with my image. Not the way some guys religiously follow their weekly manicures and waxing schedules. But I do like a neat appearance. Even before I got famous. Even before it mattered with close-ups in interviews and commercials. When I used to work with my dad, I hated the way the oil would cling to me. I'd go on dates smelling like exhaust and petroleum. The scent followed me around. It wouldn't leave no matter how much I showered. My throat tightens. I'm getting flashbacks, and I'm not in the mood to travel down memory lane to good old Dad. With a sigh, I give up on the attempt and toss the old toothbrush in the trash. Running a hand through my hair, I walk straight past the gel on the counter. I am at home, There's no one to impress here. Not even Jazz. I ignore the lump in my throat when that thought hits me in the chest. Leaving my hair to curl and do its own thing, I step out of the hot bathroom thinking about what I'm going to do for dinner tonight. Suddenly, a vision straight out of my dreams appears in front of me. Jazz stands frozen beside the bed, right where I need her. Sunlight pools over her half-dressed body. I blink again. The vision remains. She's not really here. She's just a figment of my imagination. Just a sexy fantasy. Doesn't matter. She's gorgeous. My gaze flits down her body, hair spilling free, glossy brown skin, flawless, like God dipped her in chocolate and rum, like he took careful time with her. The white cotton bra cups perfect tits. Cotton panties, simple, hassle-free. I don't care. I'm not a fussy man. Fancy lingerie? Whatever. Jazz always looked the best, wearing her bare skin and nothing else. My eyes fall down the rest of her. Big hips, curvy legs, a rear that's always been the perfect size for me to handle, to hike up, to grab and smack. Sweet mercy. My body roars to attention. There's no hiding the desire, no reason to. Dean! Jazz spins away from me, her voice high-pitched and her hair flailing. That looks so real, but it can't be, because Jazz hates me, because she's been living at the beach house alone, because she'd never come back home, strip for me, and wait by the bed for me to throw her on top of it. Never. I'm so delirious with need for my wife, my fantasies seem like reality. That's all it is. I take a step forward. Blood pumps through my veins, pushes south, pushes up. The view of Jazz from behind. Yes. Oh yes. I mean, it's not her. And it's not as good as spreading my gorgeous wife out on my bed, putting my mouth on her, and hearing her scream my name. It's not as good as pinning her up against a wall, bending one of those thick legs around me, ordering her to look at me as I remind her exactly where she belongs. I'm buzzing from the top of my head to my toes. I can already taste the excitement, the release. A fantasy isn't as good as the real thing, but I'll take it. I start to reach beneath my towel when Jazz screams, "Dean, don't you dare! Put your hands up where I can see them!" My body goes cold, then hot. Confusion descends, crowding my head with a million thoughts. Is she really here? My desire pushes against the rationalization. Who cares? Why ruin this perfect moment? Why question a miracle? I force myself to try and think with my other brain for a second. Jazz? I step closer. She stiffens and throws a hand wildly. Stay back! She wobbles to the left, her dark fingers sticking out and patting the ground. Over the bench at the end of the bed, over the mattress. For a second, I wonder what she's doing. Then I realize she's looking for her clothes. With a smirk, I scoop up her blouse and skirt and walk in front of her. Her pink tongue darts out. wets her bottom lip. I catch her eyeing what's below my waist and notice the way her pupils dilate. Irrational pride fills me. Yeah, baby, remember this? Some part of me, the part that's not a caveman, knows better than to voice that thought aloud. Her gaze shifts to the clothes I offer, and she snatches it from me, holding it protectively against her stomach. Like that does anything. She's still Jazz. She's still naked. She's still my wife. We should, she squeaks, clears her throat, looks down at me again, and then looks back up. We should talk downstairs. When I'm... Another stray look. If you keep staring at me like that, Jazz, I'm going to have to remind you that this is yours, that I'm yours, that you're mine. She shakes her head, straightens her shoulders, seems to gather herself. Right. Okay. Downstairs. Sure. I nod, try to hide my smile. My wife is stunning, but she's adorable when she's awkward. Jazz rarely gets muddled. She likes being in control. She likes having everything in place, in order, just so. She likes the power it brings. And I like that about her. Always have. But what I like best is when I have her begging. When I make her forget what control feels like. When I make her loose and open and focused on nothing but me. The thought fills me with adrenaline, and my amusement flees. A battle roars within me. The urge to bend her over. The urge to see just how far she'll let me take it. My wife remains in place, staring at me. I speak in a low, warning tone. Jazz, you better leave now before I do something really shocking. Like what? She plants a hand on her hips, slants me a look of challenge. Doesn't she know she's playing with fire? Doesn't she know that I can break her many times over? My lips inch up. 1. Dean. I drape a finger down her cheek. 2. She doesn't waste any time. Bundling her clothes, Jazz speeds out of the room and slams the door behind her. A sigh whooshes out of my chest. I rub my forehead, letting the stunned silence reign over me. What is Jazz doing here? I wouldn't normally question it. Before the brawl last night, I wouldn't make a peep. I'd just reach for any of the crumbs she gave me and be satisfied to have her back. But something's off. Jazz returned home after I caught her with another man. Unease makes me shove myself in my pants and pull on a t-shirt. Makes me push down the stairs in search of my wife. Makes me pause with distrust instead of melt with relief when I see her standing in front of the stove. I'm making mac and cheese, she says hesitantly, a hand to her collar. She buttoned her shirt all the way up to her neck. She pulled the skirt down a few inches. Like that'll help. Like that'll make her any less desirable. Does she not know that I've spent the past 5 months alone? That no substitute could compare to having my wife? Does she think something as flimsy as clothes would keep her safe from me? I lean against the wall, fold my arms over my chest. My stuff is still at the vacation house, she says in that squeaky voice that screams she's hiding something. Or maybe she's still flustered from our run-in upstairs. Although that would surprise me. It's not the first time Jazz has seen me naked. She keeps talking as if afraid of the silence. Most of my hair products are there, my lotions and stuff. I could buy more, but I don't want to waste money. It's not like the trip will take that long. I'll send someone to get your stuff. No, I'll get it. She ducks her head. Long strands of black hair fall into her face. I said I'll send someone. Dean. I'm afraid if you leave, you won't come back. She freezes, carefully avoids my eyes. I straighten away from the wall. What's going on, Jazz? I told you I'm making... With that guy. I lower my voice. With us. She sets the spoon down carefully. For a moment, I think she'll ignore me. Finally, she sighs. Jasper is just a friend, and we... Her eyes finally lift, finally connect with mine. We're just living in the same house. Jazz. It's nothing more than that, Dean, she says. Turning the stove off, Jazz strides to the guest room and shuts the door. Chapter 7. Jazz. I slam the door behind me and wilt against it, digging my fingernails into the knob. My chest heaves with adrenaline, pumping enough fuel to power a freight train. My heart is about to explode into flames. You better leave now before I do something really shocking. Dean's dark brown eyes had barreled into me, pressed into me. The threat, the warning, the fire. Of course I ran like a coward. A smart woman should know which battles to fight. I know I wouldn't have won that battle. Dean's always been handsome, but he started taking better care of his body when he got famous. Personal trainers, weightlifting, healthy eating, going to bed on time, alcohol on special occasions only. He took to the limelight like he was born for it. And he was. Singing on stage gives him so much purpose, so much life. He's always been protective of it, of the fame, of the company he keeps. He has so much self-discipline in maintaining his shape and appearance, in perfecting the body that women would line up, fight each other, and break into hotel rooms to admire. It's his job. It's what he sells. To them, Dean is a dream. The hottie on the poster, the teasing smile in the commercial, the crooning, sexy voice in their ears. But to me, he's the man who'd roll me over in the middle of the night, the man who stole all the blankets, the man who leaves his dirty socks outside of the laundry basket. He's the man who brought me painkillers when my period cramps hit, the one who took out the trash and fixed leaky faucets and changed light bulbs. My man. Mine. But he hasn't been mine in a long time, and his body hasn't been mine for over 5 months. Still, the memory of it, the sight of it. I think of Dean, water running down his broad shoulders, sunlight hitting his pale skin, droplets sliding over his jaw, down his chest, down his hips to his. Heat barrels through my chest. Get yourself together, Jazz. So my husband's a stud. I knew that. The truth changes nothing. We're still broken. We're still beyond repair. Tingles spread south, and I clamp my thighs together, slapping my face a couple times to rid myself of the impulse. If I give in to my attraction for Dean, I'll be no better than those groupies who tattoo his face on their bodies and chase his tour bus after concerts. I told him that it was over, and I'm sticking to it. There's no way one little peek is going to ruin my plans. My phone rings. It's Mom again. With a sigh, I answer the call. "Hey, Mom," I say wearily. "Now's not really a good... We need to talk. If it's about the articles, I can explain. I have some cookies for Dean." I freeze. "Is that why you've been calling all day? I need to see you." "Mom, I'm busy." "Busy? With what? It's not like you have to work." "I do work, Mom." It's an entry-level job as a paralegal for a corporation. When Dean made it big, we had more money than we knew what to do with, and he told me I didn't have to work. But sitting at home twiddling my thumbs while he lived the rockstar life wasn't my idea of a good time. Plus, a woman's got to have some independence. "Is there a reason you're avoiding me?" "I'm not." I sigh heavily. "You know what? Fine. I'll make the time and I'll be there in 40 minutes. "Good. I'll wait for you." The line goes dead. I groan softly. Mom was raised by a single mother and then ended up becoming one herself. Her dream was for us to break the chain and live a life of luxury, a life where we could hold our head up high. She was hard on us, and sometimes she was hard to love, but she also gave us everything she had. I don't know if it's guilt or habit that makes me fear her still, but seeing her always makes me uneasy. My legs tremble when I sneak out of the guest room and head for the door. 1 step. 2. The front door looms in front of me, so close to freedom. "Going somewhere?" I jump. "Dean!" He studies me intently, arches an eyebrow. "Well?" "Not that it's any of your business," I toss my hair, "but I'm going to my mother's." His eyebrows narrow. "Did you two make up while I was gone?" "She's my mother, Dean. There's nothing to make up." I avoid his eyes. Dean frowns. "I'll take you." "No, I'm good." I give him a quick once-over. He's dressed in a simple blue t-shirt and jogging shorts. His muscles strain against the shirt, and the shorts show off his strong legs. His dark black hair is still slightly curly from the shower. While I'm distracted, Dean snatches the keys from me. "I know how you get after a visit from your mother." "You must be busy." I reach for the keys. He holds it behind him. "I'll take any time with you that I can get." I huff in frustration. My stupid heart just skipped a beat. Idiot. Is that even worth fawning over? Am I that starved for affection that something so simple would move me? Covering my flustered reaction with anger, I glare at him. "I guess I didn't make myself clear earlier. I'm moving in because I have to, but that doesn't give you a right to meddle in my business." His stare turns intense. He steps closer. "Stay back, Dean." I gesture to the space between us. "We're not doing this." "This?" "Everything." I shake my head. "You and me. I haven't changed my mind." He frowns. "I'm worried about you." "I can handle my mom on my own. And even if I can't, that's none of your concern. Stay out of my business and we won't have a problem." I grab the keys from him. Dean doesn't fight to get them back. Making a swift escape, I head outside and jump into my car. My heart thumps like crazy all the way to my mother's house. Dean acting like a sweet husband is too little, too late. And I have bigger things to worry about right now. Like Mom. Like figuring out what she wants. Anxiety overwhelms me until my palms get sweaty and my skin crawls. Way too soon, I park in front of the cramped old house where I grew up. The door swings open and Mom greets me with a brilliant smile. "Hey, Mom." "Hi, baby." She gives me a kiss on the cheek, screams into the open door. "Becca! Our superstar is home!" "Mom, I told you to stop calling me that," I whisper. Mom laughs, ushering me through the front door and presenting me to the worn couch and a rug that's twice my age. "What? It's what you are." "No, Mom. Dean is the superstar." "And you're his wife. His fame is your fame." "No, his fame is my burden to bear." "Mom, please," I whisper, pulling my hand from hers. Footsteps thunk down the stairs, and my sister comes into view. Becca grips the railing, her hair bone straight and cut bluntly at her shoulders, and her lips curled into a sneer. "Well, if it isn't the princess herself." "Becca, don't start," Mom scolds. "My bad." She taps a dark finger against her chin. "Should I call you the adulterer instead?" I scoff. "Really, Becca?" "I already told you to discard that article." Mom rolls her eyes. "You know how the tabloids get. They're always so hungry for a story. Remember that last time when they claimed Dean was having orgies after concerts?" Mom waves her hand as if she's been working entertainment news for 15 years instead of just consuming it. "Total nonsense." "You saw those articles, Mom?" I gasp. It was, somehow, easier to endure the brunt of my shame when I thought it was my own, when I thought I could huddle it to myself and carry it around like a secret scar. But when I think of my mother reading all those cheating allegations and being privy to my humiliation. "Of course she saw the articles," Becca snorts. "She reads everything about her precious son-in-law. Even if he's elbows deep in a blonde, Dean can do no wrong." Becca flops into the couch and stretches her long legs. "The blonde was a crazed fan spewing lies," Mom spits. "His agency said so." "Of course they'll say that. Being a cheater is a bad look. Ask Jazz and her new lover, Jasper." "Becca," I glare at her. "Don't joke like that." "My bad, Mom." Becca scrunches her lips as if she smells something disgusting. "I forgot that if you ever condemn your famous son-in-law, you won't have anything to boast to your friends about." "Well, at least Dean is someone to boast about, unlike that broke drug addict you married. If you had even half of Jazz's common sense and good taste, that bum wouldn't have wiped you of every cent you had." Becca's lips flatten into a thin line. "I'm sorry I didn't marry a celebrity. I'll be sure to order one up next time." "Next time? You think any man would want a woman with all your baggage?" "Mom!" My eyes widen. "You're going too far." Becca's nostrils flare. "No, she needs to face reality. In my day, you didn't divorce no matter how bad things got. You sucked it up and made it work. Kids these days break up for everything. That's why the world's in a mess. At least I got married instead of just opening my legs for the first man who paid my light bills. Becca! I throw my hands up. Would you stop? I made my share of mistakes, Mom growls at Becca, and I tried to teach you two better. But it seems only Jazz learned anything from me. Oh, so my divorce is all my fault? It had nothing to do with the crap you put us through growing up? Go ahead. Blame someone else like you always do. Mom jabs a finger in her direction. That's why you'll never be happy. You're too damn bitter. Becca scowls. Screw this. I'll take my bitter, divorced, no good butt to the gym then. You two can talk about how perfect Jazz and Dean's marriage is without me. Becca, wait. I turn and reach out to her. My sister slaps my hand as she storms past. Mom huffs. She's giving me such a headache, acting like a fool and crying over that man who doesn't give one rat's tail about her. Do you have to be so harsh? It's not my fault she chose a loser for a husband. Now, if she'd been smart enough to snag a man like Dean, she'd be happy. Mom caresses my cheek, just like you. Mom. You're happy, right? Mom stares me down. The wrinkles around her eyes deepen. There's steel beneath her cajoling tone. You wouldn't do anything stupid to jeopardize your marriage, right, Jazz? I bite down on my bottom lip as frustration builds in my chest. Mom, right? Her fingers dig into my cheek with force, and pain slashes through my face. You wouldn't be ungrateful enough to step out on your husband, huh? Not when you have the whole world at your feet. I didn't raise two idiots instead of one, right? Panic trips through my veins. Mom, stop, you're hurting me. She lets me go. I rub my face to ease the throbbing pain. Mom stands and turns away from me, hiding her face. Come pack these cookies and send them back to Dean for me. And make sure you don't give that man any trouble, Jazz. Tears blur in my eyes. My heart breaks silently. Mom, I don't have a perfect marriage. It hasn't been perfect for a while. I can't take this anymore. I'm not happy. I feel like I'm broken down to ashes. But instead of saying any of that, I just say, yes, Mom. Chapter 8. Dean. I cling to the neck of the guitar and strum a chord. The melody pours from the instrument like an aching cry, like an ancient spell, a path my fingers enjoy, despite the calluses it creates. Music was my escape, my refuge, my light in the darkness. Then I met Jazz, and she became all those things for me. I remember when I saw her for the first time. It was at a friend's party. My pockets were empty and my head was filled with dreams. I didn't have the time or the resources to date anyone, especially a woman who looked as classy as she did. We were surrounded by people sniffing drugs and dancing crazy. We were in a storm of youth and ambition and recklessness. And there she stood. Sneakers, glasses, t-shirt and jeans, Nothing like the girls in crop tops and tiny shorts. She was off the dance floor, sitting there looking so painfully out of place, I was immediately drawn to strike up conversation. We couldn't talk inside the loud room, so we went out in the hallway. I remember leaning against the wall and laughing more than I ever had in my life. Since moving out of my father's house to pursue my dreams, things hadn't been easy. I'd couch surfed more than crowd surfed. I'd made more in tips from my valet gig than from my coffee house singing gigs. And I felt like my dad was right. That maybe it was insanity to pursue my dreams of being a singer. That maybe, after 3 years, I wasn't good enough. That it was better to give up and go home to judgment. But that night, I got a new energy. That night, jazz sparked hope back to life. A day later, I caught the attention of a music agent. I didn't sign with them, but it didn't matter. I was so excited, I called everyone I knew at the party to get Jazz's information. I didn't stop until I'd gotten her number. That night, I took her out for dinner, and she made me laugh until I got dizzy. "It's not that funny, Dean," she said with a grin, sipping her drink. "You're right, it's not." "So honest of you." "A fatal flaw." "No." Her gaze lingers on my lips. "The best kind." I smile. "You always make me laugh." "Maybe you're laughing at me." "Never." I shook my head. "I normally choke around women as beautiful as you, but this time..." "But this time?" She arches an eyebrow, smirks. "It's different." I reach for her hand. "You make me feel like there's hope." "There's always hope, Dean. All you have to do is look." A sigh builds in my chest and releases on a whoosh. I peer out the window overlooking the driveway. Jazz's car is still gone. I rub my bottom lip and resist the urge to call her. Instead, I pull out my phone and call Lee. He answers immediately. "What? Is that any way to talk to your golden goose?" I set the guitar back in the stand. "You didn't check up on how the first day of community service went. I figured no news was good news." I let the curtain drop. "Did Stone put you up to that?" "He might have mentioned that Doc has a certain way with fixing cars." "And marriages." I hear a car engine. Perking up, I push the curtain aside again and see Jazz pulling through the gate. "So I set you up. I figured it couldn't hurt to kill 2 birds with 1 stone." "Lee, I need to go." I turn around. "But I need a favor." "As a friend or as an agent?" "It's probably illegal." "Neither then." "I need information on that guy from the bar." "Why? Is he still keeping in contact with Jazz?" "Good friends shouldn't ask questions. You ask me to help you hide a body, I'm going to need to know if you were stupid enough to leave any evidence before I become an accomplice," Lee says. "Come on." "Dean, spit it out. What's the reason?" "He's been liking all her pictures online," I mumble, glancing at the window again. Jazz is still parked out there. She hasn't come out of the car. "You stalked Jazz's social media accounts?" "She's my wife." Stalking is stalking, Dean, Lee hisses. I squeeze my eyes shut and think of all the thirsty comments Jasper da One has been leaving under Jazz's photos. He's not subtle at all, and it pisses me off to think that Jazz was meeting him. I need a good reason, and I need you to find it. I'm not a PI, Dean, but you know where to find one. You're more trouble than you're worth. What's that? I've made you and the company so rich, you'd gladly do this morally grey favour for me? I peek outside again. Jazz still hasn't climbed out. My heart stirs. Visiting her mother always leaves her in a mess. How many times has her mother summoned her while I'm on tour? I imagine Jazz sitting in her car alone on dark nights, a huge house looming in front of her. But rather than go in, she sits in her car for hours. My heart pinches. Lee sighs from the phone. Watch yourself, Reese. You're working my patience. Thanks, Lee. I appreciate the compliment. Contact me when you have it. I hang up. Trotting down the stairs, I reach for the front door confidently. Then I stop. Hesitate. Before we fell apart, I would have flown outside in a heartbeat. Now, I'm not so sure Jazz would appreciate my interference. Would she rather be alone? I don't know what my wife needs anymore. The thought unsettles me. Just then, I hear keys clanking, and the lock turns, swings open. I swallow hard as Jazz plods into the foyer. Her head's hanging lower than a broken tree branch. Her chin scrapes against her collarbone. Strands of her hair dangle in front of her face. She walks with her shoulders hunched and the telltale puffiness of tears. My arms ache to hold her, to comfort her, to be there. But I keep them at my sides. She told me not to interfere in her business. Jazz sniffs, and her gaze skitters away when she spots me. Dean! Hey, my voice is soft. Are you okay? Of course. Why wouldn't I be okay? Her eyes are sharp. Her words are even sharper. Who is this woman? Who is this broken, bitter girl standing in front of me? She wasn't like this before. When we were dating, Jazz was always smiling, always happy, always singing, even though she couldn't sing for crap. Before we were married, Jazz would call me first, no matter what, happy, sad, angry. She was always full of words. She poured them over me like oil. She let them drip down my skin and seep into my heart. She trusted me to hold her words, and so she never held back. Now it feels like I'm pulling teeth. I shuffle my feet. What did your mother say? She shoves a pan into my stomach. She wanted you to have this. What are they? Cookies. Jazz strides past me. I turn. Jazz. She freezes. Feeling like I did the day I first asked her out, I stammer. Oh, have you eaten? Would you like to have dinner? I'll make my own. I was thinking of making pasta. You don't have to announce it to me, Dean. I already told you. She whirls around, flames in her eyes. Your life is your life. Just leave me alone so I can live mine, okay? Jazz, I want to be there for you. I want to do that now that I'm here. Now, huh? Her fingers curl into her purse. Where were you when my mom was sick and I had to drop out of law school to work and pay her bills? You weren't there for me then, so don't pretend to be here for me now. That's not fair. I narrow my eyes. I went on tour and accepted every gig. I worked myself to the bone so I could help you out with that debt. Even after Mom's loan was paid off, you were always on tour, so don't you dare use that as an excuse, Dean. I'm not an idiot. What did you prefer, Jazz? You wanted me to stay with you and live in squalor when I had a perfect opportunity to bail us out? As your husband, I took on that responsibility. Is that so hard for you to grasp? Why can't you just say thank you? Oh, so now I'm ungrateful? Don't twist my words, Jazz. I scowl. All I'm saying is that your mom's debt got paid off because of that tour. My career is still paying for your crap. This house, your 2 cars, the fancy clothes you're wearing. It's because I almost killed myself working 24 hours back then, and I'm still dragging my butt up at dawn until dusk right now. Don't you think I'm tired too? You really don't see anything wrong, do you? She scoffs. Fine. From now on, I'll buy my own clothes and you can have your stupid cars. Would that make you happy? Of course not. I don't care about the money, Jazz. I run a hand through my hair. This fight isn't what I wanted, but like a train running off the tracks, I'm powerless to stop it. No, you've made yourself very clear. Jazz, save it. She holds up a hand. That's enough for tonight. I don't think I can stand another minute with you right now. My heart burns like someone took a hot metal rod and whacked me on the chest. The feeling intensifies when Jazz storms away and her door slams shut. Frustration nips at my heels. I didn't mean to start a fight. I was just trying to be nice. Even after she treated me like crap all morning, I figured I'd hold out the olive branch and make her night better. Her mom always stresses her out. There's something about her family that leaves her drained. I thought I could make her smile the way she did for me all those years ago. Instead, she bit my head off and threw an old argument in my face. So much for putting in the extra effort. Angrily, I storm to the kitchen and fill a pot of water. But I'm so irritated, I end up throwing the water out and leaving the pot in the sink. I'm not even hungry anymore. Storming up the stairs, I return to the music room where I pick up my guitar and angrily strum the chords. For so long, I wanted my wife. But now that she's here with me, now that she's downstairs and close enough for me to walk down and touch, I don't feel any relief. I feel like I'm living with a stranger. Chapter 9. Dean. The next morning, the house is silent. I pace the hallway in front of the guest room before I have the courage to knock. Jazz. I rap my knuckles on the door. No response. Jazz? I ease the door open and peer inside. The bed is neatly spread. Sunshine tiptoes over her empty dresser and closet. Hangers swing forlornly with no clothes on them. That reminds me, I need to hire someone to pack up Jazz's things and move them back into the house. She'll probably scold me for it, but after last night, I've decided that I'm going to do whatever the hell I want to. She can scream at me all she wants. Stubborn woman. She probably will scream at me when she finds out I meddled. It's too bad I don't have 2 dams to give. The Dean Reese that I am today, the one with money and power, can take care of her a lot better than the poor, broke Dean who could only afford a cheap motel near the beach for our honeymoon. First, I hit the gym for my usual 2 hours of weightlifting, and then I make the call to the movers. The arrangements take less than 5 minutes to confirm. After breakfast, I check if my name is still trending online. Relief washes through me when I see I've fallen from the top 10. Normally, that would fill me with anxiety. In a job that relies on the spotlight, falling out of the public eye is the same as career suicide. But in this case, I'm glad the world has such a short attention span. I want to put that fight with motorcycle jacket far behind me. Finishing my coffee, I set the cups in the sink and check my watch. Jazz still isn't back yet. It's too early for her job at the office. Where is she? I roll my phone around on the table. Should I call her? In the end, I slide the phone into my pocket and grab my car keys. I'm not in the mood to fight, and I have a feeling Jazz will find some way to jump down my throat if I catch her at a bad time. I'll see Jazz tonight, and I'll talk to her then. Striding into the garage, I climb into the Jag and take off on the open road. When I arrive at Doc's shop, I expect him to fawn over my ride. Instead, he just gives me a bored look and points to the tool pan. Wrench. Are we actually going to use a wrench today? He arches an eyebrow. Why wouldn't we? Nothing. I smirk and follow him to the car we're working on. To my surprise, hours pass and Doc really doesn't say anything. We overhaul an engine and suspend it from chains. We check the valves, consult the scanner. It's hard, back-breaking work. By the time we cut for a short break, I'm sweating bullets. Doc pours himself a glass of his honey water, and then he also pours one out for me. Thanks. He nods, takes a sip. After a beat, he sets the glass down. All right, back to work. Shock fastens my feet in place. Doc glances back. What? You're exhausted already? That's it? He turns fully. I've been here all day. I'm aware, Mr. Reese. I frown. I've been working. Is that a complaint? Doc walks back to the car. I follow him. Why haven't you given me any advice yet? All day you've been silent. I shake my head disbelievingly. I already spoke to my agent. I know I'm here for counseling. Is that what he said? Doc chuckles. I grab the wrench and willfully hand it over. How come you're treating me like I'm actually here for community service? Because that's why you're here, Mr. Reese. It's more than that, I insist. His dark eyes gleam as he sizes me up. I wasn't sure you were ready. Ready? To ask for help. I rub the back of my neck. Does any guy want to ask for help? Nope, Doc grunts as he removes a stubborn valve. That's why they usually learn how to drive a car when they're speeding down the highway. That's why they end up destroying what they're supposed to protect. There it is. What? The analogies. Doc smirks. I'll take that as a sign that you're asking. I'm just confused. I lean against the car and think about Jazz's behavior last night. I really love this woman, even if she drives me crazy. Have you talked to her lately? More like we fought lately. Doc hands the wrench back to me. Why? I have no idea. I shrug. She dug up the past and threw it in my face like she wanted it to cut me. Go on. It drives me crazy because she looks at me with these eyes that beg me to hug her. But when she opens her mouth, she just pushes me away. It's like I'm always in the wrong. I shake my head. But I don't see what she has to complain about. I love her. I provide for her. I'm faithful to her. That alone. I huff out a breath. Do you know how many guys in this industry are cheating on their wives? Multiple times a day. How many? Doc frowns. A lot. I snort. Almost everyone. But I'm different. I never invite a woman into my room when I'm on tour, despite what the gossip blogs say. I honor my vows, even when Jazz drives me up a wall. I'm doing everything right. Doc points to the tool pan. Scanner. I hand it over and keep talking. She's the one that left. She's the one who ran off with Jasper. I spit out the name. She's the one who always complains when all I do is work and take care of her. Your wife, does she tour with you? No, not really. I spin my wedding band around my finger. She also values her privacy, so I try not to bring her up too much in the media. Although she seems to have forgotten that I'm keeping our private lives separate for her. Before things got really bad, Jazz was snapping at me for not mentioning her in interviews. Doc fixes a clamp. That's her biggest complaint? That you don't mention her to the press? She's jealous too. Does she have a reason to be? No. I'll admit, my fans are enthusiastic. There was an unfortunate incident with someone breaking into my hotel room. I wave my hands. But nothing happened with that girl. And I told Jazz that. She says she believes I'm innocent, but she acts like I'm guilty. Have you tried to address those fans? Only when they break the law. To be honest, I can't stop them. Like it or hate it, it's just the nature of what I do. Doc taps the scanner in his hands. Do you know what womanese means? I shake my head. Womanese is the language a woman speaks. What your wife is saying from her mouth isn't really what she's saying. She speaks from her heart, but she covers it with words from her lips. Not Jazz. I lean on the hood. My wife means exactly what she's saying. Both yes and no. When she says something, it's usually smoke, and smoke indicates there's a fire. What she says from her mouth is being fueled by a much larger problem. All right, I'll bite. I fold my arms over my chest. What is she really saying when she complains about women being too close to me? It's not like I can control them. What does she expect? Whenever a woman feels this way, there are 2 questions she needs you to lovingly answer. He holds up a peace sign. The most important one is the question of trust. She's saying she feels uncomfortable and she doesn't trust you or the women coming around you. And 2, I tip my chin in challenge. The second is a spin-off question. He returns his attention to the car. Who is your priority? She wants to be reassured that the answer is her. Responding to that rather than responding to what she says from her mouth means you're touching her heart. It tells her that you love her. I groan. Cars are simpler. I nod to the dusty engine. Women should come with scanners. Dean, you are the scanner. Doc slaps my shoulder. Like anything, it gets easier with practice. Fine. Say I learn womanese. How does that fix the problem? What do I do? I don't know. Doc wipes his hands on his overalls. It's your job to come up with a solution. You have until tomorrow. That's it? We're done for the day? Yeah. Still stunned, I start to turn away when Doc calls me back. And Dean? I spin, face him. Trust is easy to destroy, but it's very hard to build. Keep that in mind when you come up with solutions. That's real helpful, Doc. Of course. Feeling more confused than before, I head to my car, wondering how I'm supposed to fix a problem I don't feel I caused. Chapter 10. Jazz. I'm afraid we'll have to let you go. The blonde HR rep tries and fails to keep a straight face. Her words drag with fake sincerity. Her eyes are sparkling too hard to convey any regret. I'm fired. My heart slams against my ribs. Why? It's just a little too distracting to have you in the office. She gestures to the cubicles outside. Distracting? We're a respected law firm, and we have a high moral code for our employees. I bite down on my bottom lip to keep from spilling the secrets of all the illicit inter-office affairs. Look, if this is about those articles... It's not just that. She waves away my words. Red-painted fingers match the fire engine scarlet on her lips. You also lied to us. My eyelashes fan up and down. You said that your name was Jasmine Pierce, not Reese. Pierce is my maiden name. You purposefully deceived us and led trouble to our door. Trouble? We've been fielding reporters all morning. She juts a long finger at the landline. Our phones have been ringing off the hook with journalists asking about your affair. Our shareholders want to know what's been going on in our offices. Heat blazes through my cheeks. Humiliation and anger mix in my chest. a whirlwind, a hurricane. I want to cry and scream at the same time. Trembling with conflict, I yell instead. This is ridiculous! I'm good at my job. Yes, but sometimes that's not enough. She smiles grimly. Your personal affairs are too complicated. My personal affairs aren't complicated at all. Those rumors are false. And your husband is Dean Reese. Why is that an issue? I can't control who I'm married to. She folds her fingers together and leans over the desk, giving me that look I've come to hate. It's condescension and envy rolled into one. It's a look that says, I wish I had your life, so I'm going to tear you down to make myself feel better. People always assume that I have it easy because my husband is famous and rich. They always assume my life is nothing but rose petals and sparkling champagne. It's a lie, and yet they all believe it. They all resent me for it. Just call me Jazz, I snap. Mrs. Reese. She tilts her head and pushes up her glasses with her middle finger. If I was married to a man like Dean Reese, I wouldn't be slaving as a paralegal for pennies on the dollar. Why don't you, she makes a shoe gesture, go shopping with all your celebrity friends and pop champagne on your $1 million yacht? I grit my teeth. You have no idea what you're talking about. Maybe so. She tilts her head, pastes another completely unsympathetic smile on her face. But the decision is final. Please leave or you will be escorted out. The heat in my face travels down to my chest, spreads, blisters. An irrational urge grows within me. I want to sweep everything off this woman's desk and watch it crash to the floor. I want to haul a baseball bat around and knock those fancy certificates off the walls. I want her to see me. Me. Just Jazz. Without the shadow of Dean's fame hanging over my shoulder. But I don't. I fist my hands, turn swiftly on my heels, march out of the office. The heated buzz of conversation slows when I head down the hallway. My coworkers poke their heads out of their cubicles like turtles emerging from their shells. Friends I sat with at lunch watch me like they don't know me, like they're in awe of me, like I've become someone better overnight. Because the regular old me wasn't exciting enough, good enough, worthy enough to receive this adoration. I've transcended in their eyes. Because my husband has fans who know his birthday and eye color and height. Because my husband has shiny trophies on his wall and in his shelves. Because my husband is somebody. And I'm just someone by association. My heart drags all the way to my toes. Each step feels like a march to exile. I don't know why, but I want to cry. The emotions crumble into a ball in my chest, taking up the space where my heart should be. Expanding and expanding, pushing at my tear ducts. I swallow hard and quicken my steps, rushing for the exits. I'm in the elevator, then I'm downstairs, then I'm pushing through the golden doors, and stepping out into the sunshine. Except I'm still cold, hollow, empty. Yet another precious thing that I own, that I worked hard for, got stolen by my husband, by the shiny, pretty, glittering orb of fame that's ugly and rotten inside. A tear falls. I angrily swipe it away.
Mrs. Reese!
A sleazy-looking man with a bad comb-over jumps in front of me. His beady eyes take me in from the top of my head to my feet. His bomber jacket rustles as he snaps a picture of my face.
Is it true that you are having an affair with an old classmate?
His voice booms over the street. Pedestrians stop and look. Joggers, employees, mothers, children. They all stare at me.
Get out of my face!
I lift a hand and storm past the journalist.
Is it true that you haven't been living with your husband for almost half a year?
He screams at the top of his lungs.
Are you considering a divorce?
I quicken my step. He follows me.
Mrs. Reese!
Didn't you hear the lady? A deep voice rumbles. Back the hell up. I turn swiftly, gasp when I see a pair of familiar brown eyes. Jasper? He smirks at me.
Hey, Jazz.
The reporter squirms in Jasper's grip.
Let me go.
Sure. Jasper shoves him. The man stumbles across the pavement. With an easy grin, Jasper grabs my hand and nods pointedly at my heels.
You can run in those things? Let's go.
He pulls me along. We sprint through the streets. The wind blows straight into my face and sends my dark hair streaming behind me. Adrenaline pumps through my chest and skitters through every vein. Jasper glances behind his shoulder, his eyes meeting mine for a second. I smile to let him know that I'm okay, that I'm better than okay, that the weight in my chest just got a little smaller. He steers me into a tiny hole-in-the-wall cafe and leads me to a chair all the way at the back. Pulling up a menu, he covers his face and murmurs,
I think we lost him.
I think so too. I laugh breathlessly. A waitress stops by our table, and Jasper drops the menu to nod at her.
I'll have coffee. Black. Jazz?
Just some water. She nods and trots off, looking harried and overworked. Jasper slouches in the booth.
That happen often? Running through the streets in heels?
I tease.
Reporters assaulting you?
No, it's only because of... I wince and glance away from him.
Because of the allegations that you and I are having a hot, passionate affair?
He grins and winks at me. I smirk.
Hot and passionate? Look at us.
He gestures between the table.
Wouldn't it be?
I squirm, glance down at my lap. Jasper.
It was just a joke, Jazz.
He reaches across the table, pats my hand.
Don't worry.
I pull my hand back. So what are you doing here?
Came to check on you.
He throws his arms on the back of the booth and studies me.
I wanted to make sure we were cool.
Of course. Why wouldn't we be?
Because I didn't see you at my party last night. Oh! I smacked the middle of my forehead. That was last night? Jasper, I completely forgot.
Ouch.
A lot has been going on. It wasn't intentional. Trust me.
If you really feel bad, you should make it up to me.
Why would I do that?
Because I'm your oldest friend and you owe me?
I laugh hard. Aren't you the one who owes me? I distinctly remember saving your scrawny butt from bullies in middle school.
You didn't save me, he argues. It was all going according to plan.
They had you in a fetal position behind the trash cans. He chuckles.
Okay, fine. You're right. I was getting pounded.
His eyes soften.
The next thing I know, this beautiful girl rushes in and sends them running.
Yeah, well, that was back then when I had no fear.
There's still fight in you, Jazz,
he whispers. I sigh. Really? Because right now, it feels like I'm the one taking the beating.
Then let me protect you this time. I'm a bodyguard by profession, you know.
Jasper stares into my eyes, his hand inching over the table to cover mine.
I can do that.
Jasper, I whisper urgently. I'm married.
Didn't you say you were getting divorced?
There's too much hope in his voice, too much excitement in his eyes. I glance away. It hasn't gone through yet.
I know.
He smiles sadly. Then you know we can't do this.
But you feel it too, don't you?
His eyebrow arches. My heart thuds erratically. All I feel right now is unease and guilt. Thanks for the save. I climb out of the booth and put some distance between us. Sure, Jasper's an attractive man, but the solution to my problems is not more men. I'm smart enough to see that much.
Wait.
No, I'm done waiting. I'm done relying on anyone to take care of me. From now on, I'm protecting myself.
Jazz.
I set a 20 on the table. Lunch is on me. See you around, Jasper. Chapter 11. Dean. I park in our sweeping garage and notice that Jazz has gotten home too. She spots me driving in and turns swiftly, hurrying to enter the house through the side door. Jumping out of my car, I sprint to catch up with her.
Hey.
Hey. She barely glances over her shoulder. I match her stride.
You're home early.
Yup. She heads to the guest room.
Are you hungry? Do you want any?
The offer gets cut short when Jazz slams her door in my face.
Lunch?
Damn. This woman is pushing me away with everything she's got. How am I supposed to interpret her language when she won't talk to me? Should I just give up? The thought flies away quickly. I meant what I said to Doc. I love my wife. I want my wife. My career's put me in the path of many beautiful women. I've had plenty of opportunities to taste a bunch of different flavors than just one. But I made a vow to her, and I'm the kind of idiot who keeps his promises. I swore I'd be committed to Jazz until death, and that's what I'm going to do. Even if she's doing her best to make me question that decision. I turn away from her door and start to walk away when it bursts open. Jazz appears in the doorway.
What are you wearing?
I glance at my oil-stained t-shirt and dirty jeans.
Did you go see your dad or something?
She asks.
I'm doing community service.
Her eyes widen.
At a garage? Yeah, I'm working for this mechanic named Doc. It's a long story.
I shake my head.
I haven't heard from my dad since his last lecture about what a mistake I made leaving home.
She nods.
Okay.
Jazz. I step forward when she starts to close the door again. She looks at me, her shoulders slumped and her eyes downcast. Exhaustion lingers in the frizz of her hair and the droop of her plump lips.
About going on tour when your mom was sick.
I blow out a breath, stare at the floor.
I'm sorry. You were going through a lot back then, and I didn't even realize it. I was too focused on myself to see it.
My hands press against my side.
I told myself I went on tour to help you, that I wanted to make money so I could provide for you. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized that wasn't true. I wanted to go, even though you were hurting. All I could see at that time was an opportunity I couldn't let go.
Blowing out a breath, I admit.
Looking back, I remember that I didn't check in with you enough. I talked about me a lot and barely made sure you were doing okay. I was so dazzled by the dream that had finally come to life that it blinded me.
Pursuing music has always been my goal. Always. And my desire for a future doing what I love has always been a problem between me and my dad. I was desperate to prove to him that I could make this work, that he was wrong when he called me a failure. My marriage had to pay the price for my ambition. I see that now. It's so clear it makes me feel stupid. Analyzing last night's fight from a defensive place made me frustrated with Jazz, and I was, honestly, wondering if we had broken beyond repair. After talking to Doc, I tried thinking about what Jazz said during our fight. I tried to figure out what was in her heart, where the fire was really burning beneath all that thick, toxic smoke. I peered beneath Jazz's snappy words to the hurt she felt. It helped me to fix my perspective.
I'm sorry, Jazz.
I rubbed the back of my neck with my hand.
This apology should have been done a long time ago.
Silence settles between us. I glance up and notice Jazz staring thoughtfully at the ground. She says nothing, but it's no surprise. I didn't offer this apology expecting to glue us back together in 1 second.
Jazz?
Yeah? She runs a hand through her hair and shuffles back.
I'll have lunch ready in an hour, okay?
She sighs. Dean, I'm not
asking.
Backing up, I point to the kitchen.
You don't have to eat with me. Just eat something.
She looks like she wants to argue. I narrow my eyes.
Jazz.
Fine. She closes the door. I rub my chin thoughtfully as I head upstairs to change. The bedroom looks like a bachelor is living here. Dirty clothes strewn on the floor, bed unmade, curtains drawn. If Jazz saw this, she'd be livid. She always nagged me about my socks piling up outside the hamper. She was always insistent we keep the bedroom clean.
It's supposed to be our refuge. We can't have it looking like a wreck.
My chest aches. It's hard to believe the woman I want is right downstairs, and yet she feels so far away. I tear out of my t-shirt and take a shower. After trying and failing to get the oil smell out of me, I head downstairs to make a simple lunch of steak and potatoes. I'm hoping the scent of frying meat teases Jazz out of her cave, but the guest room door remains locked. I sit alone around the table with my meal, surrounded by all the things I own, and feeling like I have nothing at all. Just then, my phone rings. Lee. I pick up.
What did you find? His name is Jasper Fuentes. He works as a professional bodyguard, and he recently moved to the city. They knew each other in middle school and were close until college. Most people thought they were dating, but Jazz denied those allegations, insisting they were just friends. You're thorough. People start running their mouths once money's involved. It's not that hard. So they're old friends.
I breathe out in relief.
I'm glad that night was an isolated incident.
Lee goes quiet. Unease prickles my skin. I sit up.
It was, right? So I had someone tailing Fuentes. You stalked the guy? You stalked your wife, Lee mumbles. I thought it was fair game. What did you find? It could be nothing. Lee, I'm just giving you the facts.
I dig my fingers into my palm.
Spit it out. Fuentes showed up at Jazz's work today. There was a light scuffle with a reporter. A reporter? Why is there a reporter showing up at Jazz's work? Not sure.
I nod.
So what happened with Fuentes? He grabbed Jazz's hand and they ran off together. I'll send you the photos.
My phone vibrates. I hesitate before opening the pictures. There's Jazz, sunlight in her skin, sparkling in her eyes, dazzling from her smile. She's holding Jasper's hands mid-sprint. He's looking back at her as they share an excited smile. They look like a couple for a Macy's commercial. Darkness roils through my body, tugging at my hair like a puppeteer. I whip my head to the left, glaring at Jazz's door.
What else? They were seen escaping into a cafe together. According to my sources, they looked cozy.
I grit my teeth.
Are they dating? That can't be confirmed.
Lee pauses.
But it's clear from the fact that he keeps hanging around that he's interested.
I glance at Jazz's door. Is she?
Don't do anything stupid, Dean,
Lee warns.
We don't know the facts. Keep tailing them. If that guy is after my wife, I want to know everything about him. What he eats, where he sleeps, what he does for a living. I want to know where he bleeds. Dean, call me when you find out.
I hang up on Lee. Anger burns in my veins, but I don't exactly know who it's directed at. Jasper Fuentes for trying to steal my wife right from under me? Jazz for being swept away by it? Me for letting things get this bad? The house feels stuffy. The walls are closing in. I need out, air, a minute. Leaving my dishes in the sink, I head outside to the pool. It's a gorgeous day. Blue skies, puffy clouds. Bright sunshine slicks the trees and the beach chairs in yellow light. I tear my clothes off and jump in, swimming a couple laps in the hopes that the exertion will get my mind off the drama. When I emerge, I see a figure standing at the edge of the pool. Jazz. She's changed out of her work clothes, the usual blazer, blouse, and pencil skirt. Instead, she's got her hair scooped up into a ponytail. A slinky tank top clings to her chest. Sinful shorts expose her toned brown legs that stretch from here to the ocean. At the sight of her, a mixture of desire and fury ignites in my chest. She rubs her arms in discomfort. About the food, she shrugs, glances away. And the apology. Her bottom lip gets trapped between her teeth. Thanks. Don't mention it. She nods once, turns as if she'll leave. You should join me. The words rip out of my mouth before I know what I'm doing. I kick my legs and the water splashes. We paid so much for this pool, and we hardly ever use it. You paid so much for this pool. She folds her arms over her chest. And it's not a good idea to swim right after you eat. Scared? Of catching cramps? Yeah. She rolls her eyes. Of being close to me. I tilt my head, level her with my best smolder. Afraid you won't be able to control yourself? You're not that impressive, Dean. I remember you having a very different opinion, Jazz. If I recall correctly, on our honeymoon, you said, I know what I said, she snaps. You don't need to repeat it. Nothing's changed. Everything's changed, she huffs. And I was completely inexperienced back then. I know. Her eyes sharpen. You're smug because you deflowered me? I taught you everything I know, I smirk. And we discovered a lot of new things together. Her nostrils flare. It doesn't matter. That was a long time ago. Exactly. I gesture to the pool. We're just roommates, right? So there's no harm in you getting in. She narrows her eyes, puffs her chest out. Unless that was all talk. I arch both eyebrows. Jazz shifts from side to side. Unless you didn't mean any of it. Her breathing deepens. This woman has no right to look so stunning when she's angry. Her eyes convey everything she's feeling. The wrestle of her pride and her common sense. Her stubbornness. Her need to be right. To prove me wrong. I hold my breath, waiting to see what she'll do. She lifts her chin. You really want to play this game? What game? I'm just inviting my roommate out for a swim. Fine. Jazz snatches the bottom of her blouse and hauls it over her head. She unhooks her shorts, shimmies it down her legs, kicks it aside. The cocky smirk on my lips drips away. My body revs to life. Every nerve pulls me toward her. She unhooks her chain from her neck. Drool gathers in my mouth as I watch her, my gaze fastened on all her exposed skin. She's gorgeous. So incredibly sexy. My heart thunders in my chest as she shoots me a defiant look and steps in. Chapter 12. Jazz. I let him goad me. Even when I saw exactly what he was doing, I fell for it. The water shocks me as I dip my elbows in. I force myself to keep going, keep moving, keep myself steady, despite that long, heavy look Dean's giving me from the other side of the pool. He's an intimidating kind of intense, a hawk sizing up his dinner. Except I'm no mouse. Not here, not now. I'm a lone eagle. The water laps at my knees, swallows my thighs, stops at my midsection. I shiver despite the bright sunshine, despite the heat that erupts in me when Dean licks his lips. My eyes fixed on his mouth, pink, firm, so skilled, hot in its duality, perfectly capable of being tender or rough. Keep your head in the game, Jazz. Dean threw down the gauntlet. He challenged me to prove that I'm capable of resisting him, that I'm over him, that he no longer matters to me. And I accepted that challenge because I lost my job today. And it's his fault. It's just another piece of me that's collateral damage in Dean Reese's war to take over the world. Well, I'm taking something back today, even if it kills me, even if it tears me up from the inside. Because it does. This sword is double-edged, perfectly poised to stab me in the heart. His sincere apology made me vulnerable. He turned me upside down and shook me out like a dress on a clothesline. And now I'm softer in the places where I should have been hard and unbending. I know it. I feel it. There's a part of me that comes alive as I stand here half naked in a pool with my husband. A part of me that remembers hot, sweltering nights, bodies tangled, fingers intertwined, grabbing, stroking, raking over backs and necks and hearts. I remember, and each hot memory pushes against my strength. I keep walking until I'm fully submerged. Standing on the tips of my toes is the only way to keep my head above water in the pool. It's not the same for Dean. He's so tall that the water barely covers his chest. I try my best not to stare at that part of him. The tattoos are distracting. So's the swath of dark hair that disappears down to his swimming trunks. Awareness tightens the air between us, plucks it tight like the strings of Dean's favorite guitar. This won't end well. Even as the quiet voice whispers through my head, I don't back away. Anything unusual happened today? Dean steps toward me, his voice dark. No, it didn't. But even if it did, it's none of my business. His lips twitch. I've heard that. I try to ignore the way the sunlight turns his deep brown eyes to honey. Try to ignore the way the water crimps his hair and forms loose, wavy curls. Try to ignore the broad shoulders that look wide enough to hold my entire world. The pool ripples as he swims closer. Because we're roommates. Exactly. I dive beneath the waves, submerge in the water. But I keep my eyes open. I'm diving, but I need to know where I'm going. I have to see in front of me, or I might hit a wall. When I emerge, I expect to be far from Dean. To my surprise, he's closer now than he was before. I gasp for breath and rake my hair out of my eyes, pushing the strands back. I'm due for another trip to the salon, which is the only reason I'm getting my hair wet today. Dean folds his brawny arms over his chest. Tattoos ripple and climb. His eyes bore into me, through me. They dig deep into my soul, stirring up the waters and prowling through everything I'm trying so hard to hide.
"Why did you come home, Jazz?"
he whispers. My heart throws itself toward him, over and over, like a crazed bull trying to break out of its pen. "The beach house."
"There's nothing wrong with the beach house."
He looms closer. So close I can feel the heat of his body. So close I have to tip my chin up to meet his eyes.
"The movers checked everything when they were packing your stuff. There's no leak, no fire, no busted pipes."
He arches an eyebrow.
"So think very carefully before you answer."
I glare at him. "You moved my stuff?"
"I did."
"I told you I'd handle that."
"Well, now you don't have to."
He inches toward me.
"I'm here to take care of you."
He stops.
"And don't change the subject."
I hop back, my legs bobbing in the water. He's too magnetic. Something inside me still yearns for him, even after everything he's put me through. I hate that weakness. I resist it as best as I can.
"We're not having this conversation."
I whirl around, plant my wet palms on the hot tiles outside the pool.
"I'm not letting you go, Jazz."
Dean's voice is quiet and determined behind me. I splash back into the pool. "Excuse me?"
"I don't care what I have to do to keep you by my side. There's no way in hell that I'm letting you walk out of my life."
He presses me up against the side of the pool. His body is hard against me. His voice is a dark threat.
"And anyone who tries to take you away will pay for it."
"I'm not your property, Dean." He wraps his fingers around my waist, lifts it out of the water, holds it up between us.
"As long as you're wearing this ring, you are mine."
I wrench my hand back. He raises his own hand and shows me his wedding ring.
"And this means I belong to you. Only you."
He lowers his head. A brawny hand wraps around my waist and holds me in place.
"Fight it all you want. I'm just letting you know where I stand."
Silence descends on us, but it's sharp and fiery. Our eyes lock in a brutal collision, neither of us turning away. My heaving chest brushes against his. Heat pools between my thighs, a dark, throbbing sensation that overwhelms me. I fight the urge to wrap my legs around him, to slide my underwear aside, to take and give and punish. I want to make him pay for being so cocky, for assuming he can take what he wants just because his last name is on my passport and his ring is on my finger, for making me burn even when I'm angry at him. Dean cups my jaw. His hand is so big that his middle finger brushes my earlobe. He swipes his thumb slowly over my bottom lip.
"I'm coming for you, Jasmine Reese."
My breathing is hard, erratic. The pulse hammering in my neck is now moving south. I hate him. I hate his face. I hate that curly brown hair that's just long enough for me to grab and hold on. I hate those thick eyebrows that arch over gorgeous brown eyes. I hate that straight nose, that rugged jawline that's carved from gold. Those lips that press into a firm, determined line. I hate those broad shoulders, those stupid abs, that charisma that can seduce a room full of women, that can make each one of them believe he's in love with them and no one else. This man is evil. A corner of his lips ticks up. I'm going to do everything I can to understand where I hurt you. And I'm going to bring you back to me. I'm going to put us back where we belong, because you're the most precious person in the world to me. His voice deepens with resolve. And I can't lose you. Pure, hot, molten lava pours through my veins. Dean's always been a sweet talker. Always. It's why I married him back when he was a poor musician with nothing but hopes and dreams. You already lost me, I whisper. I don't believe that. He caresses my cheek. And neither do you, Jazz. My breath hitches in my throat. I can't afford to hope right now. The ball's already rolling on the divorce. I'm just biding my time until we end this marriage. Dean, I can't. The rest of my protests are stolen by his lips. The sudden invasion of his mouth on mine knocks me backward, but his grip on me is firm, holding me close. Electricity skitters from his lips, and I fear for a second we'll get shocked in the water. When I don't immediately kiss him back, Dean grunts. With a practiced twist, he adjusts his head and kisses me harder. My heart pumps at a crazed pace. I tilt my head up, push my toes against the pool floor, and arch up to meet him with all the passion building inside my veins. The kiss turns hot and heavy. His hands slide away from my face to touch my chest and side. His tongue invades my mouth and strokes to a rhythm that sucks all the oxygen out of my body. The tortured, almost frantic caress snaps something free in me. Something I've been trying to hold back all week. I slide my arms around his neck, gasping in pleasure and pain as he thrusts me against the wall of the pool. My back hits concrete. My mouth opens wider in response, and he sweeps his tongue in deeper. Our furious kiss rockets into a crescendo of feelings we can't express, but we can't deny either. So good. His kiss has always been able to transport me, to carry me away to somewhere magical and wicked all at once. Quiet moans slip out of my throat, mingling with the sound of our lips colliding and the rasp of his fingers on my waist. The water laps at our bodies, trying and failing to squeeze into the space where our hips are fused together, rocking in a desperate attempt to break us apart. We hold on tighter. If I close my eyes, I can pretend that we're back to the Jazz and Dean we used to be. Once more, for old time's sake. The excuse is like a free pass, a reason to throw my caution to the wind and explore every inch of him. I know I shouldn't. There's no going back from this. But a part of me yearns, prays he'll throw his swimming trunks off, slide my drawers aside, relieve himself of the excitement I can feel pressing into my stomach, unleash the passion built up between us that's so consuming it's turning the pool into a hot tub. I wish he'd bury himself so deep in me that I'd forget about my job and his crazy fans and the articles that break my confidence. I want it. I want to pretend for a second that my life isn't this miserable, tangled mess. That we're those young kids again, walking through life together, hand in hand before the fame. But rather than slide my clothes off, Dean pulls back. I follow him, blinking slowly, momentarily shocked that he would stop the momentum. This train was chugging down the tracks, and we both know where it was going. He tips my chin up, lowers his lips to hover above mine.
I want all of you, but only when you come back to me.
I dig my fingernails into his waist. Let me show you how much you don't mean that, Dean. He groans low.
Woman.
You'd really stop? I slide my hands down his chest and feel him shudder in desire. Here? His eyes darken on me, and I can see the fight for control in his flaring nostrils and the tight way he grips my body.
Move out of the guest room and come back upstairs.
No.
Tell me what happened today, he growls. Tell me everything you've been keeping from me.
I slip my fingers through his hair, unable to meet his eyes. Don't talk, Dean. You'll ruin this.
Jazz.
It's a free pass. It's free sex. Isn't this what you wanted when you taunted me into coming to the pool? My eyes flash with impatience. Wasn't this your plan? What game are you playing now, Dean? Explain, because I can't keep up.
Do you have any idea what you're doing to me?
He shakes his head.
I want you so much. I'm about to go crazy. I'm about to tear out of my skin. With all that, you think this is still a game?
Do you think I want to stand here begging for it? I have my pride too. You're getting greedy when I've told you very clearly.
I won't take your crumbs, Jazz.
His jaw flexes.
Pounding you into oblivion won't stop the thoughts in my head. I love you too much to share. I need to know you're with me. I need you in my bed tomorrow and the day after that. I need you to swear it. All or nothing, Jazz. That's the kind of guy you married. That much hasn't changed.
I push him away. You're asking for more than I'm willing to give.
I'll do all the filthy things you're thinking.
He runs a hand through his hair, looking frustrated.
I don't expect to make it all okay in a day, but I need to know.
He bites down on his bottom lip and rakes his hair again. Say it, my body whispers. Stay and tell him everything. Tell him how much losing that job hurt you and how naive you were to have leaned on another man's shoulders when you should have talked to him instead. Tell him that your mother's expectations are a boulder on your head. Tell him you resent the way his dreams took him so far away and yours got left in the dust. I suck in a deep breath and push those instincts aside. If you're not going to screw me, then I'm leaving. That hot gaze sweeps over my lips, down my chest, back up to my eyes. He seems to be weighing the cost of the threat, but he doesn't crush his lips to mine. He doesn't even touch me. Fine, I whisper, a little heartbroken. His eyes blaze.
Jazz, come back here.
I ignore him and pull myself out of the pool. The cold wind is a slap to the face, dragging me back to reality. That was close. Damn, I have to be more careful around this man. My feet slap against the cold tiles. In the corner of my eye, I see Dean reaching out to me, but it's too late. One apology won't save us. One kiss won't repair us. It's over. There's absolutely nothing he can do to change that. Chapter 13. Dean. After 2 cold showers and a rigorous 3-hour set at the gym, I'm still throbbing with desire. Lust clings to me, rides my back like a monkey on a tree, slides long red-painted nails down my stomach. I close my eyes and there she is again, Jazz whipping her shirt off, sunlight trapped in her brown skin, curves begging for my hand to explore every inch of her, to unveil the mysteries buried deep inside her body. And that raging fire in her eyes, it promised the sweetest heat. The woman is chock full of contrasts, dripping with desire and burning with pride, furious but so desperate for satisfaction, hating me and wanting me at the same time. I should have wrapped my arms around that tiny waist, should have hefted her body up on the poolside and spread her legs. I should have had her dripping into the water, should have had her begging for mercy, for a moment, for air. Even now I can taste it. Her, us. Regret sends me reeling. Everything I wanted was right in front of me. Or was it? Even while kissing Jazz, I kept seeing her in that picture with Jasper. The smile she was flashing him as they ran, the light in her eyes, the way she held tightly to his hand. It's been ages since she's looked at me with that carefree, joyful grin. All I get are sharp looks and a sharper tongue. All I have are angry kisses in a sweltering pool while we're both half naked and delirious with lust. Is it too much to ask for more? To be everything to my wife the way she is for me? I wipe the sweat from my face and rest my forehead against the punching bag. Each breath burns my lungs and I feel like a wheezing old man. I try to pull in enough oxygen to stay upright. Is my wife with Jasper now? Did she run straight into his arms, seeking the satisfaction she didn't get when she left me? I grit my teeth angrily. Jazz's dark eyes were begging for me to cross that line. Her kiss bore the weight of a woman desperate to be bent over and plowed within an inch of her life. It reminded me of the way she was years ago when things were good. Back in those days, I'd be trying to focus on my music and she would sneak into my room. She would drop pencils and papers and stupid crap for any excuse to stick her chest in my face. She'd fall into my lap and play with my hair, all while insisting that she wasn't bothering me and I should keep working. Keep working? Yeah, right. That look in her eyes, I could read it a mile away. And I usually ended up pushing my work aside to drag my fingers all over her body. I'd strum her like an instrument until she purred and grunted and moaned to a song that was just for me. I saw that today. I saw her. Has Jasper ever seen that face? My heart burns and I wonder if it's about to explode, if it's going to splatter all over my ribs like a smashed watermelon. Cause of death? Regret for not ravaging my wife when I had the chance. I fist my hands and slammed the punching bag. I want more. But maybe I should have just settled for something quick and dirty. At the very least, I wouldn't be frustrated and annoyed with myself. At the very least, I wouldn't be tortured by thoughts of my wife with someone else. A voice squeaks to my left. I turn and find a pair of blue eyes trained on me. The girl chews on her cherry red bottom lip. A piece of paper is crushed to her daringly low-cut sports bra.
Are you Dean Reese?
Yeah?
I huff out a breath, annoyed at being recognized. This is why I usually work out in my home gym. It's got all the equipment I could need. Problem is, the home gym is at home. Know what else is home? A 5'5" chocolate temptation with a mouth that snaps and barks and eyes that seduce like a siren.
Can I get your autograph?
She holds the paper out to me.
Yeah.
I throw my hoodie back. So much for that hood as a disguise.
I just love your music.
She takes a step closer. A hint of a smile flirts with her lips.
It's so deep, you know?
Thanks, I answer absently. Nowadays, I have songwriters who write on trend, whatever that means. I still get to write a few songs, but my creative freedom's been cinched since I made it big.
Oh my gosh.
Her soft fingers drag against my bicep.
You must work out a lot.
The idiot in my pants rises to attention. This girl has stars in her eyes. I can tell immediately that I've been the subject of her dirty fantasies. It would be so easy to bring them to life. There's a storage closet, a very discreet staff. No cameras. I could get rid of this ache in my shorts. Dean, what are you thinking? I shake my head, hope the heat flaring into my face isn't showing as red as I feel. I hand the paper back to her with my signed autograph taking up most of the white. She smiles at me, revealing a dimple in her cheek. Cute.
Looks like you're almost done with your workout.
She steps even closer. The scent of her, strawberries and vanilla, whirls over me.
Have any plans after this?
My voice cracks.
Yes, actually, I do.
Are you sure?
Her eyes drip down to my pants, back up.
Because my boyfriend just broke up with me and I've been so lonely.
She drips the offer like honey in my ear.
You think you could come over to my place? Help a girl out?
Hot damn.
I'm married.
I whisper, as if it's a fact that I'm not quite sure about. She's attractive enough. She's got a long pair of legs, nice tits, nice smile. It wouldn't mean anything. It's been a really long time.
So?
She tilts her head, fans her eyelashes slowly as she puffs out her chest so I can get a full look down that bra.
No one has to know.
My body roars with need. It drowns out my conscience, drowns out the voice that says, "You're not this pathetic, are you, Dean? You wouldn't fall for something like this after years and years of resisting girls just like her on tour." The no is inside me, right under the restlessness in my chest, right under the cold showers that did nothing to help, right under the frustration with Jazz. My commitment is shaken by the niggling thought that Jazz and Jasper are locked in some animal-like embrace right this minute, that I won't be able to get my wife back or fix my marriage, no matter how hard I try. So why try? Just then, my phone rings. I startle, snap out of my trance, guiltily fumble for the device. "Don't answer that," she whispers. Somewhere deep inside, I find the strength to ignore her. Putting the phone to my ear, I scoop up my bag and rush out of there. Yeah, I love my wife, but I'm not stupid. I almost slipped back there. I'm an idiot. I answer the call with a sharp and somewhat guilty,
What? Dean,
Stone's voice pours through the speakers.
is now a bad time?
I yank my bag higher on my shoulder.
Stone, you ever cheat on your wife? What?
I quicken my footsteps.
You ever thought about it? Dean, slow down.
I crash through the gym's doors and rush down the stairs. My sneakers thump against each step.
Are you running right now?
Stone asks.
I have to. If I don't run.
I scrub the heel of my hand over my cheek.
Damn, Stone. Why didn't anyone warn us that marriage would be this hard? Are things that bad with Jazz? No. Yes, sort of. We had one of those fights that would have turned into something more enjoyable. And you didn't? No.
I wince, slow down in front of my car.
No, I walked away before we got to that point. You're better than me,
Stone says.
I didn't. Even though things between me and Nat were a mess, I needed her too much to hold back. Are you boasting right now? No, I regret that. We both felt dirty afterwards. Sex can't repair broken things. It has other benefits. But you're not on the same page yet. It wouldn't mean anything. Sounds great in theory. But it sucks in reality? Yeah, I know.
He pauses.
Have you talked to Doc? More like he talked to me. He's got me learning womanese, which is a lot harder than it sounds, by the way.
Stone sighs.
I remember those days. Does he have you mopping her floors too? I wish. I'm supposed to come up with a way to rebuild Jazz's trust. Easy, right? You have no idea.
I shake my head, but at least I didn't screw up too badly. Following that girl home would have ruined everything. Doc's words echo back to me. Trust is hard to build, but easy to destroy. That man knows what he's talking about. I clear my throat.
Is that it, Stone? Did you call just to check on my progress with Doc? No. Actually, I wanted to tell you that we're expecting. Stone, that's fantastic. Congratulations.
I grin from ear to ear. Stone and his wife Natea had drama over having children, so this is great news.
Yeah, man. We're hoping you and Jazz can come up for the baby shower. I'd be husband of the year if I could get you to sing for her. Nat's one of your biggest fans. No problem. Thanks, man.
He pauses.
And I hope everything works out with Jazz. Trust me, nobody's hoping for that more than I am.
Chapter 14. Jazz. I park in front of the bakery and pull out my phone. When I'm this overwhelmed, I need to gorge myself on sweets. Right now, I'm thinking it'll take the whole store to calm me down. My heart is still throbbing from Dean cornering me in the pool, and I'm still not sure that I should have run. That's a problem, one I need to address immediately. I dial my lawyer's number. It rings once, twice. Click.
Mrs. Reese,
Rob's voice is cheerful in my ears.
how can I help?
You need to find a loophole, I say briskly. I can't live with my husband. Shocked silence rings on the other end of the line. I don't really care. There's strength in knowing your weakness. The way I feel, if Dean levels those dark eyes on me again, I won't care about everything he's put me through. I'll just throw myself on him and beg him to take every part of me until I'm wrung out and empty.
Mrs. Reese,
It's Jazz. Rob pauses.
Jazz, may I ask where this sudden urgency is coming from?
I tuck my hair behind my ear and inhale the scent of chlorine. Immediately, I remember Dean hovering over me, eyes intense, lips capturing mine in a hot kiss, his body pressing me into the edge of the pool.
I'll do all the filthy things you're thinking, Jazz.
I clench my thighs together.
I'm just interested in getting out sooner rather than later.
Are you starting to change your mind?
He asks knowingly.
No.
It wouldn't be the first time a woman demanded a divorce only to change her mind a few weeks later. It happens quite often, actually. For some reason, women choose to stay in a relationship no matter how badly they're being treated. It's almost like a curse.
He coughs awkwardly.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud.
I'm not saying I won't get a divorce. I'm saying I can't live in the same house with him.
And I'm asking you why.
He insists.
What is so disturbing that you've become frantic?
The answer burns inside me, but I'm not sure he'll understand even if I explain.
I want to help you, Mrs. Jazz. If we need to call the police.
It's not that.
I shake my head.
He told me I'm the most precious person to him. He told me he's going to fight for me. He says he won't let me go.
Mrs. Reese, I don't know if you're familiar with the way a divorce works, but you won't really have a choice when the papers are filed.
You don't understand.
I dig my nails into my purse.
That man is the most stubborn, crazily determined person I have ever met. Do you know how many singers with big dreams and even bigger voices leave their towns hoping to make it big in the industry? It's too numerous to count.
I grip the steering wheel harder.
And most of those poor souls end up waitressing for years and playing side house coffee gigs, waiting for their big break. Most of them give up or change their minds or decide it's not worth the effort because the road to fame is long and thorny and littered with dead, broken dreams.
I lick my lips, my eyes darting back and forth.
That's not Dean. He didn't stop. He never stopped. He worked 3 jobs and sang every opportunity he got. That man got offered record deals and failed twice. He failed again and again, but he didn't break down. He hustled and fought and persisted until someone gave him the chance to prove that he had everything it took to be a star. I watched him suffer and bleed. I watched him train and work until all he could do was fall into bed, too exhausted to move.
I lean forward, my voice a low whisper. Now you tell me. Do you think a man like that would give up when he sees something he wants?
Well, no.
Exactly. I shake my head. And what my husband wants right now is me. So staying under the same roof with him is like leaving the wolf in charge of the hen house. There has to be another way. We have to. I waved my hands. We have to do something else to slow down the rumors. We have to try. I'm afraid that's just not possible. He huffs out a breath. Why not? More pictures of you and that young man have leaked. My jaw drops. I told you to be careful with your affair, Jazz. I'm not having an affair, I screech. It's not me you have to convince. It'll be the judge. His voice is soft and gentle, despite the sharpness of his words. I'm giving you this advice as your lawyer. You need to clean up your personal life, or there is no way you'll get what you want in the settlement. I end the call with him and pull up a search engine on my phone. My eyes skim the articles. I gasp when I see pictures of me and Jasper running hand in hand down the street. Articles about my affair pop up every time I type in Dean's name. That paparazzi jerk. He must have taken those photos after Jasper shoved him. I don't bother reading the comments. I already know they'll be brutal. Biting back a groan, I hop out of the car and hurry into the bakery. Some sugary reinforcements are a necessity now. The scent of coffee hits me as I walk in, and I order the biggest size they have with enough cream and sugar to give me a heart attack. While I wait, I feel someone's eyes burning into me. I glance furtively over my shoulder. 3 girls fill the corner booth of the little cafe. They lift manicured nails and point crooked fingers in my direction. Their whispers pierce the air in a low, warning hum. I dig my fingers more tightly into my purse and hold the bag against my side. My heartbeat gains speed. Sweat slicks my palm. I dart a look at the barista taking her time with my coffee, and then glance back at the table. The Barbie dolls are definitely staring at me. No, not just staring. They're throwing daggers with their eyes, glaring at me like I'm enemy number 1. Back in the day, before I fully understood the scope of my husband's popularity, I would be perplexed by the attention. I would check my clothes to see if there were any spots on them. I would assume I was sporting an unfortunate brown stain on my rear end. Maybe my pants were ripped. Maybe I'd done something to offend them. But I soon learned it wasn't what I'd done that offended them. My very existence was a blight to Dean's fangirls. All it took was one incident to wake me up, to make me realize what I was up against, what my husband had become, what these girls would become for him. I was buying groceries that day. I remember being in a good mood because Dean was coming home from his tour, and I wanted to make a huge dinner for him. I remember walking out of the grocery store that day. I remember the way the egg stung my cheek as it cracked, the slimy yolk falling down my jaw and ruining my favorite shirt, the stench I couldn't wash out. The girl who threw the egg was no older than 16. "You don't deserve him," she'd said to me, holding on to her I Love Dean glow stick and wearing an official Dean Reese t-shirt. I don't deserve him. Because I'm black. Because I've got curves. Because Dean's supposed to be with a svelte model with blonde hair, blue eyes, and thin lips.
Most of Dean's fans are harmless, but a few are plain insane. It's one of the reasons I doubled down on keeping my name out of the spotlight. It's why I get extremely paranoid when I see Dean's fans approaching me on the street, or at the grocery store, or here when I'm just trying to get a cup of coffee and forget about everything. More whispers float from the suspicious table. "It's her," one girl hisses. "Dean's wife? Are you sure? What a shame. She looks even more manly in person. Look at her lips. How does he kiss her? How does he sleep with her? Is she even a woman?" Giggles follow. I bristle and try to ignore them as best as I can. "Should we?" The rest of the girls' words are quiet. The other two nod. I tap my fingers against my purse. The girls start to rise. Fear digs its claws into my shoulders and clogs my throat. Alarm bells ring. Get out, Jazz. Something doesn't feel right. Heeding the internal warning, I take a step away from the counter. Chapter 15. Jazz.
"Ma'am, your drink."
The server calls. I ignore her and quicken my step, shoulder to the door, heels on the sidewalk. Ducking my head, I hustle across the parking lot. The door crashes behind me, screaming that my hecklers have followed me out of the bakery. I hike my purse higher on my shoulder, duck my head, scramble for my car. Why did I park so far from the bakery? Heels clap behind me, each step like a dagger to my heart. Shadows form in front of me, cast by the trio of girls. They're gaining ground, pressing in. I'm not going to make it to my car in time.
"Hey, you!"
One girl calls out. I keep walking.
"Hey,
She gets in front of me.
you're Dean Reese's wife."
The brunette tosses her long, luxurious hair over her shoulder. Green eyes glint with cruelty.
"You're her, right?" "Could you excuse me? I'm kind of in a rush."
She shoves me back.
"Is it true that you're cheating on him?"
The brunette's cronies surround me, snarls on their lips. The one on the left looks way too dainty to be acting this thuggish. She's wearing a tight blouse with most of her chest spilling out of it, and a tiny flared skirt.
"Dean got hurt because of you,"
the brunette says, slamming her finger into my shoulder.
"He had to go to the hospital because of your boyfriend."
Another shove.
"Should you really be showing your face in public right now?" "You better get your hands off me."
I snap. The third girl, a redhead with a mole above her painfully thin lips, laughs.
"I can't believe a guy as nice as Dean has to wake up to you every morning. You disgusting This is the last time I'll ask nicely."
I fist my hands.
"Get out of my way."
The brunette folds her arms over her chest.
"What you need to do is get out of Dean's life."
She glances at my shoes and makes a slow trek up to my face. Scrunching her nose in disgust, she drawls.
"Everyone knows he's miserable. I mean, how could he be attracted to someone who looks like, well, you?"
I throw my purse down, anger exploding in my chest.
"What did you just say to me?"
Fake boobs speaks in a snotty voice. Why do you think Dean never talks about you in his interviews or at his concerts? He's ashamed to be married to you. He's just tolerating you. That one stings. I'm not going to lie. Her friend pipes up. We all know you're holding something over Dean, and your marriage is a sham. He's just with you for your money. I laugh bitterly. This airhead has no idea what she's talking about. Money? Both Dean and I were dead broke when we got hitched. I was the idiot who married a musician and believed him when he told me he'd make all my dreams come true. Instead, his dream came true, and now I live a nightmare. I'm tired. So tired of these crazy fans trying to claim Dean by putting me down. I free my next earring. Try me one more time, little girl. The brunette snaps her fingers. Ash, take out your phone. She smiles smugly at me, as if she just drew a sword and pointed it at my heart. Throw the first punch, and you'll be talking to my lawyer. And you'll be talking to mine. I launch forward, hands aiming for her brown extensions. Before I can make a proper leap, one brawny arm slides around my waist and hauls me back. The breath leaves me in a whoosh as I slam against what feels like a wall of muscles. A warm, earthy scent with a hint of chlorine fills my nostrils, and I know whose arms I'm in without having to turn around. My eyes nearly pop out of my head. Dean?
They aren't worth it, Jazz,
He whispers in my ear.
Ugly.
The brunette is taunting me. You're... Her eyes catch on Dean, and she screams.
You're Dean Reese!
Dean lifts his phone and snaps her picture. She squeals and covers her face when the flash goes off.
What the hell are you doing?
Recording evidence.
He snaps a picture of the second girl, his arms still securely around me.
So?
The third girl gets her shot too.
My lawyers can contact you and sue you for harassment and assault.
He flashes them a tight smile.
Since lawsuits are the language you ladies seem to speak.
The one with the mole starts crying.
But we're your fans.
My fans wouldn't treat the woman I love this way.
Dean hisses.
They'd respect her because I do.
His eyes slice through them.
They'd love her because I do. They'd know that she's the most beautiful woman in the world, and it is an honor to call her my wife.
My heart pounds as I take in his words.
But...
Fake boobs looks mortified.
Didn't you see the articles? She's cheating on you.
I stiffen in Dean's arms. Did he see those pictures? Suddenly, his actions in the pool make sense. He was feeling me out to gauge where I stood. He wanted to check if someone had moved in on my affections. No wonder he kept insisting that I reassure him before we slept together. No wonder.
You shouldn't believe everything you read.
Dean pockets his phone.
Unless it's the summons from my lawyer.
Please don't sue us, Dean. Please.
The third friend pushes out her bottom lip.
What do you think, Jazz?
Dean glances at me, a glint in his brown eyes.
Should we let them off easy if they apologize?
We're sorry.
The one with the mole grabs my hand.
I'll never say anything bad about you again, in real life or online. Me too.
The brunette rolls her eyes.
Fine. Sorry.
She juts a finger at Dean.
But I'm no longer a fan.
Dean shrugs.
No problem. Have a good day.
He takes my hand.
Come on, Jazz.
I follow him around the corner to the alley behind the coffee shop. When we're out of sight, I disengage my hand and stare at him.
How did you know I was here?
I didn't. I stopped by for coffee and saw you surrounded.
He studies me intently.
Has that happened before?
I shrug.
Once or twice.
His eyes blaze.
Why didn't you tell me?
What could you do?
I snap.
You were always on tour.
Is that a reason not to give me a call? We could have figured it out together.
It's not a big deal.
Do you know how pissed off I was when I heard what they were saying to you? It drives me insane thinking that it's happened before and I wasn't there to stop it. How can you say that's not a big deal?
The comments are much worse online. I actually admire them for being brave enough to say it to my face.
He runs a hand through his hair.
You should have told me, Jazz.
I can handle it on my own.
Yeah, but you shouldn't have to.
He frowns hard.
You're not alone.
My heart skips a beat. I try not to let it show and turn the spotlight on him instead.
Why didn't you tell me you saw those pictures of me and Jasper? You could have come right out and said it rather than play games in the pool.
His eyes harden.
Would you have been honest?
Does it matter even if I am?
I shake my head.
The fact that it's out there is humiliating, right? You rationalize and second-guess everything. You obsess over it. Even when you start to forget, you see the headlines everywhere you turn. You want to punch someone and climb under a rock at the same time, don't you? Well, that's how I feel every time your scandals blow up in my face. That's how I feel every time you drag our marriage through the mud, Dean.
He grits his teeth.
I told you I never slept with those girls.
These stories have to start somewhere, don't they? There's always a grain of truth in a rumor.
I wouldn't lie to you, Jazz.
If there's one thing I've learned from being a celebrity's wife, it's that the truth doesn't matter when gossip sells better.
I don't care about the gossip,
he growls.
The truth is all that should matter to you, and it's all that matters to me.
His eyes bore into mine.
I want to hear it straight, Jazz. Are you sleeping with Jasper?
I say nothing, my jaw clenching and unclenching.
Jazz.
No,
I snap.
So what were you doing holding his hand?
What is this? An interrogation?
I'm asking for my peace of mind, Jazz.
I clamp my lips shut. He runs a hand down his face.
Okay, fine.
He shakes his head, huffs out a breath.
I have community service now. We can talk at home.
Jutting his chin at the alleyway, he says,
Let me walk you to your car.
I've got it.
Jazz,
he barks.
Don't fight me on this. The only way I'm leaving is if I see you safely to your vehicle. Take it or leave it.
Knowing it's helpless to argue when he gets stubborn like this, I march ahead. As much as I hate to admit it, his alert eyes and broad muscles make me feel safe. Our knuckles brush as we stride through the bright parking lot. Dean opens my car door for me, but before I get in, he grabs my wrist.
If you're ever cornered by fans again, you call me. I don't care where the hell you are. You don't fight alone. Got it?
I nod. Still flushed with anger, Dean helps me into the driver's seat and slams the door shut. Chapter 16. Dean.
Here's the wrench.
I hand Doc the tool and lean forward.
Let me run something by you.
An eyebrow arches. You're asking for help?
Don't rub it in.
I groan.
I've got no other choice.
You've always got a choice. Doc puts the wrench back and reaches for a flat screwdriver. Choosing to talk to me shows strength and humility. He grunts as he pries at a cap in the engine. It shows that you want the relationship to work. You're growing, Dean. No, I'm desperate. What nearly happened with that girl at the gym was the kick in the pants I needed. It's solidified how I feel about Jazz. Sure, I could have any girl on the street with a snap of my fingers, but I don't want them. At least, I don't want a future with them. I want a woman who'd believe in a poor, wannabe musician with 2 failed record deals under his belt. A woman who dropped out of school to help pay off her mother's hospital bills, even if she has a rocky relationship with her family. A woman who insists she can fight on her own, even if she'd be better off with someone's help. There's only one woman who fits that bill, and she's already got my ring on her finger. Right now, my mission is to keep it there. I spend the next few minutes telling Doc everything about Jazz, the accusations of her affair, and the pictures.
What do I do now, Doc? How do I fix this?
What exactly do you want to fix? He brushes his hands, and fine black dust hits the air.
Everything. But I can't control those nasty fans, or the media. It's driving me up a wall.
I scowl.
And it bothers me that she's been carrying this all on her own without telling me.
I tap my chest.
I'm not a monster. I don't scream at her or hit her. Why would she keep that to herself?
Because she doesn't trust you. The words drill a hole straight through my chest.
Damn.
He studies me. Far as I can see, Dean, you have 2 things in front of you: the media and the trampled emotions of your wife. Which one is your priority? His dark eyes peer into mine. Is it your fame, or is it her peace of mind? Your priority will determine your approach to the solution.
My wife is my priority,
I say without hesitation. So now you need to show it, by actions. Doc travels across the room to his mug of lemon water and honey. It's not enough to say the words.
What about her and Jasper?
I follow him urgently.
She still hasn't told me the details. Should I ask?
Doc stops abruptly, and I almost crash into his back. He whirls around, eyes narrowed. From the moment you have to ask if your wife is cheating on you, you are doing something wrong. You are denying her of something. Either you're not paying her enough attention, you're neglecting her, or you're abusing her. If you're practicing to ignore, abuse, or neglect,
You don't have to ask if she's unhappy. You already know the answer.
But Doc,
Directing that question to her is an insult. Directing that question to yourself gives you the opportunity to make adjustments. He taps the car. It'll make the relationship work like a well-oiled machine.
what about the parts of the machine we can't control?
He rubs his chin and says slowly,
One of your jobs is to protect. You are the defender of your family. If the media takes the fight public, then you also have the opportunity to publicly express the depth of your love for your wife.
My agency would never go for it.
That brings me to the first question.
Doc's eyes sharpen.
What's your priority? Your wife or your agency?
Point taken.
Maybe you can use that platform of yours to remind everyone to put themselves in your wife's shoes. Even if the cheating accusations were true, how would they feel if they were being dragged through the media in such an inhumane way? It might not change anyone's mind, but it's a step in the right direction.
My phone chirps. It's Lee. I silence the device and glance at Doc.
I should go. My agent's calling.
Sure.
I step back.
By the way, I don't think I'll be able to complete that assignment you gave me. I'll need a little time to work on it.
That's fine.
Doc taps his forehead.
We're working on changing what's in here, Dean. Without the engine running, the car won't start.
I love your analogies, Doc.
He grins. Hurrying out, I jump into my car and drive to the office. I'm in a better headspace after discussing things with Doc, and I'm hopeful that I can start working on something tangible in my mission to win back my wife. When I get to the agency, I head straight to my best friend's office.
Lee,
I say as I breeze through the door.
I'd like to put out a post about how much I love my...
The words drift into nothing when I see who's sitting in the sofa.
Jasper.
My smile drops immediately. I shoot Leah, "What the hell?" glare.
Dean?
Lee gives me a nervous smile.
Sit down. We have something to discuss.
Chapter 17. Jazz. I stare at the gorgeous mansion breaking up the starlit night. Light pours from several windows, glowing a warm, inviting yellow and sending golden fragments into the pool. Dean's home. My breath clogs up in my throat. Our shared kiss this afternoon shook my defenses. But when he told off those girls, I finally saw a glimpse of the man I'd married. The man I'd wanted all along. That Dean had been gone for so long, I started to think I'd made him up. Seeing him again. I'm second-guessing, and I can't afford to do that. Just keep it cool, Jazz. Stumbling out of my car, I enter the house and immediately I'm hit with a scent so savory my stomach grumbles on command. Dean's always been a great cook, much better than me, a fact that he used to tease me about endlessly. Since he was always on tour, I had to learn how to fend for myself. The scent gets stronger as I kick off my shoes and walk barefoot towards the guest room. My nostrils flare as I inhale. That smells divine. Pots clank, and Dean comes into view. He's wearing another snug t-shirt and shorts. His hair is that sexy, couldn't care less kind of disheveled, and my heart skips a beat. Hey, I lift my chin and start to walk past him. He jogs around the counter. Jazz. I'm surprised to see him smiling. When Dean said we'd discuss our issues tonight, I thought that was code for, we're going to continue this fight at home. What's up with you? I ask suspiciously. He stops in front of me, looking smug. Nothing. I glance behind him at the vegetables on the cutting board. You're making dinner. He presses his hands on my shoulders and slips my purse off, tucking it on the counter for me. Your mom called while you were out. What did she want? Dean grabs my hands and puts them on his shoulders. Dropping to one knee, he leans forward and slides my shoes off. Your cousin's wedding is next week. Apparently, you told her that I'd be on tour and wouldn't be able to make it. My eyes slide away. About that. Don't worry. He takes off the other shoe. I told her you probably got the dates mixed up. Of course I'm going with you. I groan. Dean, you know Mom's going to invite every single person she knows to that wedding now. I know. He straightens to his full height, that weird grin still on his face. They'll be all over you. It'll be like a fan meeting. I know. He washes his hands in the sink after setting my shoes away. Which is why I did something. On edge, I follow him deeper into the kitchen. What? What exactly did you do? I hired a bodyguard. He checks the meat in the pot and casually says, I hired Jasper. Chapter 18. Dean. You're messing with me. Jazz's eyebrows knit in the middle of her forehead. She launches herself around the counter and glares. Tell me you're joking, Dean. Taste this. I hold the spoon out to her. She pins her lips shut stubbornly. I shrug, set the spoon down, face her fully. I'm not messing with you, and I'm not joking. Why would you hire Jasper? Can't I? I fold my arms over my chest. Is there some reason I shouldn't? Of course not, she stammers, glancing aside. A ball of heat barrels through my chest. I lift her chin. Do you have feelings for him or something? Don't ask me nonsense. She wrenches her head away. I lean against the counter, let my gaze drag over her. Her red jumpsuit highlights her brown skin and clings to her in all the right places. The matching heels give her an added height. Her hair's still frizzy from the pool, and soft tendrils fall around the side of her face. I want to put my hands on her so badly they tremble. Instead, I rest one palm on my hip and the other on the counter. If not, then what's the problem? Her mouth opens, gapes, snaps shut. I smirk as I stir the beef strips that's sizzling in olive oil. To be honest, I had the same reaction when Lee proposed the idea in his office. Did you hit your head? Does Fuentes have something over you? He found out we were stalking him, Lee says between clenched teeth, trying to maintain his polite smile for our guest's sake. I told him it was research because we were considering him as your bodyguard.
What?
It's not a bad idea. I talked to a few people and got some advice. If you hire him, it's considered a show of good faith, and the criminal charges for assault get scrubbed completely.
I don't know, Lee.
Look, I get that it's tough. I'll only hire him if you agree. I just can't believe it, Jazz says.
My agency offered him a job. He accepted. What's so hard about that?
I moved past her to grab the vegetables. Nothing with you is that simple, Dean. 3 days ago, you were throwing punches, and now Jasper's protecting you?
Not me.
I point to her.
Us.
She blinks slowly. I press a kiss to her forehead, unable to help myself.
Could you grab the Parmesan? This is ready.
Dean. Her feet slap the tiles as she hurries to keep up with my stride. You realize I don't buy that, right? I can't imagine you agreeing to this without a fuss.
I'll admit, I wasn't into it at first, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized that having him as a bodyguard is a good thing.
And why is that? I set the pan of sizzling meat on the table.
A fan came up to me at the gym.
They always...
She wanted more than my autograph.
Jazz's eyes narrow. She glances away, but not before I see the troubled look in her eyes. Why hadn't I recognized that before? Why hadn't I noticed how much those fans crossing the line got to her? I thought she was strong. I thought she was unaffected. I thought she knew me enough to trust me. Or maybe that was the reason she didn't. Given how tempted I was today, it could have been worse. I gently turned Jazz's face back towards me.
I was shaken. I'm not going to lie.
Dean.
I'm being honest with you because I don't think I have before. The attention is flattering. It's good for my ego. But I never realized just how much it was tearing you down.
She blinks rapidly.
Everything you said in that alley today stuck with me, and I realized that you have every right to be mad with me. Hell, I'm mad. Every time I see those headlines about you and Jasper, I want to punch something. It's torture.
Her lips twitch. You think having one guy showing interest in me compares to the millions of girls who love you?
Yeah.
She laughs softly.
Wow. I'm counting down the days until I can fire him. But in the meanwhile, it's a constant reminder. Because how I feel about Jasper is how you feel about all those girls who crossed the line. It's a reminder that I've trampled over your feelings, over your heart, and I never want to do that again.
Jazz smiles a little. She's not exactly buying what I'm selling, but at least she's not pushing me away. Progress. I still can't picture it, she mumbles. You and Jasper?
Truth be told, I'm going to find it hard not to punch this guy for making moves on my wife.
He didn't.
He did.
I lean my forehead against hers.
And why wouldn't he? Look at you. You're everything a man could want.
Her breath hitches, and she tries to pull back.
I should. Let me finish.
I tighten my hold on her.
Even though I don't trust the guy, I know two things. He cares about you.
I nuzzle her nose with mine.
And he's good at his job. Like, really good. Good enough that he's being scouted by several elite security companies in the city.
But why would he agree to take your job?
Because we offered him way more money than he was worth.
I nod at her.
He's going to keep those girls away. By drop-kicking them in the head every time they touch you?
I tap her nose.
You sound way too excited about that.
It was a suggestion. I laugh.
He's going to keep them a safe distance away from me. He's going to make sure they don't cross the line.
I sigh.
Since the start of my career, I've only been focusing on getting more fans and doing everything I can to get more attention. The agency made me the accessible guy, the superstar that every girl thinks they have a chance with.
I lift my hand, show her my ring.
I didn't honor this commitment. I let things get too far, and now we're here.
I close my eyes.
And I had to live without my wife for months.
Dean, her voice cracks.
Fans kept crossing the boundaries because there were none.
I smile at her.
But now there are. Now there's a guy with a wicked right hook keeping them in line.
I rasp my hand over my jaw.
And I know because I felt it.
She laughs softly. My heart melts at the sight of it. That right there is what I'm living for. Hell yeah, I can't wait for the moment I get to dive between my wife's legs again. I can't wait to dig my hands in her hair and make her gasp with pain and pleasure. I can't wait to lay her out and fill her so deeply she never runs from me again. But my love for her wasn't born from a few rumps between the sheets. I fell in love while talking and laughing on a quiet night, a quiet moment. It was then I realized that despite how awful my day was, how much the rejections had been weighing me down, I felt at peace, the way I feel now, the way I always want to feel. I step back before I spill all the words that are spinning through my chest. She's just warming up. If I go too hard, too fast, I might scare her off. I run a hand through my hair and point to the food.
It's getting cold.
Just let me change first.
I'll load up a movie.
She groans. Not another musical.
Babe, musicals are life.
I wag a finger at her.
I'm going to turn you one day.
Dean, there is nothing fun about a character bursting into song for no reason.
It drives the plot.
It's ridiculous. She waves her arms. In one scene, the girl's lost her mom, her dad, and her pet dog, and she's in prison. But instead of reacting like a normal human being, she breaks into a dance number about how sad she is.
Exactly.
I chuckle.
That's entertaining.
I'm choosing the movie.
Fine. Have it your way.
Jazz slants me a smile and disappears into her room. By the time she returns, I've got a new action flick on the screen and wine on the coffee table. She says nothing as she climbs into the couch with me, a healthy distance away. As the night goes on, Jazz ends up sitting closer and closer to me. I can barely keep my eyes on the movie. My gaze keeps darting to her hand. Should I hold it? I don't remember being this indecisive when I was dating her. In a fit of courage, I reach out and rest my fingers over hers. Jazz freezes a little, but she doesn't pull back. We end the movie like that, and I almost grunt in disapproval when she pulls her hand away so she can stand and stretch.
That was a good film.
Wasn't it?
She smirks as she looks down at me.
What was your favorite part?
I search desperately for an answer.
The explosions.
She laughs.
You're such a bad liar, Dean.
It's your fault for being so darn distracting. Jazz gives me an awkward wave.
Well, good night.
Night.
I raise my hand too. She takes a step away from me. Suddenly, she whirls around and plants a kiss on my cheek.
Don't overthink that.
She flings a hand up.
Good night.
I sit there in stunned silence, watching her scamper away like the dogs of hell are on her tail. The guest room door slams shut. My heart lurches in response. A trembling hand slides up, rests on my cheek. It was just a cheek kiss, but the way I feel, I think I'm falling a little more in love with my wife. Chapter 19. Jazz.
You seriously didn't have anyone else to call?
Becca frowns at me as she sets her purse down in the booth and shakes her hair out.
Don't you have a ton of celebrity wives on speed dial?
Actually, I do. Because I'm great at arranging events and keeping track of small details, I was the organizer of the Celeb Wives Club, a group of women married to actors, musicians, and athletes. It was a mantle that I wore early on in Dean's career. However, when the troubles with Dean began, that club became more toxic than a chemical waste. None of those women cared about me. My only ticket in wasn't my worth or my personality. It was the fact that I was married to Dean. It was a networking event, and I no longer enjoyed the catty scandals or the gossip about Dean's latest fan gone too far. I have normal friends too, but I don't talk to them about me and Dean. The only person I broke that rule with was Jasper, and it wasn't the greatest decision. I take a sip of my water and eye her over the glass.
Hi to you too, sister.
Whatever. She tilts her head.
You've got 30 minutes. Tell me what you have to tell me so I can go.
It's about Dean.
Of course it is.
She rolls her eyes.
Becca, can you just listen to me for a second? If you're too busy judging me, you won't hear what I'm saying. I'm not judging you.
I give her a, yeah, right look.
Okay, fine.
She throws her hands up.
Maybe a little. Can you blame me? You've got everything you could ever want. A handsome husband, money, a nice house. It's not like you married a thieving drug addict who lied about his relapse.
I rest my hands on hers.
I'm really sorry. I know we didn't get to talk much since your divorce.
She slides her hand away from mine.
You have 29 minutes left, Jazz. I'd suggest you don't spend them pitying me.
I need some advice. Her expression softens just a bit, like the sun cracking an ice lake. It's still solid ice. It's still dangerous, but some pieces are fragile enough to break through the center.
What's wrong?
Becca grumbles.
Things haven't been the greatest between me and Dean lately. In fact, things got so bad I went to a divorce lawyer.
Becca gasps loudly.
Mr. and Mrs. Perfect are getting divorced?
Would you be quiet? I hiss, glancing around at the busy cafe.
I'm sorry. I just never thought I'd see the day. I thought he adored you. The man posted your pictures and wrote a 10-paragraph speech about how beautiful you were yesterday.
I saw that, and I also saw the comments under it. There were a mix of, "Aw, that's so cute," and "Isn't she cheating on you?" I don't know if that wife appreciation post was Dean's idea or the agency's attempt at damage control, but it just made things worse.
The problem I have isn't with who Dean is, I admit. It's what he does. Singing? The fame.
Becca tilts her head knowingly.
The girls. Dean would never give up his celebrity status for me.
Shaking my head, I add,
and I would never ask him to. So you want advice on how to have an ugly divorce?
She takes a chip and dips it in salsa.
Because I kind of wrote the book on that. I'm not so sure anymore.
I pick up another napkin and start shredding.
Lately, things have been different.
Becca narrows her eyes.
Different how?
I think of the past few weeks. Dean striding into the house with a grin, warm food on the table, movie dates on the couch, holding hands, talking until we can't keep our eyes open. Becca groans.
You're falling for him all over again. How can I not when he does things like this?
I lift my phone and show Becca a clip from a few days ago. Dean appears on the screen looking more handsome than he has a right to be in a svelte black jacket, no shirt underneath, and black shoes. His usually wavy hair is shorn low, and his handsome smirk is dangerous enough to level buildings. Screaming fans crowd him, but instead of pushing their pens and panties in his face, they're a safe distance back, held in check by the scowling bodyguard. Becca's eyes nearly pop out of her face. She pauses the video and taps the screen.
Isn't that Jasper?
Yup.
He's the one Dean fought that night.
Her eyes whip up to mine.
He's Dean's bodyguard now?
I nod.
That was Dean's fan signing from earlier this week. He's been setting more boundaries with his fans, and now that Jasper's in the picture, there have been 0 scandals popping up in the news. That's crazy. He did that for you?
Yes. I lick my lips.
But that's only the start. He comes home early if there's nothing on his schedule, and he's so attentive to me.
My heart flutters just thinking about him.
To be honest, it feels like he's dating me again.
Becca throws her head back and laughs.
Girl, why are you tripping? Dean's probably on his best behavior, so he can get some. I'm sure it's not that. How can you be so sure?
Becca fiddles with her phone. Because he's not. He's not what? She tucks a lock of her straight hair behind her ear. He's not getting any. Hasn't for months. Becca glances at me in shock.
Nothing?
No. Not even a little... She makes a hand gesture. I shake my head. Not even... Another hand gesture. The tingles start between my thighs just imagining that, so I look away. Becca slams her hand on the table so hard, the glass clinks. That's it! Oh my, it makes so much sense now. What are you talking about? She beckons me closer. He's cheating. Horror balloons in my chest. I don't think so. Open your eyes, Jazz. You think he suddenly hired a bodyguard as some... She waves her hand wildly. Effort to show you that he's changed? That he has boundaries with his fans now? Her dark finger wags back and forth. No. He's just trying to fool you into thinking that. But, I squeak. What? I'm wrong because you've got the little wholesome movie nights? The holding hands on the couch? The sweet good nights where he drops you off downstairs before he takes his young, handsome, virile body upstairs to an empty bed? I squirm, grab another napkin, shred that. What man would tolerate a girlfriend not putting out? Much less a wife. You think any guy's that patient? Men are just sex-crazed bags of hormones. They're teenagers in aged bodies. That's it. They stop growing up hair. She taps her temple. At the stage where they lock their doors so mom and dad don't find out what they're watching. They need sex, girl. It doesn't matter from where. My throat closes up. I can't breathe. If he's not getting it from you, he's getting it from somewhere else, Becca says, her voice grave and her eyes sharp. Mark my words, Jazz. Dean Reese is sleeping with another woman. Chapter 20. Dean.
It's been a while, Doc.
I stroll into the mechanic bay. Doc straightens, nods. Dean, I thought you were no longer legally obligated to work here.
I know.
I smile.
But I realized I never stopped by to report on my assignment.
I nod at Jasper, who's waiting just outside.
There it is.
Who's that? Doc wipes his oily hands on a rag.
My bodyguard.
I lean against the car, copying Doc's posture. Gazing toward the open shutters, I admit.
It's a long story, but I ended up hiring the guy who almost got me arrested.
And how does this meet the conditions of the assignment?
Apart from the fact that girls tend to scurry the other way when he looks at them,
I chuckle. As much as I don't trust the guy, he's proven time and again that he's good at his job, and he's perfect for helping fans remember their boundaries. Yes, apart from that, Doc smirks.
I think having Jasper around caused a change inside me.
I tap my chest.
With him watching my every move, I have to be even more careful with the things I allow from my fans. I'm even more aware of the boundaries because he'll be glad for any excuse to smoke me out. He won't be afraid to use my own stupidity against me.
He's an accountability partner, Doc says. Smart. My phone chirps with a text. Lee.
Where are you, Reese? You've got a magazine shoot.
I wince.
I should get going. My agent has me booked to my eyeballs now that I'm off community service, but I'll be back to meet with you as soon as my schedule frees up.
Good. I like having an assistant.
I laugh softly.
I like seeing my wife smile at me for once.
Doc chuckles.
Good.
With a wave, I back out of the shop.
See you around, Doc.
Jasper straightens when I appear outside. He slips his shades on, wordlessly leading me to the car. It's been like that ever since he agreed to the position. He does his job like a pro, but we don't talk. Ever. We get in the car. The silence is thick as Jasper stares straight ahead, hands on the steering wheel. My phone chirps again. It's Jazz. I perk up at the sight of her name. I've been more and more eager to spend time with my wife lately. I didn't realize just how hectic my schedule had become over the past few years. Our marriage had been plagued with distance, snatches of time, stilted smiles, rushed moments in the darkness. I didn't savor her anymore. I didn't enjoy her. And I'm just realizing that I was missing her long before she moved out. Spending time with her in the evenings might not seem like much to my celebrity friends who enjoy nights on the town with loud music, girls, and drugs, but it's who I am. It's what I enjoyed back when I had nothing. And then I lost Jazz, and I found out what it feels like to really have nothing. Now, returning to my roots, to how things sparked between us, just hanging out with her, talking, making dinner, and watching movies makes me feel like I have everything I could ever need. Well, not everything. I lick my lips as I recall that time Jazz jumped into the pool with me. Man, I miss my wife. But 50 cold showers and 100 hours of exercise never killed anybody, right? A text message from Jazz. I read the text message from Jazz. Are you coming home after the shoot? I have a movie I want us to watch. Grinning like a fool, I text her back.
I'll be there soon.
Don't you have a magazine interview at 6?
I'll cancel it. Should I bring dinner from your favorite Thai place? Jasper,
I say, still staring at the phone.
Pull over.
What's wrong?
I'm going home.
You're supposed to be at the studio.
I've got something more important.
I lift my phone almost giddily.
Dinner plans with Jazz.
Hurt flickers in his eyes before he rushes to cover it. Not a part of me feels sorry for him. I'm in love with Jazz, my wife. Even if Jasper's got a thing for her, I've got a hell of a head start. His jaw tightening, he nods and lets the vehicle drift to the side. A moment later, he stalks off without a word to me. Happily taking his seat, I drive off and plug my Bluetooth earphones in. On the way home, I call Lee and take his tongue lashing until I can politely end the conversation. After, I call Jazz's favorite Thai restaurant. By the time I get there, the order is piping hot and ready. Turning the music up, I tap the steering wheel to the beat and belt out the lyrics of the vapid pop songs that everyone pretends they hate and yet all know the lyrics to. By the time I get home, dusk is settling on the horizon. Pops of pink and navy blue stain the orange glow of the sunset. I catch sight of Jazz's car in the driveway. My heart pounds and my palms get sweaty. It's so strange that I'm nervous around my wife. Screw the fact that we've been married for almost 6 years now. Screw the fact that I know everything about her. The way she sleeps, the way she puts on her lipstick, the expression she makes when she's happy, sad, eyes rolling back with desire. I know her favorite flavor of ice cream and the pointlessly embarrassing things she did years ago that no one remembers but her. And yet, I'm still learning more things about her. I still love learning more about her. There's been a melody in my head that gets stronger every time we hang out. Jazz inspires me. Cheesy as that sounds, this woman is my muse. My car door slamming shut echoes through the garage. I scoop up the food and hurry inside. Silence. My sneakers echo when I walk. Unease tries to trip me up, but I don't linger on it.
Jazz?
I call. The paper bag rustles loudly in the hush. Sounds like a gunshot, like alarm bells. Footsteps patter in the distance. I look in the direction of the guest room. Jazz strides toward me, wearing a white, silky, fluttering robe that clings to her curves and hints at the lingerie beneath. The top of the robe dips low to reveal her cleavage spilling out of what I think is a corset. My head goes blank. Words. I know what words are, but suddenly I can't put them in the right order. What I'm sure of is this. My wife is sexy. I can't look away. My body responds immediately, like a lever moving forward, like a car revving its engines. My eyes devour her dark brown skin, the way it absorbs the dim overhead lights, the way the white silk is such a sharp, beautiful contrast to the dark brown. Her hair spills freely over her shoulders and back. Her lips are a dark, tempting red, a come and taste me red. My heart's about to give out, just putter to death. I feel the food slipping out of my grip and hurriedly rescue it from splattering on the floor. Jazz breaks out into a smile and glides toward me. I edge back for some stupid reason. She stops, looks up at me. For a moment, hurt flickers in those beautiful dark brown eyes. Then she blinks. It's gone, replaced by a big, insincere smile.
Smells great.
Yeah.
She takes the food from me, but not before letting her nails graze the back of my knuckles sensually. Heat envelops me like a cloud, like a whole blanket. Even if I strip down to my skin, to my muscles, to my bones, I won't be able to cool down. The robe flutters high over Jazz's thighs as she carries the food to the counter.
How was the session with the new studio managers this morning?
It was.
My mouth's dry. I clear my throat.
It was okay.
Lee said they came highly recommended.
Yeah, they're the best in the business. Some folks who've been doing this before me haven't gotten in.
Congratulations.
My eyes linger on her chest.
Thanks. Yeah.
It's cause for celebration, right?
It's cause for you taking off that robe. Is it hot in here? Is this kitchen the sauna? I grab my shirt and pluck it away from my sweaty chest. When that fails to cool me down, I march to the fridge and pour myself a glass of cold water. She opens the top cupboard where we store the plates. They're a little out of reach for her. I plunk my glass down, move over to her, reach for the china. Jazz backs up and brushes herself against my groin. My fingers slip on porcelain. Desire rushes through my veins. She's so soft. Has she always been this soft?
Thank you,
she whispers, batting her eyelashes. My smile trembles.
No problem.
You really want to thank me? Bend that tight little body over this counter. It's hot as hell in here. I back away from my beguiling wife and subtly adjust myself. Not that it works. I'm sure she can tell exactly what she's doing to me. One look at my pants will tip her all the way off.
Wine?
She gestures to the rack we keep suspended over the counter.
No, just water for me.
I laugh nervously.
Gotta preserve the voice for recording tomorrow.
That's a bald-faced lie. I know my boundaries. If I drink wine, if I lose my inhibitions in this moment with my wife looking like that, I'm not going to be able to keep my hands off her. I won't be able to stop myself from throwing her on the couch and feasting on something other than the food I brought for dinner.
Dean?
She arches an eyebrow.
What?
I realized I tuned her out, too busy picturing her naked and sweating. I can't do this. Should I just give an excuse to bounce? Say Lee has an emergency or something?
I asked if you'd choose the movie.
Oh, sure.
I turn away from her, plod to the living room, absently turn on the TV. One thought blazes through my mind. How am I going to resist my wife tonight? Chapter 21. Jazz. Why hasn't he pounced on me? The moment Dean's back is turned, my smile droops and my shoulders slump. If this were 5 years ago, and I approached him wearing something like this, there wouldn't have been any conversation. A movie? Dinner? Forgotten. I'd be spread out on the counter. I'd be dinner and dessert. My husband would have dived into me until I couldn't move. But tonight, something drops heavy into my soul. Something dark and oily. It smells like garbage and betrayal. If he's not getting it from you, he's getting it from somewhere else. So what do I do? You test him. If you throw yourself at him and he still pushes you away, you'll know that he's no longer attracted to you and he's getting satisfied by someone else. Of course, in the moment, I told my sister that her plan was stupid, that she was being ridiculous, that I would never even consider it. Me? I won't stoop so low. I refuse to seduce the man I'm about to divorce. I'm not that pathetic, right? Wrong. So wrong. Because somehow, when I got home, I headed straight to the guest room. Instead of crawling on the bed, pulling my laptop close and looking for a new job. Instead of calling my lawyer and asking if he'd found a loophole that allowed me to escape this marriage with what belongs to me, instead of texting Jasper and asking him why the heck he'd agreed to work for Dean, I pawed through my old clothes to find the lingerie I hadn't worn in over 6 months. I held up the bits of mesh, lace, and appliques, crinkled them in my grip, walked up and down while I set myself a bubble bath. And, after the bath, I dressed in the clothes that left little to the imagination. Clothes that have no other motive than to excite and be admired, than to flash skin and tease moans and invite private places to brush roughly. While pulling up the thong, I listed all the reasons why I shouldn't flat iron my hair and put on makeup and douse behind my ears with the perfume that used to drive Dean wild. I gave myself one last chance to back away. But somehow, after trying to talk myself out of it, I found myself there, readily available in the kitchen and waiting for Dean to come home. And then his voice boomed through the kitchen. He called my name, and my body responded, tightened, shuddered. I was desperate, so ready for his fingers to stroke and touch and strum, the way he used to, the way I loved. But when he saw me, he stepped away from me. My fingers dig into the counter, and my heart stutters at the memory of him stiffening, staring hard at my face and nothing else. Inching back, like I frighten him, like I don't turn him on. My breath is as heavy as my heart. Maybe I should stop here. Maybe it's not worth it to find these answers. The harsh words from those girls at the bakery echoes in my ears.
Dean's just tolerating you. Why would he like someone like you?
I grit my teeth and straighten my shoulders. My struggles with self-esteem started long before Dean dragged me into the spotlight, but I'm too old to be second-guessing myself. This fight isn't over yet. The night is young. Stuffing the hurt deep down in my soul, I push off the counter and prepare for round 2. The TV switches on. A game show host laughs uproariously. Dean patters to the couch. I glance over him, his bare feet, his jean-clad legs, the tattoo sleeve covering his brawny arm. He fans his face, pulls at his shirt, then he takes it off. I bite my bottom lip longingly as I watch the way his muscles bunch and contract. Without the t-shirt, I get to appreciate a whole lot more of him. Like his biceps, his tattoos, the V-line that disappears into worn jeans. No matter how much money he makes, that man will only wear new clothes if either I or the agency buys them for him.
Jazz?
Dean stops in the middle of the living room. His bare feet push against the tiles. His chest expands. Slow, heavy breaths. The steadiness of a man who's completely unaffected by his near-naked wife.
Hey,
I gesture to the plates in my hands.
I brought the food.
He licks his lips, glances at me and then the meal.
Just give me a minute. Let me put on a shirt.
No need.
I shove the plate into his abdomen.
What?
His eyes widen.
Leave it off.
Jazz.
You look hot, Dean. His gaze skitters away, feeling more confident when I notice his flustered response. I play with the loop of my robe.
To be honest, I'm feeling a little hot too. Maybe I should...
No.
Dean lurches forward, covers my hand to stop me from pulling the robe loose.
No, you should definitely keep that on.
My heart lurches. I hear Becca in my head like the little devil on my shoulder.
See? He's cheating. He's not attracted to you.
Dean's desire can't be hidden. It's there in the flush in his cheeks, there in the darkness of his eyes, there in his pants. But he still won't touch me. He's refusing to. It's not that he can't sleep with me. It's that he doesn't want to. My face crumples.
What's wrong?
A voice that sounds like those girls from the bakery shrieks in my ear.
Didn't you see the article? Didn't you see the animal they put beside your picture? You think a human wants to screw a gorilla?
I try to remember what I learned during my few sessions of therapy. It was Lee's idea. He'd seen how much the flack from Dean's fans was getting to me. He suggested a therapist, and I humored him for a couple sessions. The room had been cold and stark. The therapist had been too clinical, too heavy-handed. I'd stopped. But there were pockets of gold that I learned from her. Something about my worth, about my value not being defined by others, about self-love and self-acceptance. My mind goes blank. Those are just words, but the pain I feel is real and overwhelming. All I can see is that stupid article, a picture of me without the frills and makeup and surgeries, and next to it, a picture of a gorilla, an insinuation, an insult without words. Tears gather in my eyes.
Jazz.
Dean cups my face.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
I firm my bottom lip. Try to keep myself together even though I feel like I'm bursting at the seams. The reality that my husband doesn't want me is like waking up to a nightmare. Even if we were disconnected emotionally and mentally, even if we were heading in different directions, even if we were so far gone from each other that it would take years to rebuild what was broken. I thought the physical chemistry was there. I thought, at the very least, we had that connection left. One tenuous string tying us together. Fragile as it may be, useless in the long run, burnt up like flames. It would have been enough for my ego alone, for my heart, for the wounds that I inflicted on myself. But I was wrong. We have nothing. I push Dean away and cinch my robe tighter. I'm not crying. I'm not freaking crying. I'm not going to. The first tear falls despite my objection. I spare my fingertips against the wetness. The second tear chases it like an over-eager horse in a race. I start to step away when Dean grabs my arm and whirls me around. His sharp intake of breath when he sees my tears makes me cry a little harder.
Baby, what's wrong?
I shake him off. He reaches for me again, and this time he pulls me into a hug.
You're killing me, Jazz.
He groans, shakes his head.
You're killing me.
Me? No. Dean's the one who tore my heart out and killed me first. Chapter 22. Dean. I hug Jazz to me, pull that gorgeous body into my chest, and try to keep the raging desire that I feel in check.
Baby, don't cry.
I run a hand through her hair. Just then, my phone rings. Jazz stiffens, pushes me away with Herculean strength. You should answer.
It's not important.
I stare at her, noting the tears coursing down her cheeks. She wipes them away.
No, I'm sure it is. I'm sure whoever's on the other end of that line is the most important thing to you.
What is she saying? Frustration nips at my heels. I steer it back, suck in a deep breath. Beyond the flaming desire, the annoyance, and the confusion, I hear Doc's voice in my head. Womanese is the language a woman speaks. What she says from her mouth is really covering what she's saying in her heart. I breathe deeply, turn away, grab the phone. Jazz is trying to leave when I lengthen my stride and snatch her wrist. She sobs.
What, Dean? What?
It's Lee.
I shake the phone close to her face.
So?
If it's not Lee, it's someone else from the agency. It's someone from my family. It's spam.
Her eyebrows pinch together.
At any time, you can check. You don't have to, because there won't be anything there. But you can. The password to my phone is your birthday.
She slowly looks up at me. Light sparkles on the tiny teardrops on her eyelashes, makes them look like priceless diamonds, like tiny jewels.
I don't check my socials. The thirst tweets, the flirting, those messages get sent straight to the agency. I don't even have the passwords to those accounts.
Dean, she whispers. I stalk closer, move into her space, show her the phone. I press the off button, hold it down until it chimes, until it powers off, until it goes black. She blinks rapidly. A strand of her long hair is stuck to her cheek. I gently push it back and hook it behind her ear. She turns into the touch, closes her eyes, breathes out. My heart is beating at a tempo that can't be healthy. My body's about to explode just from looking at her, just from touching her cheek. Jazz has never had to do much to excite me. And the fact that she's looking like that. I let my hand drift down her shoulder because I can't not touch her. Because she's the most beautiful woman I've ever laid eyes on, and my mouth is watering, longing for just a taste of her. The silk flows through my thumb and forefinger. The material ruffles slightly when I move my palm across it. Jazz tips her chin up, stares into my face. Tears still shimmer in her dark brown eyes. Whirlpools of brown, galaxies unknown. She's always had the most stunning eyes to me, capable of making me forget every thought, except one. Undress her.
Jazz.
My heart thunders. Spread her legs. I swallow the lump in my throat.
You should stop here.
My shoulders heave as I struggle to rein myself in.
If you're just trying to tease me.
She bites down on her bottom lip and glances away. I inhale the scent of her perfume. It's the one I gave her, the one that always attracted my hands and my mouth and my tongue. The one that always meant she'd end up naked on the counter, or against the wall, or sprawling wide open in the shower. I groan as another shock of desire hits me. My grip on self-restraint is slipping fast. I love my wife. I'm so attracted to my wife. And she's standing there in a little strip of cloth, barely their silk, tempting me.
You should be afraid.
I let my voice drop to a whisper.
And you should run.
I wrap my arm around her waist, hook her closer.
You should run as far as you can, because I won't be able to stop myself if you stay.
Her chin tilts up.
You meant what you said in the pool?
You're the most precious person in the world to me.
She seems to drink in those words. Her eyes flutter closed, nostrils flare. Her fingers dig into my shoulder. Push that robe aside and see what's underneath, Dean. Restraint inches even further away. My body's throbbing, demanding satisfaction. Now. I need her now.
Jazz,
It's not a game.
this is your last chance.
I bend low. My nose glides down her neck.
This is your last chance to fight me, because after tonight, you're not sleeping in the guest room. After tonight, I'm not holding back anymore.
Her breath stutters.
1.
I whisper. Jazz's fingers slide down my abs. Fire blazes everywhere she touches. I can barely talk, think, breathe. I can't keep my hands off this woman. My fingers brush over her shoulders, down her side, her chest, her waist. Her skin is impossibly soft. I can smell the desire on her, soaking her.
2.
I croak. My voice is heavy, hoarse, gone. I'm walking Jazz backward, past the couch, past the television with the game show host and the canned audience laughter, past the food waiting on 2 dishes beside empty glasses of wine. Afraid I'll get to 3 and she'll leave my arms, I don't end the countdown. Instead, I lower my head and kiss her. Her lips are hot against mine. The salt of her tears drips on the tip of my tongue, and I caress her mouth until she stops crying. My hands span the breadth of her back. I pull her tighter into my arms and close my eyes, letting the moment consume me. The past has no presence here. The future holds its breath. All that matters is the pressure of my lips on hers, the faint touch of her fingers on my side that burn like 2 hot coals on flesh. The way her lips cling to mine desperately and passionately. I press her mouth harder, a silent order to part her lips, to let me invade her mouth with my tongue. She does, and it destroys me. I moan the second our tongues intertwine. I lose control when she does too. Jazz slides her arms around my neck, pushes herself up, closer. My body demands more. I want it all, everything. I inhale her, devour her. She tastes like sunshine and heartbreak, smells like walks on the beach and smiles in the morning and dreams that come true. I need to taste her, touch her, break her. I need to fill her body with mine until I've claimed every inch of her. but I force myself to tamp it down, pull back, not far away, never, close enough that our noses are still touching and her breath is still kissing my lips.
Jazz,
I whisper frantically. Can she tell what she's doing to me? Can she see that I'm barely holding on? Start again.
what?
Count again. She grounds herself into me, her lips parted, from the top. She thinks I can remember how to count with the way her hips are moving. Dean, her voice is urgent.
1,
I croak. She tugs at the tie of her robe, her eyes on me. 1.
2,
My eyes linger on her stunning body as the robe slips off her shoulders, pulls at her feet to the floor. 2. Jazz smirks at me.
2,
It's all I can say because my brain's frozen like a scratched record. All I can do is stare at her, every part of her exposed in barely there underwear, the vulnerability in her eyes, the lust, the heat in the air, the tension winding through my body.
You're so beautiful,
I whisper reverently. I'm a man before a priceless painting, a work of art so rare, so incredible, that only one person can ever get to admire it. And hell, that one person is me. How did I get so lucky? I should bow down, show some respect.
Dean, you're at 2.
She smirks.
2,
She digs her fingers into my pants, fiddles with the buckle, rises up to kiss me before whispering, 3. Restraint goes out the window. It reels through the air before landing somewhere beyond me, somewhere beyond this moment. I tear lingerie until it falls apart, falls aside, while I fall to my knees. Her head hits the wall. Dark fingers tug my hair. She moans my name, whispers, please, please. My lips find the taste they've been begging for since she left, since this nightmare of waking up without her began. I let my tongue glide and savor, slowly, slowly. Yes, I stroke and lap up all I can. I tease her so she knows what she did to me, so she knows that I'm going to punish her all night. I can't be sweet or patient, gentle. Screw that. No mercy. She offered me none. I'm taking every drop, licking every inch, pushing harder and rougher tonight. Dean, she gasps, shudders, begs for me. I don't stop. Again, until she's wilting against me. Again, until her back arches so far it's about to snap. She pleads for me, for rescue from the pleasure that wrecks her like a hurricane, from the sheer relentlessness of an ecstasy her body can't quite contain. But I push her over the edge, then I drag her back up the cliff and do it all again. Only when I'm satisfied do I pull my lips back and climb to my feet, giving her a hard kiss so she tastes herself on my tongue. I growl, I missed you. She peers at me through hazy eyes. Please shut up and take your clothes off. I smirk. The belt buckle jangles as I unlock it. I ditch the jeans, the boxers, hike Jazz in the air. She wraps her legs around my waist, bites down on her bottom lip, looks at me like I'm the only man for her, the way she used to when we were newlyweds and nothing else mattered in the world. The way nothing else matters now. Shouldn't we? She pants. Her chest brushes against mine. Her thighs slip and slide down my waist, daringly close to where she needs to be. Shouldn't we move this to the bedroom?
I can't wait that long,
I murmur. She laughs in a voice that's already hoarse from screaming my name. I kiss her. I turn that laughter into a long, helpless moan. She gasps the moment my body rams into hers, the moment she feels the brunt of me, the weight of me. And then I move my hips, and I make her scream until her voice is gone. Chapter 23. Jazz.
You're beautiful,
Dean says, his eyes caressing my body inch by inch.
How are you so insanely perfect?
His words pierce my soul, find fertile ground, dig in roots and grow blooms, 20, 100. Petals turn their head up to the rain of his admiration, soak in every drop of the light they bring. I'm coming alive. I sigh contentedly and watch as a small ray of moonlight spares the curtains and tiptoes past the balcony doors. Dean's hand caresses my inner thigh. His thumb swipes back and forth. At any moment, I can inch forward, have him brush right where I need him. I can already feel the heat spiraling through my body, already taste the warmth of him on my tongue. But I'm exhausted, so sore that I can barely move. I'm pretty sure I won't be able to walk tomorrow, or the day after that. We had 6 months of pent-up frustration to work through. 6 months of empty nights, beds that were too big and too wide, showers that were too cold, residues of anger and resentment that made my nails leave marks on his back and his teeth leave indents on my shoulder. I craved Dean's body. The whole seduction plan was just a barely disguised attempt at soothing my own needs. I got a whole lot more than I bargained for. The most sensitive parts of my body are wrecked. I've been opened, stroked, devastated. I've been stretched to his capacity, filled with him. And when I thought there was no space left, he found nooks and crannies. He found more, and he claimed it. He enveloped me until I was consumed. I held on for dear life, and then I wrecked him too. We were both passionate enough to nearly break the bed. But it was different. Tonight meant more. It felt like more. Gratitude fills my heart. The truth is, I love being slammed into walls and couches and beds, but I missed this, the quiet, the calm, the afterglow, the breath we take together after our bodies collapse on each other, after the unraveling and the explosions, the implosions, the chaos. Right here, where my soul is completely at peace, where I don't doubt the connection, the commitment, the sacrifice. That's the joy of marriage, I think. The difference between hooking up and saying I do. This moment, after. It's a certainty that you're in the right place, that the person lying next to you would sacrifice his very life for your sake. There's no need to roll over with a blanket covering the body, No need to tiptoe out in yesterday's clothes, hair wild and smelling like lust and regret. No need to wonder, tap fingers against phone screens, wait, play games, realize the falling wasn't mutual, that the only thing you shared was lust. There's peace here. I find it. I bask in it, like a lizard on a sunny day. You're the most precious person in the world to me. I believe him. I saw it in his eyes. I heard it in my heart. The most precious. Maybe that makes me an idiot. Maybe I'll be proven wrong. But right now, I want to hold on to Dean. I want to clutch this moment in both hands. Run my palms over it. Keep it safe inside me. I don't ever want to let go. He rolls to his side, looks down at me.
What are you thinking?
About you.
That much I knew.
I swat at him.
Cocky?
He shrugs, levels me that Dean Reese smirk that sends my blood pumping. It is absolutely unfair that Dean looks so good. The man ages like fine wine. Have I gotten my fill? Is it time to get drunk on him again?
Jazz?
My eyes flit to his.
What?
Keep looking at me like that, and you'll find out.
I nuzzle my nose against his chest. His scent fills my head. Sweat. Me. Us. It's everything I didn't know I wanted. Everything I need.
I was thinking,
I murmur, that I like these moments.
Yeah?
The sheets rustle as he tilts his head down.
Yeah.
What about them?
The silence.
I let my voice trail to nothing. Let the quiet of the night wrap around us as securely as Dean's arms wrap around me.
The certainty that you'll be here when I wake up.
I whisper at last. He caresses my shoulder.
You know what I miss most about you when I'm on tour? My pancakes?
He chuckles.
No.
I snap my fingers.
My ability to keep you on schedule?
Nope.
This?
I gesture to the rumpled bedsheets, the sweat still glistening on his skin. My dark leg that's tangled with his pale, hairy one.
I missed two things then.
I chuckle.
Remember when we were dating and you'd take me with you on gigs? Back then we were so bold. We'd sneak off to find privacy in really dark, really awkward places all the time.
He laughs, brown eyes alight with a memory.
They weren't all dark.
But they were all awkward.
Until I got my hands on you.
True.
My heart thumps. Dean refusing to move things upstairs until later didn't surprise me. The man has always been so impatient.
Remember that weird horse town?
Dean asks. I snort.
We got caught.
You were so loud.
I poke his side.
Whose idea was it to sneak off behind the stables?
I wanted a real-life roll in the hay.
He shrugs. Rubbing my forehead, I mumble.
It was humiliating.
Which part? Getting hay in places they shouldn't be, or getting arrested for public nudity?
The police only let us go because he was a fan of yours.
I remember that.
Dean laughs. My lips inch up. My chest loosens, expands. I laugh a little harder, a little louder. He was always the brave one, always pushing me to try new things, to believe in myself, to go places I'd never gone before. Why did I forget that? When did I forget that being with Dean made me a better person? Hey, I pushed his shoulder. You were telling me what you missed most about me when you were on tour.
What was it again?
Dean starts kissing my neck. His hands creep up my thighs, opening my legs.
I forgot.
I tilt my head back to give him access. My fingers scrub through his shorn hair as I breathlessly whisper, "Yeah, right." He stops, stares into my eyes.
I love you.
My heart stutters. A moment later, it blips out of my chest and appears in the palm of Dean's hands. Right there in the center. Right there, amidst the calluses from playing guitar for hours, from holding mic stands and practicing dance moves. It beats and bleeds for him. He grins. Moonlight slices over his sharp jaw, the eyes that glimmer, the lips that are pink from my lipstick.
I'd tell you over the phone, but I wouldn't be able to see it like this.
His mouth rests on mine as his fingers move up my thighs.
You have no idea how much I don't deserve you.
His knuckles brush over me, dragging a gasp from my lips.
But every time I tell you I love you, you respond with a little surprise and a little gratefulness.
Dean, I widen my legs fully. His smirk is wicked as he climbs over me.
And in those moments,
he whispers,
I realize you don't think you deserve me either.
I arch my back as Dean sinks in. Words jumble in my mind, and all I can do is let out a garbled groan that doesn't sound like any term in the English language. And yet, he understands. He looks at me like he hears my heart. His body moves gently, almost like a song. As I reel with pleasure, my husband whispers,
I'm going to spend my life driving that surprise out of your eyes, Jazz.
He grips my chin so I look at him.
I'm going to spend my life driving that surprise out of your eyes, Jazz. I'm going to do everything I can to deserve you.
I pull him down to me and kiss him. Hours later, I wake up to the shrill ringing of my phone. Sunshine peers through the curtains, dancing over our wedding bands, over our bodies that are intertwined, and the blankets that cling to us like sweat. I ease up with a groan, moving my legs carefully to lessen the discomfort between my thighs. Reaching over, I grab my cell phone and start to silence it when I see a familiar number. My eyes widen. I pick up and answer. Hello?
Mrs. Reese.
My lawyer sounds way too happy this early in the morning.
I think I found a way to convince the judge.
What? I whisper.
We say Dean Reese is a terrible husband.
His voice climbs.
We say that he's emotionally abusive.
Abusive?
I hiss.
It's true. You had the appearance of an affair, but that was only once, and it was only a response to your husband's toxic behavior. Mr. Reese's scandals far outnumber and outlast yours. We paint him as the villain. We call him a terrible person and...
Rob really sounds too excited.
Can you visit the office today? You can sign the documents, and I'll submit them to the judge. There's no way anyone will be on Dean Reese's side when we're finished with him.
I stare at Dean as my heart flips around in my chest. He's sprawled on his stomach. His lips are slightly parted, as he rests peacefully. He trusts me. He's fighting for me. My eyes trail the slope of his back, his tattoo sleeves, his messy hair.
We can file the papers as soon as you come in,
Rob says, his voice sliding down when he realizes I'm not saying anything. I clear my throat, glance away. I'd like to put a pause on that.
Mrs. Reese.
You're the most precious person in the world to me. I whisper the words burning my tongue.
I've changed my mind.
I'm going to do everything I can to deserve you.
But
I turn my wedding ring around on my finger.
I don't want a divorce.
Chapter 24. Dean. Stepping into the shutters of Doc's mechanic shop feels like returning home, except I'm actually happy to be there. And instead of that stern scowl my father always levels me, Doc breaks out into a smile. I move briskly toward him.
Looks like you're busy.
I'm always busy. Doc holds out his hand. I take it. Pump. His dark eyes gleam brightly. His goatee has a little more gray than black, but everything else is the same. Same dark skin, same dirty, oil-stained overalls, same mug filled with lemon slices and honey.
I figured I'd come lend a hand.
Good. I move faster when you're here. It's rare to have an assistant who actually understands what he's doing. Doc winks, points to a beauty in the corner.
I have that vehicle over there waiting for your attention. Sounds like you missed me.
I was thinking the same thing. He wipes his dirty hands on an equally dirty rag.
Is your car still on the road?
I think of the past few blissful days with my wife, opening my eyes to her satin bonnet bobbing and her lips wrapped around me, going to bed with her soft body pressed against me, sticking closer to me than my own skin. Feels like we've hit our second honeymoon. I can't keep my hands off her. If she's cooking, I'm right there behind her, arms reaching for the things she can't reach, fingers flicking the stove to low so I can give her something better to taste, to feast on, to devour. If she's showering, I'm right there with her, bodies pressed against glass, drops of water falling into nooks and crannies, into the crevices where my lips nuzzle and graze. There's been laughter between kisses, arguments over musicals versus action movies, horrible karaoke nights where Jazz reminds me, once again, that if our future children have any musical talent, it'll only come from me.
Dean.
Doc arches an eyebrow.
Yeah.
I rub the back of my neck.
Yeah, car's working great.
Doc leans against an open hood, one ankle crossed over the other.
There aren't any more problems? I mean, sometimes I get the sense that she's holding something back from me.
I frown as I recall that first morning when Jazz scampered off to whisper to someone on her phone.
Maybe it's all in my head though. Things are pretty much perfect.
It's only been a short time.
It's been 6 months.
Of this repair.
Even so, I think we're good.
He arches an eyebrow at the project in the corner.
We'll see.
I shake my head.
Seriously?
Doc gives me a little shove. I plod to the car and open the hood. When I start the engine, I hear the clunk of a part out of place and diagnose it quickly. Time flies as I roll under the engine and get to work. A few hours later, Doc approaches me with a glass of water in his hand. "Here you go."
Thanks.
I take it, drain every drop.
It's up and running, Doc.
He studies me intently.
Don't get too excited. We have to take it for a test drive first. You doubting my skills?
Just because you feel like the work is over doesn't mean it is.
I gesture to the front seat.
After you.
Doc climbs in. The engine rumbles to life. It sounds like a cranky old man getting out of bed, but at least it runs. I wind the window down and turn my face up to the sun as we roar down the highway.
Repairing a relationship is an endless circle of testing and servicing.
Doc stares straight ahead, hands folded over his chest.
Each time you have success, it's not the time to stop, but to run more tests and do deeper service.
I flick the indicator, turn right.
More knowledges?
They get the point across.
I stop at a red light. Doc turns to me.
Your focus should remain on building trust. Remember, trust is something that is extremely hard to build, but easy to destroy.
I told you, I'm doing everything right now. My wife and I.
A wicked smile emerges when I think about what Jazz was wearing last night.
We're real good.
Trust and being intimate is not the same. Understanding the difference will guide the path you take.
He taps my shoulder.
The light changed.
Oh.
I slam on the gas.
Slow down, Dean.
Why? There's nothing ahead of me.
He shakes his head.
Slow down and focus. Everything you do from this point should be with a purpose. And that purpose is to build
trust. I got it. I told you. Everything is back to normal.
You think it's that easy?
Isn't it?
Without trust, she has no peace. Without trust, it's daily torment. This causes stress and makes her act in unusual ways. Continuously addressing this is the highest priority.
I press the gas, watch the needle climb, higher, higher.
Dean?
Don't worry, Doc. I understand everything now. I got this.
Pride usually comes before a fall.
The only falling I'm doing is falling in love.
I haul the curve, burning rubber, and bring the car to a screaming halt in front of Doc's shop. He doesn't return the grin I throw his way. Instead, he remains stoic.
I'm glad you're making progress.
He unclips his seatbelt.
But just in case you find yourself running off a cliff, here are some keys to building trust.
I'm listening.
That's the first one. Listen to her and the things that concern her. Repeat back to her what you've heard her say.
He lifts a second finger.
Prioritize her. Make sure there's nothing and no one else more important to you than her. Don't just tell her that. Walk it out.
My phone buzzes. I pull it up and check the screen while saying distractedly,
And the last one?
As the male, it's not always your fault, but it is always your responsibility.
My messages distract me. Wife.
Going to help my cousin set up for her wedding. Won't be home until late.
Me.
I'll pick you up after.
Wife.
No need. Becca will drop me off.
Me.
Then I'll wait up.
Wife. Good. I can't wait to see you. Heat blazes in my chest. When I glance up, Doc's staring at me, lips stern.
Sorry,
I clear my throat.
What were you saying about responsibility?
Doc opens the door and starts to step out. Suddenly, he hauls the door shut and falls back into his seat.
Listen close, Dean.
He crooks a finger in warning.
When the car is not in the best condition, whether it is your fault or not, you can't get the best out of it. It works only after you take your time and patiently replace what needs to be updated. Even when it's repaired, it must be constantly serviced to stay running.
Right.
You want your relationship to be like a well-oiled engine. Never stop repairing and maintaining the car. Got it?
I got it, Doc.
I wink.
I have it all under control. Things are finally swinging my way.
I hope so,
Doc says, and with a grave look, he climbs out of the car. Chapter 25. Jazz. I clutch my phone with trembling fingers and slide it back into my purse. Wisps of smoke drift into the air, disappearing above the cup of tea that remains untouched on the wooden coffee table. I cross my legs, uncross them, cross my arms, uncross them too.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mrs. Reese.
The door opens and my lawyer strides in. He's wearing a pressed button-down shirt, white as freshly fallen snow. He straightens his tie as he flings his briefcase behind the desk and falls into his seat. I chew on my bottom lip. My phone chirps. It's probably Dean answering my text. I told him I wanted to see him, which is true. But I also told him I was at my cousin's place to help prepare for the wedding, which is less true. Okay, it's a total lie. But it's not like I'm going to tell my husband, "Hey babe, I'm at my divorce lawyer. Can you pick me up in an hour?" Dean has no idea I've even been to see a divorce lawyer. I'm not going to make him any wiser either. Besides, I will stop by my cousin's after this. Might as well turn this lie into a truth and get some family time in.
So,
Rob folds his hands together, managing to look both distant and disappointed in the same breath.
You're really going through with this?
I'm willing to give him a second chance.
Why?
Rob's voice sounds strained.
How do you know if he's really changed?
He hired a new bodyguard to set boundaries with his fans. Girls no longer throw themselves at him when he's at gigs or doing interviews. He mentions me a lot more in social media now and
I tuck my purse closer to me.
He's putting in the effort to put me first. He keeps making steps toward me, and it makes me want to move toward him too. It makes me want to meet him in the middle.
Are you sure this is him changing?
It's him. I can see it.
I smile, dip my head,
and I trust him.
Rob runs a hand through his hair, laughs hollowly.
Don't take this the wrong way, Mrs. Reese, but I really thought you were different.
Different?
Smarter,
he sighs.
Do you know how much money you're turning down? Half of Dean Reese's assets.
He lets out a breath.
We're talking mind-boggling numbers. You'd be set for life.
You think I care about money?
I didn't say that you did.
He shakes his head.
Money is practical. Money doesn't lie. But people...
He's changed. Rob's lips begin to tremble. I arch an eyebrow. What?
Nothing, Mom.
You can be honest with me. I reach for the teacup, sip it. It's hot, bland.
I can't tell you the number of times I've heard that one.
He smiles sadly, gestures to the couch I'm sitting on.
Wives crawl back into my office with their tails tucked between their legs and all the fight gone from their eyes. They get hit with nostalgia or sentimentality. Their mind locks on when things were good, and they desperately believe they can get that back again. Or the thought of being alone is so scary, they'd rather stay in the nightmare they know than be free.
Did something happen today, Rob? He pulls at his tie.
I just threw another case.
Why? He gestures to me and sighs.
The wife changed her mind. Her husband swore up and down that he'd broken up with his mistress and he was in therapy.
Isn't that a good thing? He's making steps to change.
He found out she was getting a divorce.
Rob scrubs the back of his neck.
He found out she was going to leave him high and dry, so he rushed to make it look like he's changed.
Rob narrows his eyes at me.
I've been in this gig for more years than you've been alive, Mrs. Reese. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. And these love stories, the ones that start with couples who are so in love they can't keep their hands off each other, they're the first to fizzle out. It's practically a playbook by now.
Dean and I are different.
I've heard that before too.
He runs a hand over his face.
Maybe I'm overstepping my bounds, and if I've offended you, I apologize.
He smiles sadly.
It's just that you remind me of my daughter.
I do? I blink rapidly. That's my first time hearing that.
She was married to a celebrity too, an athlete. He cheated on her multiple times, and my baby stayed thinking she could change him.
His smile gets broken.
She stayed and put up with his disrespect for 3 years before she found out that he'd contracted an STD.
I gasp. Rob.
She died. That idiot lived. And that's how my baby's love story ended.
My heart bucks in my chest. I'm so sorry.
I'm pretty callous now, Mrs. Reese. I'm a good lawyer because I've handled thousands of cases, and I always fight for my clients so that I squeeze every last red cent from their husbands' tight-fisted hands.
His head hangs low, as if his neck can no longer support the weight of it, as if the entire world is on his shoulders.
Please don't be fooled by this guy. What you're seeing may only be temporary. A roller coaster doesn't climb forever. There's always a steep drop.
His eyes swim with tears.
And you know who always pays when the ride plummets?
The wife? I whisper.
You.
A lump forms in my throat. Gray clouds hover over my head. Rob's words shatter my heart, and the pieces scatter on the floor, right there in front of my heels. I was skipping along, floating, high. My eyes were completely dazzled by Dean, his smile, his body, his promises. I didn't have space for anything but his kisses, the steamy mornings wrapped in each other's arms, The evenings filled with cuddling, watching movies, and having fun the way we used to. My eyes were completely dazzled by Dean, his smile, his body, his promises. I didn't have space for anything but his kisses. The steamy mornings wrapped in each other's arms, the evenings filled with cuddling, watching movies and having fun the way we used to when we were friends before we were lovers. The nights filled with wicked, passionate love. Have I been blind? Should I be more cautious? I threw myself into our relationship, but I've been careful to keep a part of myself back. I'm not an idiot. Or am I? Am I just fooling myself? Should I leave the divorce case open just in case? The thought feels smarmy for some reason, and that resistance gives me pause. I'll think about it, I say gravely, my heart puttering out like a balloon losing air.
I want things to work for you, Mrs. Reese,
Rob says in an exhausted voice,
but I doubt it will.
His foreboding words follow me like shadows as I leave his office. I swing my purse over my head and hail a taxi. On the way to my cousin, my chest aches. My head too. Doubts rise from the ashes and attack me. Has he really changed? Can you really trust him? My phone chirps again. I take it out, thinking it's Dean. It's not. Jasper? I pick up. Hey.
Hey.
He hesitates.
Are you busy tonight?
Yes, Jasper, I am.
Oh.
Loud rock music plays behind him. Glasses clank together. Raucous laughter rings out.
It's just, I haven't seen you in a while.
I saw you last week.
That was on the job, and I couldn't talk to you.
He goes quiet.
I miss you, Jazz.
An invisible hand slithers into my chest, squeezes my heart, squeezes it until it bleeds.
Jasper, you can't say that.
What, we can't be friends now?
Look, I did seek you out when things between me and Dean were rough. I leaned on you because of our history, but that was wrong.
Why is that wrong? Why is it so bad to care about someone the way I care about you?
Jasper, stop it.
He groans.
Jazz, what are you doing to me? Why are you playing with me?
I wasn't playing.
My heart throbs.
I'm sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have let you get so close. I crossed some boundaries, but that's over now. You need to back off.
Look, I get it, Jazz. You'll need some time after the divorce to figure things out. We don't have to push for anything right away.
No, Jasper. He goes quiet.
You're not getting divorced, are you?
I want my marriage.
I lift my chin and ignore the doubts Rob planted in my head.
I love my husband. I love him so much I can't breathe.
Jazz, please.
From now on,
I whisper,
we will have nothing to do with each other.
I end the call and slip the phone back into my purse. Chapter 26. Dean.
This feels familiar.
Lee's sharp eyes swing from the bar and back to me.
Haven't we done this before?
I chuckle.
It's different this time. You're not going to ask me for cash. When have I asked you for cash?
I smirk.
You're kidding, right?
Lee offers me a dull look.
I told you, It's different this time. How? I'm no longer sleeping in the tour bus.
My lips quirk, then the full smile blooms. Lee smirks.
Are things with Jazz going that well? Let's just say I don't miss the bed in the bus.
Look at you being smug. I lift a shoulder, try and fail to smother my grin.
I figured I owe you a drink. After all, it's because of you that I'm not in jail.
I wrap an arm around my friend.
I heard they're not too nice to celebrities back there.
You're crazy.
I'm happy.
I nod to the bar.
You in? You can take me somewhere nice?
Lee mumbles.
Somewhere people don't drink straight from the tap? What's wrong with drinking straight from the tap?
Lee scrunches his nose. You're being cheap.
I want to lie low. If we'd call and make arrangements, they'd put secret cameras in the room and have my personal business broadcasted all over social media by tomorrow morning. It's not like you can run from that. No? The people in this bar have cell phones.
He hooks a thumb at the door.
If you don't recall. I do recall.
I chuckle, rubbing my jaw.
And you still brought me here? Yeah.
I pull my hoodie closer to my face.
No one cares unless you start a fight.
My gaze slides over Lee's brawny shoulders.
You don't plan to sucker punch me tonight, do you?
These things are never planned, Dean. They just happen. I laugh and push the door. The smoke hits me square in the face this time. I'm still unprepared for it. I'm still completely clueless about its origins. Lee coughs, bats the smoke away.
I can tell how much you appreciate me, Dean. You know a bar like this will have good food. But will it be sanitary? The best joints don't bother with hygiene.
Lee shudders. Loud rock music screams through the speakers. Laser lights zoom around the packed booths and bounce against patrons wearing long beards and leather jackets. Just like the last time, no one looks at us when we walk in. No one cares. I inhale a deep breath of the smoke. As much as I love my fans and the opportunities my career has afforded me, I really miss the days when people didn't give a crap about me. When I could walk into a room with no expectations, no cameras pointed my way, no girls buzzing around trying to get my autograph. My eyes sweep the top shelf liquor. I catch Lee's attention, point to the bar. He shrugs.
No matter where we sit, I'll have to haul your drunk behind back home. Probably.
He opens his mouth to say something else, but suddenly snaps it shut. Eyes widening, he stares at someone in the distance. I whirl around and spot a man sitting alone in a booth, drinking a beer. He scowls darkly and stares at his cell phone as if he wants to climb in and throttle someone.
Jasper?
My eyes bug. Lee frowns.
We should go. Why?
What do you mean, why? You want another showdown in here?
He wouldn't win.
Lee snorts.
Let's head over there. Dean?
Lee snatches my shoulders, holds me back. Are you crazy?
There aren't any other boots.
So? He's obviously claimed that one. None of the motorcycle gang members in here are fighting that.
He doesn't own the place.
Dean.
Come on.
Dean, Lee hisses. I don't know if it's stubbornness or pride or both that flings me in Jasper's direction. The last time we were in here, he pummeled me so hard I got admitted to the hospital. But things are different now. I'm his boss now. He's my bodyguard. And Jazz, she's not standing to the side, looking fine as hell and guiltier than a criminal on the witness stand. She's not screaming some other guy's name while his fist rearranges my face. Tonight, my wife will go home. My home. Our home. She'll take off her clothes and shower in our bathroom. She'll put a bonnet over her hair, lotion her body, brush her teeth at our sink. She'll lie down in my bed, our bed. When I climb in with her, she'll tuck her slender fingers in my jeans. She'll tug my hair. She'll open her legs and whimper for me. I'll claim her tonight like I did yesterday, and the night before that. I'll stroke and tease and fill her the way I will tomorrow and the day after. She's mine. All mine.
Dean?
Lee hisses. I wrench away, stride into the booth, and park myself in front of Jasper. He glances up at the same time, scowls.
I'm off the clock. So are we.
I gesture to Lee. He slants me an annoyed look and folds himself into the seat next to me. Jasper glances at Lee.
Will I get fired if I punch him again? Yeah?
Jasper leans back, sips his beer in disappointed silence. I gesture to a waitress and order whiskey. Lee does the same. Jasper's glare lands on my face and stays there.
I'm warning you. I'm already drunk.
He nods at Lee.
So you can't hold my actions against me. Noted.
Just then, our drinks arrive. I accept it and hoist the glass in the air.
Cheers, gentlemen.
Cheers, Lee says with far less enthusiasm. Jasper doesn't bother joining. The brew is bitter on my tongue, but it goes down warm. Awkward silence settles on the table. It's a quiet that the rowdy rock music is eager to fill. Lee clears his throat.
So, Jasper, you were working at another firm before you moved here, right?
He nods. I reach into the bowl of peanuts and snap back a few, listening keenly.
What made you move?
Lee asks.
A woman.
Jasper's eyes turn on me and stay there.
My first love.
Is he talking about Jazz? Unease winds around my veins and slithers over my neck. Lee squirms.
Why don't we get another drink? Good idea.
I nod. Another round appears in front of us. I drain my glass, noticing the way Jasper's head is bobbing around.
He's drunk,
Lee says. I gesture for my glass to be refilled. Lee stops me.
Are you trying to compete with him or something?
He hooks a thumb at Jasper's flushed face and hazy eyes. I push Lee off me. Restlessness makes my stomach roil. I'm trying to chase it off, trying to pretend I'm not bothered. I have to work with this guy every day, and it's not a secret that he and Jazz are old friends. But brazenly hinting about Jazz being his first love? It doesn't sit well at all. Lee snatches the fourth glass out of my hand.
Dean, slow down. That's what Doc told me this morning.
I laugh, hear my own words slush around in my head like molasses.
He said that.
Lee mumbles under his breath.
I knew this was a bad idea. Hey.
I reach out, snap my fingers under Jasper's nose.
Hey.
His eyes burst open. His head lolls to the side.
Did you really move here because of Jazz?
Dean, Lee hisses.
Yeah.
Jasper bobs his head slowly. My lips coil into a snarl.
Well, I'm glad things didn't work out.
She said she was getting divorced, Jasper mumbles. My heart plummets to the ground. I'm sure I heard incorrectly. There's no way. None. Jazz.
She said she was getting divorced.
His entire body sways.
That's why,
he grins.
That's why I left everything.
Sobriety crashes through my system. His words are like a cold bucket of water thrown on me.
What did you just say?
Lee covers his mouth, eyes widening in shock.
Dean, he's drunk. He obviously didn't mean. Jazz is getting a divorce,
Jasper yells, and then his head plunks on the table as he passes out. Chapter 27. Jazz. The meeting with Rob drained me, so I have to paste a smile on my face and force myself to act cheerful when I meet my cousins at the church. They all crowd around me, asking a million questions, all of them about Dean.
Is he really friends with that celebrity?
No, he's not.
Could I get a backstage pass to his next concert?
No, you can't.
My friends exploded when I told them I was related to Dean Reese.
Must have been messy.
Do you think he'd take a picture with me to post online?
Of course. He never says no to a fan. All night, it's the same conversation, the same theme. No one asks about me. No one cares about me. Once again, I'm overshadowed by the rays of light from my brilliant husband. He doesn't even have to be around for him to upstage me. Old doubts creep in, old insecurities. You're not enough, Jazz. I try to push those thoughts away. I'm happy. I am. Rob's warning shook me up, which is the only reason I feel so down about myself today. Things with Dean have gotten better. I've seen the changes with my own eyes. Living with a celebrity husband requires some sacrifice. I know what I signed up for. Dean's light shines too bright, and sometimes it overshadows me. That's my fault, not his.
You're sure Dean will be at the wedding, right, Jazz?
Mom asks later that night when we've finished with the decorations. Yes, Mom, I sigh. Becca rolls her eyes.
How many times are you going to ask her that? Don't give me that attitude, Becca,
Mom growls at her. They've been even more icy since the fight at Mom's place. I wish they'd just stop. For a minute. Just a minute. I hate having to referee them. They're so blinded by their own issues with each other. They don't see me. We're supposed to be the ones who have each other's backs over everyone else. And yet I always feel so alone when they're around. I always feel like it's just a matter of time before an arrow's embedded in my back.
Jazz,
Mom grabs my shoulder.
I've been meaning to ask. Have you and Dean worked everything out?
Yes, Mom.
Good girl.
She squeezes my cheek.
I'm so proud of you.
Becca snorts.
You're proud of her for screwing her husband again? Mom of the year.
Mom glares at Becca.
Shut your mouth, girl. everything is Dean this and Dean that. You hated Dean when he was broke. Remember that, Jazz? Remember when Mom did everything she possibly could to break you and Dean up? When did you join his bandwagon, Mom? Was it after the first record deal? Or when his song went platinum and he bought that mansion?
Becca taps her chin.
Or was it the Grammys? What exactly are you insinuating? You pushed her to be with him. Even if she wanted to run, she wouldn't because you were pinning all your hopes and dreams on them. I've been through much more than both of you. I know a good man when I see one. Is that why you opened your legs for every jerk in a 5-mile radius? I guess heartbreakers get your engines revving?
Mom raises her hand as if she'll slap Becca.
Stop it!
I snatch her wrist.
Enough, you two. Can we not do this? At least not in here.
I shake my head.
I am so tired of you both going at each other.
Mom straightens her blouse, her scowl deepening.
I will never apologize for encouraging Jazz to remember what she has. If she acts stupidly, she might end up like you, and that would be a tragedy.
No, Mom, Becca hisses.
The real tragedy would be if she ended up like you. Becca!
My sister smiles coldly at me.
I hope you get that divorce, Jazz.
Divorce?
Mom's eyes widen. I huff angrily.
Thanks a lot, Becca. You're welcome.
My sister smiles smugly and strides away.
You're getting a divorce?
Her eyes fill with horror.
Mom, you can't do that, Jazz. Are you crazy? Have I taught you nothing?
My heart burns, and the stress of the night boils over until I explode.
You didn't even stop to ask what was wrong, Mom. You didn't.
My eyebrows draw down into a V.
Why can't I leave if I'm unhappy? Your husband's happiness is your happiness, Jazz. I didn't train you. To what? To stand up for myself? To believe in myself? To have the self-confidence I needed to finish law school even after your loans were paid back?
Don't whine, Jazz. Mom rolls her eyes.
I'm simply pointing out that you could have had it worse. How many women would love to live in the house you do? How many women would kill to have a husband like Dean? How many of them are willing to jump on him and take your place in a heartbeat? Tear up those divorce papers at once and stop acting stupid before you lose the only thing you're good at.
My mother's words cut straight into me.
You don't mean that. Does Dean know?
Her eyes widen.
He doesn't know yet, right? He's been writing so many loving social media posts about you lately. It would be so embarrassing for him if that came out. I can't believe this.
I stalk down the aisle.
Jazz, answer me.
I whirl around, my eyes ablaze.
My marriage is my business. You don't own me or my relationship, Mom. So butt out. Ah!
Mom clutches her chest, lips squeezing tightly in pain.
Mom?
I grab her and hold her up.
Mom?
She straightens slowly and shakes me off.
I'm fine. You don't look fine.
I glance around to see if any of my cousins have stayed back.
You need to sit down.
Mom pushes me away.
Go home, Jazz. You need to go to a hospital.
Mom straightens slowly, her breath labored.
As a woman, it is your job to do everything you can to please your man. If something breaks, It's your fault. If something isn't working, you fix it. Make sure Dean doesn't find out you were thinking about a divorce. It'll only make him upset, and he might do something stupid. She crooks a finger. Make sure you take care of all his needs, no matter what. If you don't, someone else will.
Her words drip over my skin. Slimy, oily. They feel like I'm wading through trash, like tar seeping into my skull and dripping on top of my brain. It feels like I'm worthless, like I'm nothing more than something to be used. A pair of legs that wrap around and cling tight, lips that suck and stroke, a body to be discarded at will. Is that all I am? Is that all a wife should be? Or is it just me? Because I'm ordinary? Because I had dreams and I didn't pursue them? Because I let the persona of Dean Reese overshadow Jasmine Pierce?
You really believe that, Ma? I whisper. Is that really the life you want for me?
Mom cups my cheek.
Jazz, all a woman has to fight with is right there between her thighs. You don't get to keep a man like Dean without putting in the effort. If you sit back and expect him to pursue you, you are going to lose him. She coughs. Men don't stick around unless you put a leash on them.
My chest balloons with unease. Her words dribble down my skin and leave a sting.
Go, she pushes me. Go to your husband.
My aunt pops back into the room.
You guys are still here? Becca was supposed to be my ride, but she ran off.
Mom forces a smile. Grabbing a handkerchief from her purse, she dots at the sweat on her face and puts herself back together.
Can you take me home? Sure.
My aunt peers at me.
What about you, Jazz? Need a ride? Dean will come for her.
Mom pats my hand, laughs softly.
He's head over heels in love with my daughter, you know. He can barely leave her alone. Oh, I guess there will be grandchildren in your future then.
My aunt winks. Mom grins from ear to ear. She clutches my aunt's arm and steers her away.
I'm hoping for one this year, but Dean's always away on tour, and he really wants to be involved in his children's lives.
Their voices drift away until they leave the church, until I'm standing there alone. I could call Dean, but I don't. I need a shower. I need several. I need Mom's words out of my head. But they don't leave. They linger through the taxi ride, and while I'm walking into the foyer of our $1 million home, they stick to me like burr on socks, like chewing gum in the hair. Dean is sitting in the living room. His dark eyes pin me in place. His lips are firm. There are suitcases lined up next to the couch. I point to them.
What's going on? Are you going somewhere?
Dean gets up slowly, like a man twice his age.
If you lie to me, I'll believe it.
What?
His eyes search mine, looking for, I don't know what.
Were you planning to divorce me?
My heart stops beating. The world goes out of focus.
Jazz.
How did you find out?
I gasp. Dean lets out a disbelieving sound.
You were.
Dean.
I told you to lie to me, Jazz.
His eyes turn glassy with tears.
I told you I'd believe you.
He strides toward the suitcases.
You shouldn't have told me the truth.
Wait, Dean.
How long were you planning this, huh?
He whirls on me.
How long? Wait. How long? Wait. Is that the reason you stayed? Is that why you came back to the house?
My heart is being torn through a shredder. It hurts so much I can't even breathe. Dean's voice trembles.
All this while, you've been lying to me? Was any part of it real? Was it all an act, Jazz?
My chest heaves. Something blocks my throat, stops me from speaking, from assuring him that I want him, that I love him. I can't do it. Can't say it. Dean grabs his bags. With one last, hard look at me, he marches for the door and disappears through it.
Chapter 28. Dean. Bare bottles topple together like bowling pins in a perfect strike. I break my eyelids apart just far enough to make out the tall, burly man picking his way through the beach house living room. Lee catches my eye and scowls at me.
Seems like you had a miserable night. I'm not in the mood for a lecture, Lee.
I groan as I close my eyes again.
My head feels like someone sawed it open and stuffed it with cotton. How much did you drink last night?
I grunt. Enough. More bottles clunk together.
Did you even eat? Why are you here? You have a recording session today. I feel like crap. You look like crap.
He swats my leg.
Get off the couch, Dean. No. You need to eat something. Not hungry.
His hand comes down heavy on my leg. I scramble up, hollering in pain.
Ow! Good. For a second there, I thought you were dead. Leave me alone, Lee. I did. I left you to wallow all of last night. It's a new day. As your agent, I can't let you waste it. And as my friend,
I glare at him. Lee sighs. For the first time, there's a crack in his drill sergeant armor.
About what Jasper said. I asked her point blank.
Lee presses his lips together.
That explains why I kept feeling like she was holding back from me.
A hoarse laugh, the kind that sounds like a creaking door or a dying animal, spills from my lips.
You should have seen the guilt in her, Lee. She was cornered and panicking. She didn't expect me to find out.
He scrubs the palm of his hand against his cheek.
Dean. And you know what's more insulting? That I found out from Jasper. My wife was secretly planning to leave me, to divorce me. After everything I did, after I tried so hard.
I reach for a half-empty beer.
All these thoughts filled my head. Were they in on it together? Did they plan every detail while laughing at the stupid fool who thought he stood a chance? Jazz wouldn't do that. Well, I'm not so sure anymore.
My stare hardens as I look out into the waves. The sun bathes the shore in a golden glow. Birds sail gracefully through the clouds. It's an idyllic picture. I wish I could appreciate it. I wish my world didn't feel like it had been shaded in grey. Lee sighs and perches himself on the end of the chair.
Even if you're going through a lot, you shouldn't have drunk so much last night.
He's right, but alcohol was the only way to dull the pain. Memories of Jazz tortured me everywhere I turned in this house. It was there in the tiny seashells she'd collected and put on top of the tables. There in the pillows with the teal stripes. There in the placards that proudly declared,
Home is where the heart is. I hate that saying. What happens when the person you thought was your home turns out to be a liar? What happens when your heart gets kicked out into the cold? Every fiber of my being stings from the betrayal. I feel like an idiot, and it makes me want to tear my skin off. Come on, Lee jumps to his feet. I stare at him through red-rimmed eyes.
Where are we going?
To work.
Lee, I'm about to puke.
Take a bucket. He wags a finger at me.
And don't you dare get any vomit on my car. I'm good right here.
I sprawl out on the couch and sip the warm beer. A drop of it dribbles down my jaw, but I don't bother wiping it up.
I'd rather wallow in my misery.
Lee shakes his head.
You think the world stopped turning because your life is a mess? No, man. Everyone scrapes themselves together, even if it's the hardest thing they have to do. They shower, they put on clothes, and they chain themselves to a 9-to-5 with coworkers they only tolerate and bosses they can't stand. What a tragedy. Yeah, it is. But they go to those jobs that drain the life out of them because they have to. Because they have a commitment to their family or to their bills. Because staying home doing nothing will drain the life out of them even more.
Lee narrows his eyes to slits.
You, on the other hand, get to do what you love every day. You have a privilege that hundreds of thousands of people don't, and you're just going to squander it? If you're trying to guilt-trip me, it's working.
His tone becomes cajoling.
Dean. What? You always feel better when you let out your feelings on stage. I do. And I just so happen to have an interview and performance set up for you.
I peer at him from the corner of my eye.
I don't know if you're a good friend or a wicked good agent.
Can't a man be both? Lee shrugs. I sigh.
Fine, give me 10 minutes. You've got 5. Evil.
He scowls.
Pathetic. Nice. I'll always tell the truth.
I glare at Lee and head to the shower. Turning on the hot water, I step beneath it. Let the drops hit my shoulders and back. Let it drive the hangover still holding my muscles and brain captive. Jazz's face keeps flashing in my head. That expression from last night. The way her eyebrows had lifted. The tremble of her plump lips. The horror in her eyes. Not because she'd hurt me. Because she'd been caught. I fist my fingers and pound it into the wall. My emotions rumble and collide in my chest. Anarchy. Chaos. I want to scoop my heart out with both hands and toss it into the sea. But there's no time. Lee drives me to a television studio while I'm still hungover. The questions are inane. I could answer them in my sleep. How's my new album coming along? When's my next tour? What's the craziest gift a fan's ever given me? Lee must have paid the studio a crazy amount of money to avoid mentioning anything about my scandal with Jasper or my recent habit of hyping up my wife on social media. I guess I'm thankful for it. The bright lights, the makeup, the interviews. It's a hollow distraction. I feel nothing, and I bask in that. Until the moment I grab the mic. That's when my heart decides it can't stay numb. The song plays and my soul bleeds. There's blood in the melody, in the rhythm of the drums, in the cry of my voice. I grip the mic stand tighter, belt the words a little harder, huskily whisper the bridge, carry the notes all the way to heaven and back. I shred myself open on that stage. By the time the last note echoes through the studio, there's not a dry eye in the crowd. Silence lingers, a pause, and then a sweeping round of applause. The noise shatters me. It invades on a moment that had felt private even though it wasn't. I walk off the stage. The interview isn't over. There's a second segment where I play a bunch of stupid games. Lee joins me as I tear off my ear monitor. I glance at him.
I'm not doing it. Okay.
I stop in the middle of the hallway. The stage crew runs back and forth, setting things up for the next segment. A few gawk at me while they move. Others snap pictures from afar. A couple of them yell out compliments that I barely register. None of it matters. My agent just agreed to let me leave an interview early. Even if my world is ending, Lee would never be so accommodating. I grab his shoulders.
What's wrong?
It's your mother-in-law, he winces.
She's in the hospital.
My eyes widen. I take off, sprinting through the huge production studio until I've reached the exits. Lee is right on my heels. The moment we get into the car, I ply him with questions.
What happened? They called while you were live. Apparently, she complained of having chest pain, and they brought her into the emergency room. Turns out, she was having a mini heart attack. Did Jazz...
I swallow, push out the words.
Did Jazz call? No, it was her sister, Becca. Apparently their mother kept asking why you weren't there. She really wanted to see you.
The moment Lee parks in front of the hospital's doors, I pull my hoodie over my head and dart out. Lee gave me the hospital room number earlier, so I don't stop to ask for directions. My dress shoes slap against the tiles as I head up a flight of stairs and tear through the hallway. At last, I stand in front of the right room and push the door open. A familiar voice wafts to my ears. Jazz. My heart lurches toward her, until I see someone else rise and put a hand on her shoulder. She pulls her lips in and allows the touch. His touch. Jasper's. Chapter 29. Jazz. I spring to my feet when Dean walks through the door. Jasper's hand slides off my shoulders and falls limply at his side. Dean stares at where Jasper's hand is, and I inch away from my old friend, hoping to draw Dean's gaze back to me. Explanations sail through my head, popping rapid fire at the base of my tongue. I know what this looks like, but it's not what you're thinking. I'm sorry. Dean, please come home. It's neither the time nor the place, with my mother, sister, and Jasper looking on. Instead, all I allow myself to say is a soft, Dean. His jaw hardens, pink lips clench together. Instead of answering, or even acknowledging me, Dean strides to my mother and clasps her hand.
Octavia, you okay?
I am now that my beautiful son-in-law is here.
She pats his cheek.
Did you just come from a concert?
Dean glances down at his outfit.
A television interview.
My gaze slides eagerly over him. The white shirt clings to his broad shoulders. Black jeans, dress shoes, hair styled to perfection. He's breathtaking in regular clothes, his favorite worn t-shirt and frayed jeans. But he's a total heartbreaker when he's dressed up. The tension between us is palpable. He's still angry after last night. My eyes follow him as he fusses over Mom. He's putting way too much effort in keeping up a conversation. Mom is loving it, but I sense what he's really doing. Why hasn't Dean looked at me yet? Becca crosses the room and stands beside me.
Well, this isn't awkward.
Don't.
I'm just saying,
she whispers harshly.
You have both Jasper and Dean here. Must be nice having two men vie for your attention.
Becca, I growl. Jasper clears his throat.
I should go.
Already?
Mom calls.
But you just got here.
Dean turns around, pins Jasper with a hard look.
Yeah, you should stay. It's your day off after all. I'll go.
Jasper's lips tighten.
So soon?
Mom pouts.
Yeah, I've got a lot scheduled.
All right, see you later, Dean.
Mom waves. He nods at her and marches right past me without a word, without even a glance in my direction.
Ouch,
Becca whispers.
That must hurt.
I shoot her a disgusted look and follow my husband to the corridor.
Dean!
He keeps walking. Desperately, I speed up so my legs can match his long stride. Sliding in front of him, I throw up both hands.
Dean, wait!
I have nothing to say to you, Jazz.
Becca called Jasper. He's an old friend of the family and they've been keeping in touch. It had nothing to do with me.
Dean clenches his jaw and looks somewhere over my head. I struggle to find the right words that will restore the progress we were making before it all came crashing down.
About last night.
Jazz, if you don't mind, I'm busy.
Wait.
I clutch his arm to keep him from leaving.
How did you find out?
Is that still all you're worried about?
Panic fills my soul, makes my lips tremble, makes my body feel like it'll fold in half.
Dean.
He wrenches his arm away from my grip, squares his shoulders, hovers over me. I'd feel intimidated by his stance, if not for the hurt running through his eyes, if not for the devastation beneath the flush of anger.
You betrayed me.
An agony I've never known shatters my heart.
I didn't.
I was so happy when you came back home. I was so...
He glances down with a scoff.
But you stayed, not because you cared for me, not because you wanted a relationship. You just wanted to use me.
The tears spill fast down my cheeks. His words, the look in his eyes, the fury in his voice, they're like claws raking over my skin, tearing ligaments, muscles, and veins.
You were getting ready for a new life with somebody else. You were just biding your time until you could take what you wanted from me and leave.
No, that's not true, Dean.
I was trying so hard to change and do better by you. I was putting my all into this marriage, and you were planning to end it.
Dean, I can explain.
His stare hardens.
How can I ever trust you, Jazz? How can I know you're in this because you love me? I gave my heart to you, and you lied to me. You played me. I would have expected something like this from anyone but you.
Dean, please.
My legs feel like they're about to give out.
Please.
He shakes his head, gives me a look so cold, my heart shrivels up.
Take all the money you want from me and go. There's no need to pretend any longer.
Dean!
Turning away, he storms through the door. I wrap a hand around my stomach and another around my lips. Sobs rack from my body, causing me to shudder like a woman possessed. Frightened stares latch onto me as people pass by. Rather than return to Mom's hospital room, where Becca will say something cruel and Jasper will only make things worse, I head to the parking lot and climb into my car. Resting my head on the steering wheel, I bawl like the entire world is ending. 3 raps on the window cause my head to bounce up. Jasper's dark brown eyes pierce through the glass. He crooks 2 fingers, beckoning me to lower the window. I don't. His voice sounds muffled as he says, "Jazz, just let me give you something." "I'd like a moment alone, Jasper." He knocks on the window again. Burning with annoyance, I crack the window a smidge. "What?" He slides a note into the car. It wafts to the ground and lands at my feet. I don't move to pick it up.
I'm sorry.
Jasper hangs his head. "Did you tell him?"
It wasn't intentional.
"That doesn't really help though, does it?"
He winces. I instantly regret lashing out at him. With a sigh, I murmur,
"It's not your fault. I was the one who made the choices I did."
You know about Doc?
My brows crinkle. Jasper nods to the note.
That's his address. He seemed to help Dean figure things out.
He smiles woodenly.
And it helped, right? You ended up changing your mind about leaving him.
Jasper.
Maybe it can help you too.
Eyes still downcast, Jasper pulls his collar up, sticks his hands into his pockets, and disappears around the side of the building. I rub my forehead. Why did I drag Jasper into this too? Why did everything have to get so tangled and messed up? My phone chirps. It's Becca. I debate ignoring it, but I end up answering her call.
"What?" "Girl, where are you? Mom wants to know what's up with you and Dean." "I don't want to talk about it." "It's clear that he doesn't want to talk to you. I've never seen a colder shoulder in my life." "Can we not do this right now?"
I squeeze my eyes shut.
"Are you coming back or not?" "Not right now. Tell Mom I'll see her later."
I hear Mom putting up a ruckus in the background.
"Let me talk to her." "Jazz, you better get back here,"
Becca hisses.
"You want to give our mother another heart attack?"
I lift the paper Jasper slid me through the window, stare at the address in his crab-like handwriting.
"I'm sorry. Calm her down for me." "Jazz!"
Becca screeches.
"There's somewhere I need to be."
I hang up the phone and toss it into the passenger seat. Breathe, Jazz. The silence settles on me, sharp and painful. Desperate for guidance, I lift my head, grab the stick shift, and gas it out of the hospital parking lot. My fingers don't leave the steering wheel until I'm sitting in front of Doc's shop. The large doors look like gaping eyes, and the shutters rolled up at the top are steel eyelids. From out here, the mechanic bay looks flooded with cars. It seems like a normal garage to me. Did Dean really turn around because of the man inside? Can Doc really help me get my marriage back on track? I inhale a deep breath of courage. Hiding out in the car won't lead me to the answers I seek. There's only one way to find out. Chapter 30. Jazz. I enter the auto mechanic shop cautiously, like I'm an agent on a secret mission, not sure if I'm stepping into ally territory or an ambush. Metal clanks against metal, and I look that way. There's a man with dark skin, shorn hair, and a goatee half bent over the hood of a car. He's wearing dirty blue overalls and sneakers that were once white and now have changed to a dull grey. My heels click against the cement floor. "Hello?" My voice echoes in the shop. I hate how much it trembles, how uncertain I sound.
"I'm looking for Doc?"
The man straightens, turns to face me. His eyes are black marbles that seem to hold all the wisdom in the world. It is at once calming and a little disconcerting, like he's seen everything there is to see, like he knows my secrets before I've even opened my mouth.
"I'm Doc."
He grabs an oily rag, wipes his hands with it.
"How can I help you?"
"Can you wave a magic wand or a magic wrench and fix my marriage?"
"I'm not really sure."
"Not sure?"
He arches an eyebrow.
"Most people find their way here when something breaks down."
"Yeah."
I lick my lips.
Something broke down, but I don't know where I should start.
"You can start by telling me your name."
"I'm Jazz Reese."
I hesitate, spin my wedding ring around my finger.
Dean's wife.
His eyes light up with recognition.
"Jazz, it's a pleasure to meet you."
"You too."
My smile is awkward. Doc was right. People only come to see him when something's broken down and in desperate need of repair. It's a pleasure to meet him, but, on the other hand, it's not a good thing that I need his help. Quieting my thoughts, I focus on Doc.
"I hope I'm not interrupting."
"Of course not. Humans are more important than machines."
He gestures for me to walk ahead of him.
"Is Dean doing all right?"
I nervously wipe my hands against my shirt.
"The thing is, I know you were working with my husband, and it was starting to go so well. I could see him changing. It was a little hard to believe."
"But something broke down."
Doc leads me to a chair.
"I messed up."
He stares at me with kind eyes.
"Messed up how?"
"He found out I was going to ask him for a divorce."
I sit nervously and dig my fingers into the bottom of the chair.
"Before he came to see you, things weren't going well. I was really frustrated with our relationship."
"What in particular frustrated you?"
"It was a lot of things."
I play with the hem of my blouse.
The fans that kept flirting with him and crossing the line. The news articles that kept putting me down. The way nobody seemed to notice who I was because all they could see when they looked at me was Dean.
Doc rubs his chin.
"May I ask why you stayed in the house when you'd already decided on divorce?"
"I was advised to stay by my lawyer."
Unable to hold Doc's gaze, I direct the rest of my explanation to the floor.
"Because of the rumors surrounding me and Jasper, there was a chance I wouldn't be awarded my share of the assets. I had every intention of going through with the divorce until
Dean began to fulfill his role as a husband."
"When he came to see you, things started to turn around. I had hope for the first time in years, and I wanted to save my marriage, so I changed my mind. I told my lawyer to hold off on filing for divorce."
My eyelashes flutter.
"But Dean found out, and he feels that I've betrayed him. Now he wants me to take my half and go. But I don't want that. I want him, especially the new him that I can see the more he talks to you."
"So what exactly do you expect from me?"
"I don't know."
I accept the tissue he slides over to me.
"A way to fix this?"
I'm sorry, Mrs. Reese. I meet with men, not women.
But it's my fault.
Not according to my philosophy.
He folds his arms over his chest.
A good marriage is based on this one principle: the responsibility to fix, repair, and maintain the marriage is on the male's shoulders.
He juts his chin at me.
Not yours.
My mother's words echo through my head, a sharp contrast to Doc's.
If a marriage breaks, Jazz, it's your job to fix it. It's your responsibility.
Doc moves back to the car he'd been working on.
I'm sorry. I can't help you.
No.
I follow him across the room.
No, that can't be right. There must be something I can do. If I can just convince him to trust me again, I know I can put us back where we belong.
Doc studies me keenly.
Principles don't change, Ma'am.
Please,
I beg. He sighs.
All right. Perhaps in this case, it is a little different.
Is it?
I ask hopefully.
Dean's extreme response is a positive reaction. It says that he loves you just as deeply as he has been hurt. It means he is more devastated to not have you, and that he wants you, even in this situation.
So how do I turn this around?
In a healthy relationship, a male is to be respected and honored, while the female is to be loved. This is the formula for success.
He shakes his head.
Usually, I only meet with women once, as a meter to see where the man is failing or succeeding.
Why not meet with both? Doesn't it take two?
No, it takes one. The male.
He lifts a finger.
The female is a mirror. She reflects what her husband is giving her. More than that, she will take what he gives her and multiply it. If he gives her flour, she will turn it into bread. If he gives her a house, she will make it a home. If he gives her sperm, she will turn it into a child.
I just can't accept that.
That's fine. Most don't.
He tinkers with something in his car.
And it doesn't really matter whether you accept it or not. It matters if the man does.
I smile.
You're kind of strange, Doc.
And yet you're still here.
He grunts as he twists a valve. The nerves in my chest loosen a bit.
You're right. I am.
I take a deep, exhaust-filled breath.
I don't know why, but I feel less chaotic after talking to you. I feel peaceful. Is that weird?
No, but that is exactly what needs to be worked on, so you can feel peaceful at home too. Your husband should make you feel safe.
And if I wanted to clear up a misunderstanding so he can get back to working on that, what could I do?
Doc sighs.
If you insist, my recommendation would be to ask yourself, how can I show honor to my husband?
He leans his elbows against the side of the hood.
Don't answer me now. You can go and think about it.
Okay.
I grip my purse.
Thanks. Sorry again for bothering you.
No bother. If you have ideas or anything you want to share, you can come back or you can call my office.
Should I, pay for this session or?
Doc grins.
Only the men pay.
I'm not going to argue with that.
He says nothing, but his eyes remain steady on my face. Once again, I get the sense that he's scanning me like one of his vehicles, diagnosing me in a glance, seeing straight to what makes me tick. But there's no judgment in his expression, just understanding. It makes me emotional for some reason. Is this how I would have run to my father if I had one? I never knew the man who gave me life. He was someone Mom messed around with, someone who hadn't been banking on having children, and when he found out that his sperm had done the world such a service, he decided the responsibility of a family wasn't for him. Mom was always bitter, always resentful. She would mumble about him from time to time. It was usually when she was annoyed that she had to do something herself. Usually when the light bills were due to be paid, school fees, parent-teacher conferences, she would take it out on my hair as she rushed to comb through the tangles in the morning to get us to the school bus before her early shift. I felt her rage, and I took that anger with me everywhere I went. It seeped into my soul, shaped me, made me antsy whenever the month of June came around. Whenever Father's Day commercials started populating screens and billboards and posters. But right now, that hint of fatherly concern is a balm on my soul.
I'll be back, Doc.
He smiles serenely.
I'm looking forward to it.
Chapter 31. Dean. The cherry woman with the perfect teeth and highlighted hair grins at me like I'm her dream come true. She clutches flashcards in her slender fingers, arches her chest to push out more of the cleavage spilling from her tight red dress.
Your latest single, Break My Heart, is climbing the charts.
I duck my head.
It's doing okay.
Doing okay?
She laughs, revealing more of her white teeth. Blue eyes glitter in the harsh stage lights.
Your song is playing non-stop on the radio. It peaked on the Billboard charts as well.
How ironic that the moment I lost all that mattered, I gained all that didn't. My popularity blew up. So did the coins in the bank. Jazz will be happy. She has more to rake off me in the divorce settlement. I barely hide the grimace that trembles my lips. I'm on a job. I can't think about that right now.
Is there a reason this album has done so well?
Having your heart broken is an experience everyone can relate to.
Yes, but it's such a departure to your usual sound.
She crosses pale legs, dangles her feet that are strapped into a pair of shiny red heels.
There's also a rumor that the songs that did really well on the charts are the ones you wrote and recorded at the last minute.
Yes, I did.
I wrote more songs than I have in a long time. My fingers got busted because I'd spend hours on the guitar. When my hands bled, I'd put on band-aids and start again. I wrote, sang, let the music cure me. And yet, I just hurt more. Because my songs revealed what I was truly feeling. They were all the same theme. All of them about heartbreak, about agony, wanting to drown in my own misery, wanting her to bleed as much as I do. No matter what, I couldn't run away from it. The songs were all about her, all about Jazz.
It sounded like you poured your heart and soul into that track. The first time I heard it, I almost cried.
Almost?
She slants me a flirty smile.
Well, I do have some dignity, you know.
Good for her. When a musician's heart gets slashed to pieces, Blood isn't the only thing that comes pouring out. Dignity? I've forgotten what that was. I'm just existing at this point. Music is the oxygen running through my veins. Without it,
It felt really personal.
she inches to the edge of her seat. Her foot barely brushes my leg. I inch my leg back.
The lyrics are raw.
You're a talented man.
Her eyes fall on my lips. I laugh softly, flash her my practiced smile, the one that makes the ladies melt.
I'm just a normal guy. It's my fans that are amazing. They're the reason I'm here.
My eyes find the right camera, and I soften my gaze.
I love you guys.
The interviewer giggles, holding up the cards to hide her smile.
You're a charmer, aren't you?
I grin again. It feels brittle, feels foreign on my face. I must look like I'm cringing. I shift in my seat, slap my palms together, leak out a breath. This interview will be over soon. I can shed this ridiculous grin, this fake energy, this happiness that I don't really feel. I'll pick up the skin that I've been living in since Jazz left, since I saw her in that hospital with Jasper looking cozy.
Last question.
The interviewer narrows her eyes. I stiffen immediately. Lee's dragged me to so many interviews, I've become a veteran. Whenever an interviewer sets aside the cue cards and gives me that look, I know they're about to go off script.
Have you
She lowers her voice.
ever had your heart broken?
My fingers dig into the couch. No, lady, not just broken. My heart got violently snatched out of my chest, beaten with a hammer, thrown into a pit of tar, and then shot with a cannon. My lips tremble as I say,
Haven't we all?
Recently.
her eyes sharpen on me. They're gray now instead of blue, a shark that smells blood.
You had so many touching posts about your wife a few weeks back, but you've gone dead silent on social media since.
Just then, the music plays loudly, and I glance behind the cameraman. Lee glares at the stage manager, his fingers on the soundboard and his body in a rigid stance. He glances over his shoulder and catches my eye. I got you. The host laughs nervously.
Well, it looks like that's all we have for today.
I let her voice fade to the back of my mind as she does the closing bit and announces my album once more. My body moves on cue, like a robot on autopilot. Rise, wave, smile. Greet fans, smile, wave some more. While doing the routine, I move briskly to the dressing room. A stage crew gets the mic from me, and Lee joins me soon after.
Thanks.
I mumble, unbuttoning my shirt and rolling up my sleeves.
You handled that well.
He eyes me.
I couldn't let you crash and burn. You talking as my agent or my friend? Why do you need the distinction?
I clamp my lips together, exhale loudly.
I can't do this anymore. Interviews? Going home.
I turn to face him.
Can we bring up the European tour?
Lee's eyes widen.
Dean, that's a yes or no, Lee.
He huffs.
You need to talk to Jazz. I have nothing to say to her.
I grab a makeup remover wipe from my desk, run it over my face to erase the powder the makeup artist applied before the interview. It helps with the shine, but it looks weird in person.
You're just going to run away? I'm not running away.
I slap my folder filled with the pre-chosen questions given to me by the studio.
I'm going on tour. They're the same thing, he snaps. If we can't bring up the tour dates, I'm thinking we still go and do some pro bono shows, you know? Maybe some children's hospitals, or we can shoot a music video over there. I don't care. You can choose. Dean, you're overworking and you're not eating. One day, you're going to collapse on stage. And what am I going to do? Sell more albums. That'll be a great story, won't it? All publicity is good publicity.
Lee growls at me.
You're unbelievable. Can you just get the car? I want to take the back exits today. I'm not in the mood for a meet and greet with the fans.
After Lee storms out in a huff of concern, I check my phone. No new messages. I bite down on my bottom lip. Try to pretend Jazz's silence doesn't faze me. Who cares if my wife is probably preparing divorce papers as we speak? Not me. Just then, there's a knock on the door. The interviewer slides in, her eyes dark with desire. Hello, Dean. I was hoping we could...
Not interested,
I growl. It's just one drink.
No, it's not.
I slump lower in my seat and casually scroll through my phone.
Because while we're sitting at the bar, you're going to keep laughing at my jokes like they're funny. Your hand is going to drop on my thigh once, maybe twice. You're going to lean forward and you're going to suggest we head to your place.
Her eyes widen, guilty. I glance up with a hard expression.
I'm saving you the embarrassment, and I'm saving myself the time.
Bastard, she hisses. I barely look at her. She's right. I must be a monster if, after giving my wife my all, she still wants to break up with me. My fingers tighten on the phone. Damn, I promised myself I wouldn't think about Jazz today. As the interviewer turns to go, the door bursts open and nearly smashes into her. A big, broad man steps into the room. I leap to my feet.
Jasper, we need to talk.
Jasper growls.
Now, Reese.
The interviewer takes one look at us and inches away. The door closes softly behind her.
You were fired.
I fold my arms over my chest.
Are you using your old credentials to stalk me now?
He hooks a finger at the door.
Is that what you've been doing instead of chasing Jazz? My life is none of your business. You idiot!
He steps toward me, his eyes stormy and his fists clenched at his sides.
You still don't deserve her. You haven't changed at all. You better get out of here before I... What? Hit me?
Jasper tilts his chin up. I grit my teeth. It would feel so good to sink my fist into his face again. And this time, I wouldn't be the one who'd end up in the hospital.
You know why I took this job, Reese? It was so I could catch you in a moment just like this. So I could take evidence back to Jazz and watch her free herself from you.
I launch out of my chair.
Just swing at me if you're going to swing. I didn't come to fight. I came to say one thing.
He lifts a thick finger.
There's nothing between me and Jazz. I wanted it, probably as much as that blonde wanted you just now. But that woman wiped the floor with me. She made it clear that she wants her marriage.
Hope erupts inside me. Did Jazz really say that?
There's nothing between us, and you'd be an idiot
to give up your marriage.
He shakes his head, opens the door again. Before he leaves, he says,
You'd be an idiot to hurt Jazz any more than you already have. What do you get out of this, huh? Why would you come all the way down here to tell me this? Because when you love someone, Dean, really love someone, you die for them. Giving up so they can be happy with the person they want isn't such a sacrifice when you think of the other option. You'd die for Jazz?
I ask with a scowl.
That's not the problem here.
His fingers tighten on the doorknob.
The question is, would you?
Chapter 32. Dean. After Jasper storms out, I take off after him. The need to have the last word burns inside me. This is not my fault. He's the one who colluded with Jazz to bleed me dry. He's the other man. How dare he lecture me? Every second that ticks by stokes my fury. I sprint outside, my legs eating up the hallway as I give chase.
Dean, can I have your autograph? Mr. Reese, I'm such a big fan.
In a blink, members of the stage crew surround me like a ring of fire. I tilt my head above the small circle of people thrusting their phones and autograph books in my face. Jasper turns a corner and disappears from sight. I force a smile for the cameras, make a random scrawl across books and napkins and t-shirts. Smile again, wave again. I'm held prisoner for way too long. By the time I get outside, the homewrecker is gone. There's nothing between me and Jazz. Does Jasper really expect me to believe that? If he and Jazz were so innocent, why haven't I heard from her since last week? Why hasn't she stopped by the beach house to tell me that herself? All the evidence points to one thing. My wife betrayed me. If she gives me the divorce papers, I'm signing it. What is there to fight for? I did everything I possibly could, and she still chose Jasper. She still chose money over me. I watch as Lee pulls the van around the side. He walks up to me, his attention on his phone. I narrow my eyes.
Jasper just came to see me. What?
His surprise is genuine.
You didn't know? I had nothing to do with that. I fired him when you told me to, and I instructed him to give me all his backstage passes. Well, he kept one,
I grumble.
He snuck into your dressing room and made all that effort.
Lee looks me over.
But you don't seem bruised. You think you're funny? The guy knocked you out in a second, Dean. If I'm going to place bets, it wouldn't be on you.
I glare at my agent.
What did he say?
Lee holds up a hand to shade his face from the sun.
Did he talk about Jazz? Yeah.
I lick my lips.
He said they weren't together. Good. Now you can go back home and... It's not that easy. What do you mean? Jasper just admitted that there was nothing between them. She still lied to me. She still used me.
Just then, my phone rings. I frown.
It's Doc.
Is it? Lee gasps loudly.
What a surprise! You're a horrible liar.
He shrugs. You're right. I wield the phone.
Did you call him?
Lee's guilty look tells me everything I need to know. Frustrated, I launch into the van and pull the door shut. Lee gets in on the other side. With a nod to the driver, He turns to me. The engine rumbles. The van rolls out of the studio lot.
You were doing so well, Dean. I saw it. I saw the changes. Were you always so annoying, Lee? I don't remember you meddling in my life this much when I was just starting out. You weren't this stubborn when you were just starting out.
He sighs.
What did you expect me to do when you suddenly announced you wanted to bring up your world tour? Be happy as my friend and get it done as my agent. I can't do that, Dean. This situation is getting out of control. No, this situation is very simple. Should I start from the part where my wife moved back in just to fool me? Or should we jump to the part where I went through all the effort to woo her, thinking it would make a difference?
Lee gestures with his hands.
I'm sure there's an explanation. It could be an innocent situation, just like when you punched Jasper in the face. That wasn't a mistake. But it was a spur-of-the-moment decision, and a bad one.
He levels me a stern look.
It could be the same for Jazz. Maybe she was thinking about divorce in the spur of the moment. I doubt it.
I sulk.
Come on, if anyone can help you fix this, don't you think Doc would?
My phone chirps again. I slam the answer button and say gruffly,
Doc.
Dean. His familiar voice makes my heart twinge for some reason, the way it would on the rare occasions when I spoke to my father and heard his disappointment.
Are you busy today? I'm always busy, Doc. I was hoping you could stop by. I have a car I can't seem to fix, and I need your help.
Pulling the phone away from my ear, I glance out the window. Familiar landmarks roll past.
It looks like I'm already on my way to you, Doc. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Great.
I growl at Lee.
You owe me one. You'll thank me one day.
Feeling restless, I plug my earphones in and listen to music until we get to Doc's garage. Lee drops me off like a dad taking his toddler to preschool.
Don't punch anyone.
I flip him off. He returns the gesture. With a sigh, I walk into Doc's garage. Immediately, I'm hit with memories of when I first strode in here. The cars in disrepair, the huge doors allowing buckets of sunshine to spill through the room, the man in the dirty overalls, the lemon water. If only I'd known that walking in here wouldn't fix anything. It wouldn't change anything. If only I'd spared myself the heartache by giving up instead of fighting for my marriage. Maybe it wouldn't have hurt this much to watch it all fall apart. Doc glances up, nods, gestures to a car in the corner. I'm glad for his silence, and I head that way, reaching for the tool pan he laid out for me. I scan the car, frown.
Doc?
Yes, Dean. I wipe my greasy hands on my overalls.
This car just needs an oil change. That's something you could fix yourself.
I turn to him.
Just give me your lecture so I can go. Lecture? I know you got a call from my agent.
Doc arches an eyebrow.
I also got a visit from your wife. Jazz was here?
My heart thumps fast. I don't know whether to be happy or concerned about that. I glance away, trying to appear casual.
How was she? Pretty broken up.
My shoulders pull tight.
In fact, she was devastated.
Doc continues.
Like someone she loved had just died. Why is she acting like that?
I mumble, grabbing a cloth and wiping the dust from a nearby hood.
She's the one who was using me.
You know, the most interesting thing about relationships is also the hardest principle to understand.
What is that?
The man is always responsible for what happens. I groan.
I've heard this before.
You heard, but you haven't listened. Here you are, acting like a saint who's done nothing wrong, like the entire deterioration of your marriage is none of your fault. He folds his arms together, shakes his head. This is not the mentality that we worked on.
But Doc,
you know, he cuts me off with a raised hand. When your wife came here, I saw a completely different picture than the one you are trying to paint right now. I saw a woman who is hopelessly in love, hopelessly devoted, and terrified of losing her heart. And to top it all off, I saw signs of insecurity, of which I'm sure you have played a large role in nurturing. I feel like every word is a stone, like I'm being battered with a cannon. How can it be my fault? How? What did I do? My nostrils flare as I snarl at him.
Doc, you're just taking sides now. You're not even listening to me.
And I won't. He narrows his eyes. This is something you need to do yourself. Start from where this all began and self-evaluate. Decide what you really want.
And then?
I lift my chin. When you've made up your mind, you'll do one of two things. You will allow the marriage to break, or you will take over this fight to win back your wife.
It's over, Doc. What's there to fight for?
His voice goes quiet, and somehow it's more intimidating than if he'd shouted. If you'd stop throwing a tantrum, you would see what you've done to cause the disrepair and what you can do to repair it.
You know what?
I throw the dirty rag.
I don't have to put up with this.
Doc's voice echoes behind me. What makes walking away any different than what everyone else is doing? I ignore him. Do you know why walking away is so common? He says firmly. Because it's the easiest thing to do. His words barrel into me. I stop, turn around. Doc eyes me like he expects something from me, like he expects more. But I don't have any more to give.
I'm not coming back here again. I just want you to know that.
Disappointment crawls into his eyes. It's the last thing I see before I whirl around and storm out of the shop. Chapter 33. Jazz. Pale fingers, rough calluses from playing guitar, from gripping microphones, from holding on to his dreams for dear life. Big hands cup my face, rub my back, tease the hem of my tank top.
Did I ever tell you how nervous I was the first time we met?
Dean whispers. You? Nervous?
I could tell you weren't going to waste your time with anyone who didn't meet your standards.
You saw all that by looking at me?
A woman with class is easy to spot.
I giggle, stroke my hand down his chest.
Sweet talker.
His eyes glimmer. I kiss him softly, sweetly, pull back.
You still came up to me that night. I walked over, fully expecting you to send me packing.
His hand flattens on my stomach, strokes a circle around my belly button.
Why?
I had nothing.
You made me laugh. I slide my leg over his, enjoy the heat that slides through my core when we touch.
You made me feel confident.
Did I?
My friends invited me to that party, and then they ditched me. I felt uncomfortable, invisible. And then this cute guy strode over and talked to me like he actually cared about what I had to say.
My voice lowers to a whisper, and we talked all night.
You were always easy to talk to.
You were always good for my ego.
I stroke his hair.
Jazz.
Hmm?
I feel like I'm falling in love with you for the second time.
He stares into my eyes.
You're the love of my life.
I love...
Dean's body begins to fade.
I
toss and turn in bed. Why can't I say it? Say it back. Say it before it's too late. I launch up, glance around me. I'm in my bedroom. Our bedroom. Except half the bed is empty. Half the closets, half the dressers. I grab a pillow and clutch it close to my chest. Tears gather in my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. No more crying. I'm done with that. Sunshine blasts through the windows. It's probably late afternoon, or maybe it's morning. I'm not sure. Haven't been keeping up with the time. There's no need to. I have no job and no husband. My heart twinges. Rolling out of bed, I pad to the bathroom and cup my hands beneath the sink. The water is cold. It splashes against my face, and some sprinkles on the mirror. I groan and wipe the droplets away with the heel of my hand. My reflection barks at me. I look harried, tired, older, abandoned. I run fingers through my hair and let it flop how it wants to. My roots are growing out. It's time for another trip to the salon, but I can't bring myself to go. So what if the paparazzi wants to take pictures of me looking like this? I'm a mess on the outside and the inside. My phone starts ringing from the other room. I pad into the bedroom again. Memories of Dean linger everywhere I turn. Echoes of his footsteps patter in the night. The shadows of his body linger in the darkness. The press of the mattress still bent to his body, to the weight of it, to the weight of him on me. I still feel his fingers sometimes, running over my legs, between my thighs, over my chest. I still feel the heat of his body, halfway between sleep and consciousness. I'm going crazy, but I like it. I like it so much, I can't tear myself away from this room. My phone is still ringing. Plodding to the device, I pick it up. It's Rob. I answer woodenly.
Is it ready?
Are you sure about this, Mrs. Reese?
I close my eyes. Think of how you can show honor to your husband. This is the answer I came up with. I ran it by Doc, and he approved it too, while reminding me that the responsibility to fix this is on Dean. Which sucks. It makes me feel powerless and restless, but it's also a little freeing. It's not my responsibility to train Dean, to raise him, to make him a man. It's his decision, his choice, and I don't have to hold that on my shoulders. Rob sounds grave.
I hoped you would change your mind.
Is that why you took so long to get me something that should have only taken a day?
I was busy.
I'm not your daughter, Rob, I whisper. This is something I have to do. He sighs.
I'm sorry. I was being unprofessional.
I'll pick up the papers today.
We can send them to him.
I'd rather give Dean in person. I lick my lips, try to hide how the very thought of seeing my husband makes me excited. I need to do this myself. Rob is quiet for a long time.
Okay.
I hang up with him and immediately call my hairstylist. She's booked, but when I tell her it's an emergency, she squeezes me in. The beauty store is lively, filled with older women who gossip and chat about the latest scandals. After a while, I tune them out. It's all the same topics anyway. Too many marriages are falling apart. Too many men cheating. I don't want to think about either of those things as I prepare to meet Dean. A few hours later, I return to the house with my hair pressed and my extensions firmly sewed to my braids. I sit at the vanity dresser and carefully apply my makeup, foundation, eyelashes, contouring, powder. My hand trembles, so I have to do several parts over, but I get it done. Armor in place. It takes me 20 minutes to pick up the papers from the lawyer, 30 minutes to get to the beach house, another 10 to rack up the courage to knock on the door. The ocean roars in the distance, slashing against jagged rocks. Gray clouds roll overhead, blocking out the sun. I shiver from the cold. The weather decided it's going to turn miserable, and I wasn't prepared for it. Expecting sunshine, I chose a soft blouse with billowing sleeves and tight white jeans. All right, Jazz, no more stalling. Pushing aside the nerves, I walk up to the door, fist my hands, knock twice. I know Dean's inside. His car is here. Plus, I spoke to Lee and asked if he had anything on his schedule. Dean's agent had sounded hesitant over the phone. Is something going on?
Yeah, but I think Dean should be the one to tell you.
Lee's cryptic warning didn't help with my nerves, but I made it. I'm here. Footsteps thump behind the locked door. I hold my breath, straighten my shoulders, prepare to face my husband. The door slides open slowly. My gaze starts at the bottom of Dean's scuffed sneakers, up those long legs covered in his favorite well-worn jeans, up the casual t-shirt, the sculpted jaw, the strong nose, the brown eyes that were always deep enough to drown in. They're cold now as they look at me. My heart is about to jump right out of my chest. Sweat lines my palm. For some reason, I want to run away like a frightened child and jump behind a bush. Dean, I whisper instead.
Jazz.
A groan gets trapped in my throat when I hear my name on his lips. I hadn't realized how much I missed that. Him. Us.
Are these the divorce papers?
His gaze drops to the document in my hands. Yes, but...
Good.
He takes it from me, looks at something beyond my shoulder.
Then our business is done.
Actually, you should read it first.
Whatever you want, I'll agree to it.
His voice hardens. So does his handsome face.
You can take everything if you want.
Dean. It feels like an iron fist has a chokehold on my heart. like darkness and misery are throwing a party in my stomach. He keeps talking to me in that cold, distant voice, as if we haven't shared every part of ourselves with each other, as if I haven't given him my body, my heart, my everything.
You should know that I'm going on my world tour.
What? I blink rapidly. Something shatters inside me. I'm pretty sure it's my heart. He lifts his chin, keeps staring beyond me.
I'll be gone for a year, so this is the last time you'll be seeing me.
Is that it?
I choke.
Are you really just leaving?
I have no reason to stay.
An invisible spear thrusts through my body, leaves no nerve untouched. Pain explodes in my head, rattles down to my spine, to my knees, to my toes. Dean closes the door in my face. I stare at the wooden slats, stare and stare, hoping that the vision before me will change. It doesn't. Turning, I face the ocean. Rain falls softly in the distance. It'll get here soon. I should leave before I'm doused, but I can't move. I stand on the front step of the beach house, and I let the storm in my soul pour out of my eyes like rain. Chapter 34. Dean. Numbness overtakes my body. It defines my entire world. I see nothing, feel nothing. Faces blend together on the plane. Fans all look exactly alike. They all light up when they see me. Some scream, others cry. They all rush forward as if being near me will make their day better, make their life better. But they don't know. They have no idea that being around me is like being near a ghost. They have no idea that I'm a walking corpse. There's no life running through my veins. No blood. Just ice. Just emptiness. The days blur together. Lee keeps me busy, stuffing my schedule with fan meetings and surprise guest appearances and interviews. I don't have a moment to breathe, which is good, because I can't. I stopped breathing 3 days ago when Jazz handed me those divorce papers. That was the moment I died. The only time I feel even a modicum of life is when I'm singing. And even then, the song that most people request is the one I wrote when my heart was bleeding, when my soul wept for my wife. I can't escape her, the memories, the pain. So numbness is good. I hope I'll stay numb for the rest of the tour. There's a knock on the door of my dressing room. A stagehand pokes his head in.
We're on in 5, Mr. Reese.
I nod, wave him away. Silence. It takes a while to construct the smile that should go on my face. Takes a minute to tilt my lips just so I look warm and friendly and approachable, so no one can see the numbness underneath. Lights are harsh. Cameras capture everything. I soften my jaw, stare at my face in the mirror. Just be convincing enough for 1 hour. Just 1 hour, Dean. My phone chirps. It shatters the silence, makes the shadows around me scatter. I reach out, grab my phone from the desk. Lee left my cell with me, which is something he doesn't normally do.
You're gonna need a manager,
he'd said, before he dropped me off at the studio.
I have other acts to run after. I can't keep focusing all my attention on you.
My fingers curve around the device. Grip, lift. I stick it to my ear.
Hello?
My voice is dead, dry. Doesn't matter who's on the other end. It won't be Jazz. She already made her choice. I wonder if she's already spent the money. Maybe she's in Belize with Jasper, living it up. Mimosas on the beach, hot days, even hotter nights. Agony swells in my head, pulls a grunt from the deepest parts of my soul. My imagination's always been too vivid. It takes over, spinning a movie in my head that makes me want to vomit. I see Jazz laid out on the beach, a straw hat on her head, and a slight Caribbean breeze blowing her dark hair against her cheeks. Sand clings to the bottom of her feet and her thighs. The glass in her hand sweats and drips on her swimsuit. She's wearing that sexy white one, the one that looks like triangles held together by string, the one that reveals every inch of her dark brown skin to the eyes. The ball in my chest gets bigger, harder, and then it explodes when my imagination paints Jasper sitting next to her, holding her hand, staring at her body, admiring every inch of it. "Dean," a voice says in my ear. "Dean!" My eyes whip up. The room is empty. There's a cell phone at my ear. The voice is coming from there. I clear my throat.
Yes?
"This is Tegan Williamson."
Mr. Williamson.
The name is bitter on my tongue. He's my divorce lawyer. I glance at my watch. 3 minutes to showtime.
Can you call back? I'm busy.
"This is urgent, Mr. Reese."
What's so urgent about it?
I push the words out.
I told you I wouldn't contest anything. Just give her everything she asks for and show me where to sign. The way you described this suit to me, I thought your wife was trying to strip you to your boxers.
His voice holds a hint of amusement. I'm glad he's enjoying this. I'm glad seeing my marriage crash and burn in court fills him with joy. We've got to get our kicks somewhere, right?
What are you saying?
I growl.
I'm saying you made it look like we were getting ready for a fight, but this lady is settling with you like you signed a prenup. That can't be right.
I shake my head.
She went to so much trouble to... To what? Walk away penniless? No, that's not it. I'm faxing over the papers to your agency. All you have to do is sign the dotted line, and you don't have to give her anything.
I grip the handles of my chair, lean forward in disbelief.
What? Did you even open this thing? No, I sent it straight to your office before I left for my flight. That explains it, Tegan chuckles. It came with a note that was stuck on top of the documents. I'll fax that as well. Wait,
I say hoarsely.
I'm not at the office right now.
The stagehand returns.
Mr. Reese, they're ready for you.
I need a fax machine,
I tell him, jumping out of my chair. His eyes double in size.
Sir? I need one now.
I stride past him and head out into the hallway. He scurries behind me, his balding head shining brightly in the light.
Sir, we need you on stage now.
Tegan, give me a minute. I'll get the number for this office. Sure thing.
Mr. Reese!
The harried stagehand stares at me in horror. Bushy eyebrows pull tightly together. Sweat beads and gathers in the wrinkles of his forehead. He plods in front of me and throws out his hands.
I'm afraid I can't let you.
I plant a hand on his shoulder, squeeze tight.
If you want me on that stage anytime soon, you'll show me to the office and the fax machine.
He gulps.
Isn't it easier to just send it by email? I can send it by email,
Tegan says.
No.
I glare at the wall, rip the words out of my chest.
I want it in my hands.
It's this way.
He points left. I follow him to the studio office, tap my shoes against the ground as the fax machine beeps and spits out the documents, spelling out the end of my marriage. I whip it up and read through the pages. Shock paralyzes me. What the hell?
Mr. Reese?
The stagehand glances back and forth. Someone's going crazy on the other end of his earpiece. I can hear them screaming from here. But the chaos barely touches me. I can't see it, can't feel it. My fingers thumb through the document.
She's not asking for anything.
I mumble in panic.
She's not. Why isn't she asking for money?
A frightening thought hits. Does Jazz hate me so much she just wants to separate from me? Am I that much of a monster that she wanted a clean getaway? My heart thumps faster in my chest. Too many thoughts rush at me all at once.
Mr. Reese, please.
The stagehand jumps in front of me.
They're gonna kill me.
Fine, let's go.
I'll take that.
He reaches for the documents. I hold them away from him and slant down a hard stare. He winces, inches back, raises his hands in apology. We walk briskly to the left of the main stage, and he breathes out a sigh of relief. As I wait for my cue to walk in front of the audience, I get a message. Plucking the phone out of my pocket, I check the notification. Divorce lawyer. I took a picture of the note. Below is an image. In the distance, I hear the host of the show listing all my accomplishments.
He's a Grammy Award-winning singer.
I click the image to expand it.
With international fans that span the entire globe.
The audience roars with applause. My eyes skim the picture of the note. It's written in Jazz's feminine handwriting.
His latest single is sweeping the top of the charts.
My heart stops beating. I stare at the words, hear Jazz whisper them in my head. If I can't have you, I don't want anything. The announcer booms.
He's the man with the world at his feet, Dean Reese.
Deafening applause breaks out. Screams of adoration, shrieks of glee. All for me. It's all hollow.
Mr. Reese.
The stagehand is back. He nudges me on stage, into the lights, into the world I chose over my wife. Chapter 35. Jazz.
Mom still won't talk to you?
Becca asks as I walk back to the living room. My sister lounges on the couch as she scrolls through her phone. My hands hang limply at my sides.
No. She hasn't forgiven you for Dean missing our cousin's wedding, huh? Stubborn woman.
It's not that. I play with my fingers.
She's upset because I sent Dean divorce papers. You did what?
Becca launches out of the couch. I hang my head, fidget with the hem of my blouse.
But you said you loved him. You told me that you wanted to spend the rest of your life with him.
I do.
Then why?
Because I wanted to show honor to him. I wanted him to know that I love him, not his money. I blink rapidly.
But my plan backfired.
Misery drapes my shoulders like a cloak. It's a familiar feeling that's been haunting me ever since the beach house.
I bought soup for Mom.
Moving to the kitchen, I line up the packages I brought.
Warm it up for her, will you? The doctor said she needs to watch her diet so she doesn't have another heart attack.
No response from Becca. I whirl around, annoyance in my tone.
Becca, did you hear me?
She gasps loudly, her eyes on her phone.
What?
I frown.
What is it? Girl!
She stares at me with huge eyes.
Have you seen this? Seen what?
Mom's bedroom door suddenly bursts open.
Where's Jasmine? Where's...
Mom skids in front of me. Her nightgown flails around her thick legs and her eyes dance with happiness.
Did you see this? Take it, take it.
Mom shoves her phone into my hands.
Play it back from the start. Mom, should you be running like that? Watch it. Okay.
I play the video back. Dean's face fills the screen. Immediately, my heart throbs. The camera loves him. Every angle is perfection, from the broadness of his forehead to the slope of his jaw to that rugged jawline. He's wearing a blue jacket over a white shirt and matching blue trousers. The outfit would have looked strange on anyone else, but he pulls it off with charisma.
If you don't mind, before we close, there's something I want to say.
Go ahead.
The host gestures him forward. Dean stares straight at the camera as he pulls out a ream of documents.
Jazz, this is my answer.
Jazz? I whisper, turn to my mother.
Did he just say my name? Keep watching.
Mom squeals. I return my attention to her cell phone screen.
All my life, I had one dream. I parted ways with my father to pursue that dream, but I'd never really gotten his words out of my head. Every time I felt like giving up, I'd hear him say that I was wasting my life, that he knew I wouldn't make it, that I wasn't good enough to make those dreams a reality.
That's heartbreaking,
Mom whispers.
The more I gained, the more I wanted. A part of me was still searching for his approval, and when he kept denying me, I grew more and more obsessed with that dream.
He shakes his head.
But the truth is, Jazz,
he tears the thick ream of paper into pieces.
You're my dream.
Aw,
Becca croons. My eyelashes flutter. Dean.
What did he tear up?
Mom asks, clinging to my arms.
Was it the divorce papers? I have to go.
I pull away from her. Becca hops out of the chair.
Jazz, he could be anywhere in the world right now. He did that interview yesterday. It just hit the American media today. There's no way you'll find him.
I don't care. I grab my purse and haul the door open. In my rush, I almost run into a man standing on the porch, but I haul myself back at the last minute.
Excuse me,
I whisper. Then the visitor's face registers in my head. My jaw drops.
Dean?
Jazz.
He smiles hesitantly.
I got your note.
The moment doesn't feel real. My legs move like they're slashing through jello. The cadence of my heart could power a rocket ship.
You were just... How did you get here?
I hopped on a plane as soon as I could.
But your tour...
I lick my lips.
Your fans... You have a concert tonight.
His lips inch up.
You are following my schedule?
I'm too shocked to reply. Is he really here? Is this really happening?
I cancelled it.
He takes a step toward me.
I had something more important.
Dean.
I'm sorry, Jazz. Throwing blame was just an easy fix. Just a way to wiggle out of my responsibilities. I realized.
He stops, stares at me.
Jazz, I realized there are some things worth fighting for. You are worth fighting for.
I blink rapidly to keep the happy tears at bay. Dean takes another step toward me.
On the plane ride, I looked at what I'd done to cause you pain, and I thought about what I could do to repair it.
He weaves his hands around my waist.
And I'm here to tell you that I'd give it all up for you.
I wouldn't ask you to do that, I sob, so unbelievably happy to see him.
But I would, in a heartbeat, because I love you.
He wipes away my tears.
Because you're the most precious person in the world to me. And I'm so sorry I didn't show you that with my actions. I'm so sorry that I didn't make you my priority when I should have.
I'm sorry, I gulp. I'm sorry for everything. He shakes his head.
It's my fault. I realized that if I'd been doing everything I was supposed to, you wouldn't have felt the need to get a divorce in the first place. It's my fault.
He taps his chest.
My responsibility. It's mine, Jazz.
I love you, I whisper. The moment I say those words, a weight on my chest loosens and tumbles away. I feel like I can breathe for the first time. I can feel warmth, the sun, the breeze. I love you, Dean. He smiles, leans down to kiss me. I pull back before he can. But I don't want to do this.
What?
Worry trips into his eyes. I don't want you to give up doing what you love because of me.
Jazz.
I sent those divorce papers because I don't want your money, Dean. I want you. His eyes soften. And I run my fingers over the nape of his neck. As long as I have you, the world can have your music. Aww. I glance to the side and find my mom and Becca staring at us from the window. Mom has the biggest smile on her face. Even Becca is fighting back a grin. Dean chuckles, waves.
Ma'am? Becca? Please continue.
Mom gestures to us.
Should we?
Dean hooks a thumb at his car.
Yeah,
I giggle.
But it was just getting good.
Becca hollers at our backs as we sail down the stairs. I laugh as I hold Dean's hand. We only let go when he runs around the hood to climb into the driver's side. As soon as he's back in, he takes my hand again. My body is light as a feather. I feel like I'm floating, like I'm made of clouds. Dean's fingers rub my knuckles.
I found out about your job.
Who told you? I ask, sitting up straight.
Lee looked into it for me while I caught my flight.
He frowns.
You told me everything you'd been going through with the bullying and the articles. Why didn't you tell me you'd lost your job?
Because a part of me still resented you for that. I glance down. Not my proudest moment. My fingers tighten on his. But losing that job has been a great opportunity. I've been thinking of going back to school.
That's fantastic.
He lifts my hand and kisses the back of it.
I'm thinking I'll start with the online classes first. I don't want to be overwhelmed with your fans every day on campus.
He chuckles.
Sounds good to me.
Does it?
Yeah.
He glances my way, his eyes screaming his love.
From now on, I'm going to protect you, Jazz. I'm going to protect your dreams and push you towards your goals the way you did for me.
He hesitates.
I'm actually glad you're willing to do class online. To be honest, I didn't look into your job randomly.
Dean parks in front of our home and turns to me.
I wanted to offer you a position at my company.
You need a backup singer?
I tease. He smirks.
I was thinking something more along the lines of a management position.
His eyes gleam with excitement.
I want you to be my manager, Jazz. I want you to be a part of every tour, every decision I make with the record label, every fan meeting. I want you in the front row of every concert, and I want you there in my bed every night.
Yes.
He blinks in surprise.
Yes?
I reach over and cup his jaw.
Yes, Dean, I would love to.
Come here.
He opens his door, runs to my side of the car, and scoops me into his arms, bridal style. I squeal as I wrap my arms around his neck.
Dean!
He kisses me so hard my head tilts back. His lips, his arms, his scent. It's like coming home. I wrap my arms around him and hold on tight. I fell in love with my husband for a second time, and this time I know that he'll love me with all his might. Epilogue. Dean. 1 month later. The ruckus of 100,000 screaming fans charges the air. The band is starting the chorus of my first song on stage, while I'm cramped in the launch pad beneath the wooden platform. In front of me, stage hands in black t-shirts run around like frantic ants. The urgency of their movements and the chanting of my fans crying, "Dean, Dean, Dean," fuels my veins. Adrenaline makes my heart pound, but it's nothing compared to the way I feel when I see Jazz striding down the hallway talking with the stage manager. She's wearing one of the black t-shirts. Her ripped blue jeans cling to her curvy hips, and black heels complete the outfit. She tosses her hair over her shoulder, her eyes stern and her lips firm as she discusses something important. Jazz took to being my manager like she was born for it. She's even submitted her application to go to law school this fall with a focus on entertainment law so she can take on more celebrities, although I'm always going to be her #1 client. Honestly, my wife blows my mind. I always knew that Jazz was intelligent and organized. I always knew that she could keep me in line and on task like no one else. But I didn't think she'd enjoy show business as much as she has. I've never seen her more alive than when she's working, and it makes her 10 times hotter than she already is. She catches my eye and her lips immediately soften into a smirk. I crook a finger. "Come here." She arches an eyebrow. "You're about to go on stage." So I jut my chin out. She sighs, trots over to me. Her loping stride causes her hips to sway. Her hair bounces over her shoulders.
"You doing anything later?"
I whisper. She crouches so we can be at eye level.
Is now really the best time to flirt, Dean?
"There's never a bad time to flirt with your wife,"
I say, leaning in close. She puts her hand on my chest. I think she's about to push me away, but she digs her fingers into my shirt and pulls me closer.
You drive me crazy, Dean Reese.
In a good way.
She leans over, gives me one of those deep, sensual kisses that causes fires to burn, clothes to fall like rain, and bodies to tangle like vines. I'm fire, and she's the match. My fingers cling to her waist, pull her as close as I can in my cramped quarters. A moan works free from her throat and drips to my ears like a sultry song.
You're so lucky I'm working right now,
Jazz whispers, pulling back. I stare into her eyes, blown away by how fulfilled and content I feel. With Jazz here, it really feels like I'm living my dream, like I have everything I could ever want.
What?
She grins.
This was the second best decision I've ever made in my life.
Making me manager?
I nod. She leans forward. Her forehead brushes mine.
What was the first?
Marrying you.
I twirl her ring around her finger. She laughs.
Sweet talker.
The stage starts to move. Jazz's eyes widen. She pushes me away.
You're up.
Wait.
I wrap my fingers around her wrist. Her voice laces with panic.
Dean, what are you doing?
Something new.
I haul her forward. She stumbles into the pen with me, her body colliding with mine and her arms flailing to catch her balance. I wrap my arms around her, hold her to me, protect her so she doesn't hit her head on the stage as we rise. I've got her back in all the little things, in all the big things, every day. Thanks to a few online sessions with Doc, I've gotten much better at understanding my role as a husband to protect, provide, and give identity. I'm not perfect, but I'm putting in the work, and my marriage has never been stronger. Our heads edge past the hidden compartment beneath the stage. The noise that had been loud before is deafening as we break free and face the thousands of fans crowding the stadium. Jazz gasps, her limbs trembling as she catches sight of the thousands gathered to see me. I hold her close and wave to the crowd. They scream, yell my name, wave banners and lights. I wrap an arm around Jazz and lead her forward. She stumbles, a nervous smile on her face.
Dean,
are you ready to have fun tonight?
I yell. My voice booms through the heavy-duty speakers suspended in front of the stage. The camera pans in on me and Jazz, making our faces larger so everyone in the nosebleeds can see.
This is my beautiful wife, Jazz.
She blinks rapidly, her eyes filling with shock.
I don't know if you all remember that time I got into a fight with my bodyguard.
Fans scream,
yes!
Others just cheer for no reason. I chuckle, fix my earpiece, keep Jazz's hand tight in mine.
Well, that ended up being one of the worst times and one of the best times of my life.
I turn to her, stare into her beautiful brown eyes.
Because I fell in love with my wife for a second time.
Awws,
break out from the crowd.
I'm standing here because of her. And even though I don't deserve her,
I bring her hand up and kiss her knuckles.
I'm never letting her go.
She sucks in a breath, gives me a soft peck on the lips.
You did that on purpose.
I hide my mic to whisper.
I want them all to know they stand no chance.
She grins, shakes her head. The truth is, most of my fans have maintained their distance because Jazz has been around more often. This wasn't necessary, but then I've always been the type who preferred excess. Give them a show, Dean Reese, she smiles, and then come home to me.
Always.
I watch her walk off the stage, getting assistance from Lee and another member of the stage crew. With a deep breath, I bring my microphone back in front of my mouth.
Let's party tonight!
Screams obliterate every molecule in the air. I loop my guitar over my neck, strum a chord, and belt out the songs I know by heart, glancing every so often at the front row. Because there, right at the front, with all the other VIPs dancing and throwing her hair from side to side, is the woman of my dreams, the woman I'm going to care for and protect with everything inside me. There, in the front row, is my wife. The end.